wrap it up if MKOI wants to stay alive at MSI, and he's going to need to do it against the world's scariest flying oysters. Gone are the days of the LCP representatives being an easy win after a strong performance at first stand and pushing T1 to silver scrapes in the first round. CFO have proven they're a real contender, and they've been led the whole way by Junja. Not only has he won 6 straight domestic titles, but he's elevated his teams time and time again internationally. Under his leadership, CFO might just be on the cusp of greatness. Will Elyoya keep his team alive and kick off a lower bracket run, or will Junja take CFO to the next level?
For the Elyoya side of things, he's of course the captain of MKOI. He's got all the pressure on, and he did have something to say after that lost best of 5 versus BLG. And this makes me, I don't want to, it's good that it's realized that they're playing more scared versus these teams, but some teams have this problem forever, right? So we're hoping that this is something that has definitely been overcome going into today's match.
It always sucks when it's your greatest strength in your regular season.
Yeah.
When you are the team that's always like, fearless, taking fights when you feel like it. Elyoya is that player that I feel like when I watch, he's like, he's going to play Zhenzhou and he's going to, or at least and he's going to search for fights. So when it doesn't happen on the biggest stage, that's when the regret seeps in. So I don't think it's going to be repeated, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, I just love it. They all took, I don't love that they lost, don't misconstrue me, but they all were very introspective after that, really saying, yeah, hey, we dropped the ball here, obviously, so we'll see today. But they're up versus a formidable opponent, also in the jungle.
Yeah, Junja specifically on an absolute tear. I think the center of this team, no doubt, when we look at what they can accomplish. And as we take a look back at one of the plays that they had versus T1 in their game 2, they were already ahead. But Junja, again, the killer instinct we're going to see in this play is something that I'm tracking in this series. If he can bring the same thing to bear, it's going to be hard for Movistar KOI. However, as we get into the play, note, Rise not on vision. This is going to be a simple setup on rest. T1 looking for a quick pick, trying to find an angle to get back in the game. Everyone else on the map pretty far away, and you can also see a very fed Honq on the bottom side. So as we roll the clip, keep an eye on rest. He's going to be able to outplay here in this gank to survive. Good, barely able to get a Q input buffer off of Q3, but really what's going to matter here is that T1 should be fine walking away here. It's a little bit awkward that you've lost out on the gank, and honestly, CFO don't need to push for more, but Junja sees an excellent opportunity. The TP is called, and again, eyes on Junja. The Q flash you're going to see here is back-breaking for T1. If they walk away from this play, they have a chance to maybe come back to get a bit more time to get gold on their carries, but a quick entry here, following up with the TP from Aurora, makes this a clean and easy combo. So as you play out the clip, clean Q flash, you connect on the Rise, the Realm Warp is going to be gone, bam, Rest is still standing, kind of laughing in their face, and then here is the man of the hour, Honq falling up with damage, the rest of CFO instantly collapse, and it's this level of coordination and aggression when they have a lead that can make this team so terrifying, because how many times have we seen a team on an international stage against an expected favorite get an early game lead and then play scared? It's been the bane of so many teams' existence, not for CFO.
Absolutely. I mean, just seeing how well Junja generally executes in the play. This is the replay of the one you just went through, but like throughout the series, he was great. And I think something that is always special about CFO is that they do really well around playing around his plays. And when he's going for the Vi ulti, like it was not just, of course, Aurora following up with a great ulti. It was same with Doggo and his like Lucian ulti. I think they're really good at being able to coordinate team fights.
Yeah, and I think Honq again is the player that we're looking at. We've seen a lot more from the other players internationally. We know what their highs look like, but Honq against Faker, dominating in lane phase, looked really solid. When they set him up for success, he absolutely delivered.
And this mid lane matchup is absolutely delicious as well, because on the other side, there's Jojo Pyun, and both Honq and Jojo got some really, really good commentary from some of the GOATs, from Faker and Knight, respectively. So that must feel good if you see that.
Especially if like you can see them pressuring both Faker and Knight and needing a little bit of assistance. And like I remember in that Cassiopeia game, like needing to have the J4 come in and interact, like those things make you realize, yeah, they're playing amazingly, and Faker and Knight coming in and giving them credit is perfect.
And for Jojo, we know that split pushing is something that MKOI specifically has wanted to work on with him. It was laning first, and now it's split pushing. So to get that praise, to get that acknowledgement from Knight, who's a fantastic player on the map, is a big boon to the confidence in this series.
And I can hear you already in Twitch chat. Oh, they're just saying that. They always do this, blah, blah, blah. No, actually, this time, it's the truth, okay? And it wasn't
also, normally they're like, he's good, he's a player, I respect him. That's
details.
it. If you give us details, I'm inclined to believe.
Better.
It's not just the normal PR gobbledygook.
It is not. And it wasn't just Knight who talked to us about Jojo. Lore caught up with a former teammate in our Verizon Game Day interview.
All right, so not only you get to be at international against a lot of players that you know from Europe, but you also have a former mid laner from NA. Do you have anything that you want to tell Jojo Pune? What did you think about his development in Europe, actually?
I mean, I did tell him that it's a good idea to go to Europe. I mean, at the beginning, I didn't really, like, he had a okay year in Cloud9, but we were not sure like how many offers he's gonna get, and the moment he got the offers from EU, I told him that he should go there instantly because that's way better to improve in EU than NA. And I think that's what happened. I think he did learn a lot, and it seems like his laning phase just improved, and it was already really strong before. And he seems like a career player on his team. When we screamed against them, it seems like he was the difference maker. Like whenever they won, he had a good game, and when he had a bad game, his teammates was not really like caring that much. So I think the team relies on him a lot. Before the split ended, I was telling him that there's no way he makes MSI, and he proved me wrong. So good job to him.
And it's been amazing just seeing him have great lanes, but also be a little more patient. When he was in North America, that brother was just going in for like 1v1s, like getting caught in ganks, but that brother now recognizes the play on sides a little bit more.
And he's improved so much. And look, I think some reservations about all of our hope resting on the shoulders of Jojo Pune, but here we are. When Bonnie Tyler sung about holding out for a hero, I didn't expect it to be John Joseph Pune, Fortnite aficionado turned global sensation. But beggars can't be choosers. We need him. I got no shame in it anymore.
I take it. I don't care. He says, I will save you, don't worry. A Canadian? Sure. Why the hell not? At this point, we'll take anything. And I also think, Dracos, we've watched him grow in the LEC. He's my most improved player throughout the year so far, and you could really see this. He had to integrate into that team, which is understandable, but it's great to see that it pans out on the international stage.
Yeah, laning better, the side laning better, as we saw from Knight. Always willing to play for himself if he has to, but also good about sacking waves. It's a great level of development.
And now in summary, of course, for MKOI, they are the #1 seed for LEC. So if you're looking to have any excuses about yesterday, you got to put your money where your mouth is now, EU fans, myself included, because this is a match they should win. I say should because the big caveat for me is CFO looked absolutely amazing and almost took down the world champions. And make no mistake, the players in this region, it might be the LCP now, they've been used to doing this. They were beating T1 7, 8, 9 years ago, and those players still have that spirit, right, Ras? It's a dangerous matchup.
Pa, gdje jeste, ljudi moji? Kamera radi, lagana priča. Idemo da klikćemo. Gledamo oistere, gledamo koji i driver koji džuska. Desti. Hello. Aja lagan, znaš mene. Ja rođen lagan, šta ti kažem? Šta da ti kažem? Predikcije... Ne znam kako da vam kažem, mislim da nas CFO bije. To je problem. Ja mislim da nas ubija CFO. Ovo je 0-3 uga. Ne nam je mare. E tako. Jaki. CFO je prejak. Napeta situacija. Čekaj, stavim samo na LoL eSportu
That was the 2 games. That's Jojo.
Here's what I will say. I think this all comes down to Elyoya in the jungle. Junja is the core of that team. If Elyoya shows up today, he can be the difference maker for this lineup. But at the end of the day, it is a hard series. It is not easy. This will be close.
Yeah, and for me, please, Jojo, we will have allegiance to you forever. Help us out today. We'll see if Movistar Koi can beat CFO.
Imate pinovano za dropove. Mare dolazi još malo. Saga chillamo. Ovo sam se najavio, ljudi moji. Ne mogu se pomerim, bukvalno. Napeta priča. Ja nisam popio vitamine. Evo se, to ću posle. Gdje si, mrave? Ja mislim da nas ubija CFO. I onda T1 BLG će bude serija. To ide u 4-5 gameova, verovatno. Ali vidjet ćemo. Signature moment.
Beautiful Saturday morning in Vancouver. We are getting ready for MKOI up against CFO. And I think the big question of the day is which aquatic animal will reign victorious? Are oysters or koi better, Azael?
Oh,
Oysters are probably tastier.
Yes, so they're going to get gobbled up.
There you
and
go.
koi are going to get fed.
I've never eaten a koi fish. I don't know if that's allowed.
I feel like they're a protected species
I think so as well, so I'm not going to go there.
Can we tell CFO that as well?
Ja mislim CFO dobije, iskreno. Ja mislim CFO dobije.
Alive here, so maybe they do need that protected class. To keep
navijam za med, ali
we'll see though. I think it's going to be a really good match. CFO
driver igra prvi.
Starting to get that respect internationally as a real threat, as they well should. They were great at first stand. They showed that they could take down both, you know, the LPL, the LTA, as well as the L there. Of course, they did then.
Što si mene u kapsu? Što si mene u kapsu? Meni internet prso. Jeste meni. Hashtag tiltujete internet. SBB. Ali dobro, to tako hoće ponekad ljudi. To je, sve to se vrati na svoje dovoljno brzo, ja verujem. 3-2 koji... Ne znam, T1 BLG će bude napeto, to će u stvari da bude serija. To će u stvari da bude serija. To će biti serija. Vrati se brzo net. Ćemo da vidimo.
Interesting to see both Talia as well as TF up and available. Talia, a champion that has been getting banned out very consistently, but I do think Pantheon is starting to get more and more attention. Obviously, is one of these global champions. You know, they are really powerful in the meta currently, but Pantheon has been looking pretty incredible. And
će driver da uzme Sia na prvi game. Ja mislim da CFO dobija, da.
Is going to be banned out does mean that
Jojo je dobar, ali CFO samo igra bolje.
They're not a guaranteed first pick, but I think if Talia is up, it would go through.
Dobro, da, danas su dobri game. Druga serija je insane. Prva serija, vidit ćemo kakva je. Ne zovemo Mareta. Bare nam odredi ninju da ga vidimo i to je to.
Jojo wants to go. You know, Jojo for me, you know, is a player who's always been so good at those melee champions. Yone is up and available. I would really like a Yone Sejuani, that kind of 1-2. Of course, there are many different options that you can go into Azir. I don't think the Mel's going to get locked, but these long-range poke champions can be pretty popular into Azir as well. But to me, Yone, Sejuani, it fits the bill. It's the kind of style that Jojo wants to play and is so good at. Always in his time in NA, I really did think of him as a Canadian specialist. That to me was his biggest strength. Yes, he is a great laner on range champions too, but I think this is his bread and butter. This is how he can really be a game changer. And we'll see if we do get that Sejuani as well, which I think could work well with Merwin, because Merwin is one of these guys who is so flexible, can bring out counter picks. You're on red side, and you could go for one of those double melee setups on the top side.
Yeah, you get good scaling in the Yone. Rumble is actually going to be a pick here for Merwin in that top side, so leaving the jungler for later on. Sejuani obviously does really fit with these two champs, but if you don't get the Sejuani,
mora da bude da ti gledaš ka tamo, ja ka vamo, na što ti je...
With a bit of utility. I agree, I want Sejuani, but if it's picked by CFO, unfortunately, MKOI can no longer pick it.
That's true.
So Rumble Yone
namešteno Mari Embraceovo Spirit Raleta u majici bez rukava.
And likely their top laner on this rotation, just to answer into that Rumble. Often we've seen the Galio as that top lane answer.
Yeah, I think
fair, ništa, morat ću ja neki dan.
Is going to be the pick here for Junja, has been very good on it, and it's just such a popular pro play jungler here, has a lot of early game
Onako digne ruke kao flexuje, znaš, malo ono.
Da.
Sve ja znam njega, sve ja kontam njega.
Da.
Neće srati. Just that Galio coming out, it is really
čujete sve sad, sve čujete, ništa se ne brinite.
One of his
Driver igra Siona, pričali smo o tome.
So definitely looking towards scaling. Already we're seeing, two very different styles of composition. CFO are going to be playing
logo
front to
Paper
back
X
team
Valorant,
play, where we're going to be seeing on the other side. It's going to be about dive. And I do actually like the pivot towards Trundle, so delaying that jungle pick towards 3, I do think paid some dividends. Sejuani, obviously really strong pair.
Pričao sam o tome kako mislim na CFO lomi, iskreno.
Trundle becomes a tank himself.
Navijam za koji, ali mislim će CFO da nas ubije.
Meni za Pikems treba da koji dobije.
A i meni isto, ali vidi.
Teško. Ali bit će teško, će napiti to. Nema raleta, vi ste samo umislili da je rale.
Bypass that area control by just getting onto the backline with an equalizer, with a fate sealed, diving in. Wouldn't be surprised if they look towards something like a Kaiser as well for Super, just to facilitate that dive overall. Brawn banned away by MKOI, MF taken out by CFO.
Yeah, the three that I always think of as kind
Gledao sam vas juče, ali nisam slušao. Bio mi je isključen zvuk zato što smo igrali rematch meč.
Dobro.
Igrali smo jedno 6 sati.
Kako ste prošli?
Prvo smo izgubili jedno 12 za redom.
Okej.
Gdje je moj drug koji je bio na game od promocije u Platinum pao skoro u Gold 3. I bio je, ako upadnem u Gold 3, kaže ja ću izbrisati igru. I to je to. I mi smo poslije toga lock-inovali i mislim da smo izgubili 2 partije. Lik se vratio nazad gdje smo počeli.
Nice.
Znači, bilo je strašno. Skontali smo da je taktika, pošto je on na joysticku i igra najbolje od nas, da on nikad ne bude na golu.
Dobro, to je legit.
A ja koji najbolje branim, da budem na golu svaki put kad on treba da bude. Jer tako imamo par, ono tipa 2 minuta, ako damo gol ili tako nešto, ako se desi, gdje ću ja braniti i gdje mi možda, najvjerovatnije nećemo primiti gol.
Kapiram. To je legit.
To je bila taktika. I također smo skontali da smo na random serveru i da nas ubacuje na Tursku. Bili smo u fazonu, kako mi igrače dobijamo ovdje. Prebacimo se na Evropu i ubaci nam Ruse. Odigrali smo jedan game, nikad više nismo. Samo smo se vratili nazad. Bili smo bolji da igramo i s Turcima. Ono je apsolutno stravično.
Bar nije ping
malo loše
užasan.
zvuči, ali je apsolutno užasno bilo igrati.
Bar je ping bio okej ako ništa, šta će.
Zapravo nije, na Evropi mi je bio 60, na Turskoj 70 ping.
U serveri onda prsti ne znam. Ja sam igrao nešto normala danas, pošto trebam se levelujem da bi igrao ranked i nisam ni nijedan imao loš ping game. Tako da nemam pojma.
Ne znam šta je, ne znam da li je do mene ili ono kao, tako je samo.
Izgleda kao da smo coachevi. Da, to je plan.
Da, pogotovo u ovoj majici bez rukava izgledam kao ono.
Pravi coach. Sivir je jako jaka i čudi me da je nismo vidjeli ranije, iskreno. Lucijan je također mnogo jak. Njega isto ćemo vjerojatno vidjeti, ali mislim predikcije, ja kažem, ja bih čak rekao da ne pretjeram CFO 3-0. Uzet ću obzir kako je CFO igrao protiv T1-a, da. Ja sam isto ko je stavio u pikemu, ali mislim da CFO samo dobio 3-0.
Ja mislim da će biti koji nije tu, ali dobro, nema veze. Ja mislim da će biti bar 4 gema. Znači, bit će 3-1 minimalno za nekoga.
Za nekoga, dobro.
Da, ali mislim da je najvjerovatnije da će da bude 3-2. Znači, ćemo ići u 5 gemova. Ne bih voleo, ali... Mislim, voleo bih da gledamo što više lige, ali kažem, ne bih voleo zbog nas, jer imamo još jedan best of 5%.
Da, imamo dugačak dan.
MKOI here looking to change the history books as we make our way out onto Summoner's Rift.
Vidjet ćemo, ne znam, da je mislim samo biti onako jakih 3-0. Ko igra dobro, ali mislim da CFO sam igra mnogo bolje, mnogo su više raspoloženi. Protiv T1-a su se nevjerovatno držali, tako da...
Obviously, always going to be cheering for the LCA teams, but it's been fun to see JoJoPian go over and to see his growth, you know, especially
koji dobro. Samo su bili ono nadigrani, iskreno.
And they're going to have a tough challenge here as they're going up against CFO, who did look quite good at first. And yeah, in the group stage, they did lose to HLE, but guess what? Everyone did at that entire tournament, got absolutely blasted by them. And they did have a very close series against K-Corp in the knockout stage.
They did. For CFO, again, it's the first year this roster has been together as a whole, and I think seeing
T1 BLG MK10 legendo, to ko zna. T1 BLG možda ode u 6 partija. Ne znamo kako u 6 može da ode, ali možda ode u 6 partija. Ta serija je ono ludnica.
Rale je mare. Odakle je to počelo?
Zašto je neko Rale tu juče napisao ko je ovaj porečajni, onda je Rale početi tiltuje kako radi 4 godine i kako ga zovu i onda su, razumeš, korak dalje počelo je mimovanje, kako sad, kada sljedeći put radimo EBL, neko u chatu mora da napiše, kada budete vas dvojica kastovali, ko je ovaj pored Mareta. I rekao sam, ko to uradi dobije mod na streamu i onda je sad to postao meme. Tako da, da, u pravu si, jeste, neko je napisao ma refleksa i to je istina, neko je napisao ma refleksa i da... Cijel dan je bilo tiltovanje Raleta, bukvalno.
Sad si se onaj prvi dan pre toga sam gledao i slušao i tu sam vidio da je već počelo malo rage baitovanje.
Da.
Ali vole ovdje ljudi Raleta. Volimo mi svi Raleta.
Ma da, ma to je rage baitovanje iz ljubavi.
Da.
Nema tu zle namere, to je bitna stvar.
Znaš, sad bi chat rekao kao, ne, Raleta, ne možete tako, nismo mi ti. Ali nije. Samo neće da prizna, neće chat da prizna zapravo. Da je Rale zver.
Nije ni bitno, iskreno, može kamera i gore da stoji. Ali... Što mora se pokriva.
Kad ćemo imati ovu grafiku na EBL-u?
Ne znam. To je dobro pitanje.
Odgovor napravi je sam.
Kada budemo imali, da, napravi je sam i nađi još 2 obzervera, to je isto bitna stvar. Pošto ti treba 3 obzervera, gledaju 3 lane odjednom. Ne sme Junjia. Ezra ali igra Conqueror. Malo čudno.
Imam osjećaj da oni u Kini malo favorizuju Conqueror iznad ostalih runa na Ezu.
Moguće, ja bi dalje više volim Little Tempo, pogotovo kad imaš Alistar i Trundle, stakuješ Little.
Happy with how this early sequence has gone. He jumps onto Honkyu as well, just to try and stop him from being able to freeze this wave.
Ovo je Bigo Jojo, jer on resetuje i baca TP, ali on će ga opet cancelovati.
Honkyu TP'd back and is now half HP, right? So if you can actually get in a good trade after your opponent TP's back, but before you base, you then come back, now you're in full health, so now Honkyu is going to be in an awkward spot. He has no potions, and I do think that JoJo is going to have an opportunity to potentially lane lock him here, where, you know, you are going to have to take a maybe really bad base.
It is going to be tricky for Honkyu. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Junja and Kaiwing just coming towards that mid lane to make sure they get a push out. Especially, like, we're seeing so many swaps around the 3 to 6 minute mark from these bot lanes. You can put the
Rumble on treći kaster. Za 3 dana je to.
But if you have a little bit of time in a 2v1 into the Rumble, Cyan deals with that a lot better than the Rumble ever will.
Triple dagger.
Both these guys getting very, very low, but Honkyu has got to be careful. Junja is around, and that ward will critically spot him for JoJo. You can see Honkyu realizes, you know what, I'm getting so low, and there's potential dive.
Flash away from mid.
Dobro.
Survives through the unstoppable.
Dobro.
Driver's going to eat a flame spitter on the backside.
Ovo je big.
It's a summoner for an ultimate exchange in favor of CFO.
I bijele za
jako lepo drive.
Open up a pretty big CS advantage as well, which you're not expecting to happen early on in this matchup.
Kako vreme leti.
Da već kreće, mislim, vidio sam da već Clown počeo da reklamira Spike sljedeću sezonu i sve to, tako da nadam se da već sklapaju roster ili su ga već sklopili. Kažem tačan
misliš da će biti promjen, misliš da će menjati nešto?
Pa da, sigurno. EBL kreće 23.
U Spike-u će biti promjena, to misliš?
Pa da. Pa ne znam, vidim da Clowny baca neke reklamice kao neka knjiga, ovo ono, prijava, ovo ono, igrači, ne znam, možda.
Ja mislim da li nema dovoljno damage da ga ubiju.
On ima sweetness boots.
Šta?
Ne znam, ja se pitam.
Yeah, I think he's going to be regretting the buy now. You know, you go Swifties to obviously be able to shrug off some of the slows coming through from the Electro Harpoons and to really be able to punish, but they could easily dive this, I think. I think he has pretty much no chance to get out.
Mrtav.
I kill, super, odlično, lep dive.
Pokupit će cijel wave ako ništa s pasivnom.
Jedino što Mirvi nema nikakav vision, ali zna da se dešava nešto tam.
Nema ide da budu.
Da.
I šta će pokupiti jedan plate više nego ovi na topu, ovaj dalje fine.
Elioja nema smite.
Even a lead for Dogo on the AD carries, at least in terms of farm, although he is about 150 gold behind because of that first blood from Super.
Yeah, absolutely true. I do think mid lane, though, going very well for MKOI. Of course, it is not a big CS.
Super je drugi back uzeo kao.
Is going to start to struggle, and CFO are going to
To je
move
interesantno, jako.
over towards mid here. I think they want to be in the area.
Pa dobro, moguće da je samo bio u fazonu tempo partije sporiji nego što je mislio, a mislim ti 100 kripova svaku u ovom delu partije šta za 9 minuta ćeš nakupiti. Znači 17. minut kao nastakovan. Što mislim da je legitimno skroz.
For Junja, Alvaro and Super trying to come across. Driver is there to defend, as are Kaiwing and Doggo. Elioja on the red buff right now. Super was looking for the steal.
Jedino što CFO uzima cijelu mapu, free mi se ne sviđa.
CFO seem to be happy with just
uzeli su Drakea, uzeli su 2 graba, koji ništa nije uradio.
Honestly, nice bluff by the MKOI bot lane. They kind of just walked forward, and I feel like CFO was respecting a little bit too much. They don't know that Elioja is still on the red buff. They're just assuming, oh, well, if you're walking forward, the rest of your team is here. They didn't want to try to force any sort of fight. Junja had already used his smite, of course, so didn't want to just stay around, have that stolen away. But at the end of the day, it is going to be, as you say, that objective feat is going to be taken, but not going to be able to get the Void Might spawn, which is always really nice to be able to add in.
It does mean CFO are only one objective away from having that objective feat complete. Obviously, yet to pick up any kills. MKOI currently sitting at 1. Kaiwin looking for Mirwin. Will land the Shield of Daybreak, but with much ado about nothing as Mirwin can just walk away from that one. Doggo obviously very safe as well in this mid lane to farm up. Doesn't have the push that a
Giga sport tempo, baš sport tempo
partije.
Da,
baš se ništa ne dešava.
Ko juče. Samo je malo drugačiji su bili ekipe.
But Super going to be happy about his position as well. Does have the call. Is going to be working in towards that Yuntal very likely as the first item. And is just going to be continuing to keep him kind of locked under that tower as much as he possibly can.
I chat nam se uspalo, nema ni tu niko ništa ne piše.
Is going to allow MKOI to be a little bit more aggressive, but they're not
čekamo
really
akciju.
feeling the pressure yet. They don't
čekamo akciju, čekamo
seem
žurku.
like they want to posture that aggressively. There is really good scaling on the other side, but Yone, Sivir, Trundle, all scale incredibly well.
To zapravo naš chat izašao napolje, što je malo čudno jer su to sve LoL igrači.
Da, to je tek
ali izašao malo napolje, subota večer.
Polako, 9 je tek.
They should be able to gate out.
Nema nigde, ne ovako. A ja sam nešto rip ovih dana, ali razumem, svako veče MSI po 7-8 sati, napeto je. Još večeras, onda od sutra pauza, pa preko sutra sve po 1, best of 5, to će biti malo laganije. T1 waiting room, a dobro, vidi. Kome više odgovara se igra jako sporo. Mislim da obe ekipe misle da njima više odgovara. Objektivno mislim da više odgovara koju, po draftu. Rumble, Sion je, oba skeluju dobro, Sion ima Infinite, ali Rumble skela mnogo dobro, Trundle outskela Xina, Azir i Jon obojice skeluju dobro, ja više volim Azira, ali Jon isto skela Insane, Sivir outskela Eza i Ali Leona je, ja više volim Alija kasnije. Tako da, sve u svemu, mislim da ko je bolje ojoj.
Driver having to flash away will burn that summoner. Honku down towards the bottom side. Not really much going to happen down there, but these two junglers
are domestic record Junjie.
highlight players really for me.
Šta radi u svojoj regiji, by far najbolji igrač.
Best jungler in EU, can't say best in the West because Inspired exists, but definitely the best jungler in EU right now. Domestically, not as dominant as I think we would like to be. And you look on the other side, Junja domestically
Wow.
the dominant force
this guy's
in
a
this
cheat
region.
code.
Yeah,
Like,
he really is.
how do you win in the LCP? Well, you sign Junja, and then the rest kind of handles itself, it feels like. This guy has just been insane. He just wins every single time in the LCP. Has clearly been the best player in the league, just period, point blank. There is not really much of an argument around it. It's not about best jungler, it's about best player, and this guy has just been so dominant, so consistent for the team. As Honkyu there, forced to use the ulti defensively. This is what I'm talking about. And now, next time that Soul Unbound is up, he still has the Fate Sealed, he still has that ultimate, and then Honkyu is going to have to just back off, or you're going to get constantly chipped down. Jojo's going to be healing back up off that wave, and this is why this is considered a good matchup.
Bio odmor nije bilo 2 dana. Tužili ste sa Rastkom.
With CFO having already picked up the first Drake of the game, stopping them from getting the stack is always important. Even if you stay evenly with the opposition, you just don't want to give them opportunities to force you into a fight.
Pošto sam i ja gledao MSI, moram da podržim svoje kolege da budem tu.
Nema odmora, nema odmora.
Nema odmora, moram da znam što se dešava. Da, takav je opis posla.
On je živ. Jedan base mi ga ubio, da.
MKOI still going to be pretty happy about that.
Dobro, koji za Drake, njima fajn.
Honkyu TPing back, dropping the wave bot lane, running straight to the dragon, but they were too slow on the setup. MKOI had already knocked it down. There was no ability for Junja to actually get in there for a smite steal. Yes, you get the flash out. Yes, you get the heal out. There is some little advantages there, but at the end of the day, MKOI got what they came for. Going to be really happy about it.
Keeping the game even through this early game as well. Super trading onto Doggo here, who, again, it's the arcane shift of the Ezreal. You can be so much more aggressive than on other AD carries. About a 500
Možda je Supa mogao da commituje Ghost, bar da proba da ga vidi, da može da izvijeti mu flash, ali ima barijeru Ez. Vjerovatno ne bi uspeo.
Mirwin has now finished his Liandry, so maybe that will start to swing a little bit, but Driver going Force of Nature first makes it really hard for Mirwin to get through him.
Yeah, going Force of Nature, not going to be going Kayn and Rooker, and I feel like that is much more common in these matchups, so it is interesting. He clearly has his own kind of approach here. But now,
radio sam noge pre jedan dan.
Ok, respekt.
I radio sam bugarske i skliznula mi noga i padnem na koleno i padne mi teg na koleno.
To nije dobro.
Kako sam probao da se rukom dočekam, mislim onako instinktivno, samo sam ispustio teg. I sljedeći dan sve sam imao onako modricu i nisam mogao da se petim u stepenice kad sam vidio.
Da, to nije. Vidi, bugarski nikom ništa dobro nisu radili, to je činjenica.
To jeste. Velika istina.
Does have the unstoppable onslaught and can just walk away for now.
Junja dolazi.
Unstoppable onslaught goes in. Elyoya's going to get knocked up with the decimating smash. Subject coming out as well. As Elyoya has no flash, but look at him bonking down Junja. Crescent Guard comes out. Junja in the middle of his own.
Oh my god. Okay, Jojo.
Junja flashes away. Jojo flashes back, but Driver gets the double.
Nicely done there by CFO.
Junja je samo...
Joj, dumt. Ne želim da budem taj lik, da. Ne želim da budem taj lik, ali ovo je dumt. Mislim da nakon one serije protiv Tivana ekipa CFO mentalno se podigla 7 nivoa. U fazonu su bili smo toliko blizu dobijemo. Mislim da su čak znali su mogli dobiju Tivan. Samo da nije Rest igrao Orna nego Driver. Ne znam šta je ovaj slideshow, ali nećemo.
Ja sam mislio da meni laguje internet.
Ja sam pomislio da je meni, ali da.
Pogledao sam u fazonu na tvoju kameru, rekao, ako mi laguje tvoja kamera, onda znam tačno da je do mene. Ali nije. No sve ću do Riota, samo tako da njih možemo da... Najbolja sprava za noge su romena.
True. A 2,500 gold lead for CFO as they picked up the Rift Herald as well, which gave them the objective bounties that they wanted. So they've got those boots upgraded, as you say. Yeah, the top tower being taken by Honkyu and Kaiwing, who are shadowing Mirwin to make sure that he couldn't clear out the wave. MKOI now not as comfortable with this position. A couple of moments ago, 500 gold difference, that's fine. Now you're looking at 2,000 gold in the hole. First items are starting to come out.
Minuti 10 do
the sequence in the bot lane really
Drakea.
switched things on for CFO.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Šta ima Rage? Šta možda Rage baituje za današnji pobjed? Mislim, ima i druga serija, ali ono... Ja mislim da je legitimno mišljenje druga serija da odi na jednu na drugu stranu.
Baci neki Rage bait za mišljenje ko će pobjediti na
Wow, chill, Honkyu.
Honkyu je solo killovao Kozu.
Supa griduje, Supa baš griduje.
Lepo je dočuvao. A dolazi Azir.
Ovo je samo jedan kill za...
Osim ako driver ne uzmeš jedan na Mirwinu. Ma driver je samo najjači.
Njega je solo killovo Sion.
I to solo killovo ga je Sion bez Unending Despera, bez Sunfire Cape-a.
Nema damage, mislim očigledno ima, ali... Pa dobro. Znači si ti celo tier 2 cool. Pa dobro, mislim okej. Mislim okej. Njega si, mislim ajde, driver je Sion, nije OTP, ali realno je Sion main. O, kukulele. Kukulele.
Možda se ne radi Džundžija dođe.
Džundžija mrtav, Džundžija mrtav.
Da, Džundžija, okej, bežmo sada.
Ovo nije dobar fight za CFO-a, mislim, ali ajde.
Dogo.
Honky ima 2 itema, holy.
Ali, jedna stvar je, na kraju su odlučili ipak da beže, mogli su to odmah da uradi, niko ne bi bacio flash.
Da. A mislili su da je kao 5 na 4 pa mogu da igraju.
And again, guess what? You get away, but no one's going to be able to answer him bot. It's more solo gold here given over to Honkyu. He is getting ridiculously far ahead. The soul laners making all the difference so far in these early
2 itema i upgraded boots u 18 minuti je samo insane.
Ja mislim da ljudi trebaju da dropuju ego i da počnu da pikuju lepo Veigara u njega kao što to radio Nemesis. Igraš dog championa u Azira i...
Fair take. Fair take.
They haven't really been involved in much.
And Honkyu,
ajde možda neko, možda Chovi Knight, ono, mogu da izvuku taj matchup, ali...
No, vidjeli smo svašta, vidjeli smo i Kasadina, vidjeli smo milion i jednu stvar, mislim. Svašta nešto tu možda funkcioniše, ali...
Kale na midu. To ne može.
Zavisi u šta, možda ima i tu neki matchup koji je okej.
Vidio sam je... A vidio se u tier 2 u Evropi, ono, kao na nekim mečevima. I mislim i Nemesis je igra na midu, ali ja ne znam koji su matchupi za nju. Meni samo to jako deluje jako loše early game.
Jesi gledao AL protiv Genjija?
Da, jesam.
Fore što su gameovi išli baš hard u late, išli su hard na scale. Tako da ja stvarno mislim da Kale, Kasadin i tako te stvari će da rampuju ovaj MSI, jer mislim da se sve nekako svodi na kraju na scalovanje. Makoliko možda mi to ne bi hteli, možda ne u ovom matchupu recimo neće biti slučaj, jer kao realno i CFO i koji će se nabadaju, ali mislim da kada dođemo do ono napetih partija, čak i BLG T1, Game 4 i Game 5 će biti scale, to je moj predikt.
Jojo se nije pomerio, ovo je gotovo, samo beži. Ovo je GG. Da... Ono kao mogu, najgore ono kao mogu da pobede ako nascale-aju.
Da, ali čak i to, mislim, nije njima garantovan win na scale-u. I dalje Azir scale-a bolesno Sion Infinite scale-a, tako da... Nije im kao garantovan win. Tako da nemam pojma, ne znam. Mirin je baš gapovan. Ko juče Skewmond, danas Mirin. 2500 golda na topu Sion. Aj Honky ima 2 kila i on je gapovo Jojoa realno. Ali Mirvin ima 140 farm u 21 minut. Mislim, to je baš loše.
Da, ima najmanje CS-a od svih linova sem sport. Ima manje CS-a nego njegov Trundle jungle. Što je... To. Bacio Supa 2. 2 basica na njega. Uradio mu 70 damage ukupno.
Da li Siver na chatom, ajte mu dijela damage Sionu? Pa da, ali... A može i na 3 ako ode na LDR, ali opet... Treba proći kroz health Sionov. Znaš što on sad, on ima 3000 healtha, 4000 healtha već. To je fora.
Ne sme Sani na to, Dule.
Zabranili
Sani zapravo ima ženu. Razumeš? U tome je stvar, to je razlika između nas i njega.
Zabranili su mu, ne sam.
Only Supa actually has his second item, right? So, it is going to be very difficult right now. I think if you're MKOI, there's no way you should be fighting, until at least you have those second items. So I feel like you should be giving up this next dragon. It would just be the
zero, by the way, zero
for CFO, so they don't have to worry about soul too much. Try to play through side lanes, give time for Jojo to get that farm. Maybe look for picks in those side lanes, try to make cross map plays, because objective bounties are spawned. So if CFO
ovo je ono od koju ja nisam znao da inače košta 400 dinara ovo.
I kupio si.
Kupio sam, zato što je mnogo dobra.
GG plata.
Da, bukvalno.
Još jedno ako kupi do kraja mjeseca pa šteta, Vajo.
Da, do kraja mjeseca morat će da radim sve što mi Fortuna ponudi. Bukvalno sve.
CFO obviously will have other ideas as Dogger looks for the true shot barrage, doesn't land through that spell shield from the Sivir. The Drake's going to be secured by CFO. Second of the game, Chem Soul is the name of the game in this one. I mean, will really help with later game fights if you have that extra damage reduction.
Vitamine.
Especially with something like a Scion, it's going to be so hard to get through him. I think Super really needs
Pa nego. Ovdje pije zero i onda vitamini posle toga.
Mora, vitamini sa zero, to se podrazumeva. Azir outscale je sve, pa vidi. Full build Sivir sa BT-em, ako spell shielduješ u Rima Shuffle, ozbiljna priča.
Šta on ide?
Ko šta?
Sivir.
LDR.
LDR je. Čak imao je za Nung Quiver, a nije imao za Last Whisper.
1300-1650, da.
Dodaš Doranz? A ne, Doranz je 80, nemaš. Nema dovoljno, da.
Ne, mislim, znaš šta je fora? Što Sivir nije to, mislim, voli na vori, ali okej si bez attack speed, jer imaš basic attack reset i bonus attack speed kad je W upaljen. Tako da si faktički okej bez attack speed itema do daljnjeg. Teori, može shield od igra ko će. Top 3 AD carry statistički su Sivir, Lucian i ne znam šta treći. Sivir, Lucian.
Jin, Sena?
Sad ću provjerim.
Auuu, jako su lepo nastekali, čekaj. Ako ubiju drivera, šta down za Supu? I Supa mu ne radi damage-a. Ajde umri. In-game.
Sivir, Lucian, Smolder.
Smolder? Da. U stvari pa igrao ga je Flandrej, dobili su taj game.
Da.
A Flandrej ga igrao na topu.
Odradili su na scale, iskreno. Pametno su draftovali, nema šta. Jako su pametno draftovali.
It's just such fortunate timing for MKOI. Obviously CFO step up a little bit too far on that top side, but look at how much vision there was for CFO on this side of the jungle and none for MKOI. Baron was about to spawn. If CFO had delayed it a little bit, they could have got the Baron relatively safely. Now they're going to look for it as a bit of a sneak attack. Mirwin coming in from the side doesn't have a ward on his warding totem, it seems. Alvaro's going to walk forward here as well, and CFO will disengage the big purple worm.
Yeah, they did throw the blue trinket down, so they were able to spot it. CFO not willing to just stand and fight there.
CFO vodi 2,5 soma.
The attempt at a two-man though, they didn't really lose much by going for it.
Nije tako strašno zapravo.
Nije. I
Samo što
Sivir...
Jojo ima ružne iteme. Da ima Infinity, bilo bi
to jeste
vjerojatno malo bolje, ali...
I Sivir je samo 600 ahead, to nije loše.
And then just maintain control over that topside jungle that you've been highlighting to really make things difficult for MKOI. They're constantly going to be having to try to play through this area, try to reclaim vision, but they're getting poked by the Azir, poked by the Ezreal every time you walk forward, which can make things really tough.
Yoya has to flash the solar flare.
Sad mogu konstantno da bejtuju barane, nema kako doći do preskoči zid.
I za minut samo mogu da ga flashuju na njega kad Leona dobije ult i da ga ubiju.
Really will, but he's the first of 3 completed items in the game, so, you know, got a good 800 gold injection from killing off Driver, and now he becomes a real threat here. You can try to play around Supa, and unless they get Baron, you are never killing a tower in Supa's space.
Supa bije, vidite resi.
MKOI around to actually defend him, so he can't just get one shot on a dive. He is going to obliterate minion waves. You need to have those Baroned up minions to be able to actually push in his face. So that is going to be difficult. The Honku, very close to the Zonias now, has his Seekers completed, so that is going to be a big playmaking tool. And I think we're going to see CFO just continue to show up to objectives, go to that next dragon here in 1 minute, and really look to force MKOI to come and fight.
Neko me je ranije u chatu pitao koliko mi je max na benchu. Nažalost, pošto imam tegove kod kuće, nemam bench, tako da ne mogu baš da ti kažem zasigurno, ali mislim da mogu, mislim ne mogu tako puno, verovatno, ali mogu, uveren sam da mogu 40-50. Nije puno, ali ono, gledajući da ono, mislim, nemam bench pa ne mogu da probam. I plus nemam toliko tegova da probam, mislim imam maksimalno 50.
Ranije live, od 9 od 9, isto. Borine, Tivan, jedan.
Pa ja, da.
3-1 je safe bet. O, Jojo.
Jojo.
Honkyu ne napada, ovo je dobro. Da, ovo je dobro. Ovo je huge za koji.
Morali smo se nahiluju na ovim.
Sutra je pauza i onda od prekustra svako veče od 2. To je plan.
CFO kind of overforcing around the Baron. They keep going back to it. I like the first attempt. There wasn't much to risk, but this time they were very aggressively forcing it. They were showing Junja mid.
Ja mislim da je mnogo sigurnije Drake. Brže će ga uzeti.
The jungler's there. No one's doing it. But they did kind of get themselves into a position where they're losing a lot of HP to that Baron. Honku was already missing a third of his HP. Kaiwing was posturing so aggressively, and he just goes down without being able to do anything, loses the flash. Junja is very isolated.
Loš fight od CFO-a, kuku majko.
Who else but him flashing in onto the Azir. Yes, he gets scooped away and Honku lives, but it's about making sure Honku has no time.
Pa realno Laziću dobar dan, vidio sam sliku, realno je goated. Imaš da kupiš za bajs amortizere za stolicu. To je u stvari insane. Dimitri Legado fatio naciji, fatio na porisi. Thank you. Trundle je huge, jeste. Jer imaš Siona i Leonu s druge strane. O, čekaj, sad ovo možda nije dobro. Alvaro je mrtav, šta radi bez ulta? Bez Alistar ulta to nikad ne radite. Al Junjia, šta radi?
5000, ali joj da nema flash.
Dogo mora da step upa i da ih bije ovde.
Mora ili joj da baci.
Ali joj je već ultao, on je već ultao divera.
Baron.
Da.
Jedino fight da nađu ovde. Ali ni to ne mogu da urade zato što nemaju Alvara.
Mirvin je mrtav.
Supa je malo pao također.
For CFO. I honestly can't believe that even worked. We just saw Junja just stay on the Baron the entire time. He basically is soloing it down in the midst of this fight here.
Ne, Alvaro samo bez ulta, ne može da funkcioniše.
Ne, mislim da će se, ja iskreno ne mislim da će ti roster se raspasti. T1 roster. Mislim da neće. Faker sigurno neće otići, a mislim da neće ni Guma. Iskreno mislim da će oni pre prodati Smasha nego što će Guma otići.
Možda Dorana, možda vrate Zevsa.
Da, to jedino mogu da vidim da možda top lanera zamene ako failuju ostatak godine, ali ako ne failuju onda ne vidim ni razlog zašto bi njega menjali čak.
It just felt like it was a bit mismanaged there from MKOI, and as a result, CFO get the Baron, get the
Ha, meni je, što se tiče Skewmonda, nekako je, čovjek je iskreno u nezavidnoj poziciji zato što je rookie koji je došao iz tier 2, prvi mu je split i igra za G2 za koji ono početno očekivanje da će osvojiti let i biti ono konkurentni na MSI na Worldu. Nema vremena da se sastavi kao igrač, jednostavno mora odmah da performuje na izuzetno visokom nivou.
Zato sam ja Mare pričao pre. Znači ti si imao ranije Chad G2 koji uzme od fanatika, uzme im kapsa i reklesa i kaže sad su moji i oni su uvek krali najbolje igrače. I to je bio Chad G2. A sad ovaj beta G2 uzimaju neke tamo igrače iz MA Mastera. Znači pusti me toga čoveče. Znači vidi ko je dobar. Znači ko ti ne igra? Jungle, uzmi Inspireda. Ukradi od FlyQuesta. Hoćeš topa, Vipo. Nema problema. Support, carry-a.
Okej, ali i Vipo je u NA-u, ono, coin flip igrač. Koliko i Broken Blade, samo što malo više verujem Vipu nego Broken Blade.
Jeste, šalim se ja malo, ali mislim da bi trebali bi svako da uzimaju malo dokazanije igrače.
Šteta što self-made verovatno više nikad neće igrati pro, ali čak i ono posljednje što sam čuo o njemu je da je izuzetno dobar jungler. Znači da je i dalje ono vrhunski nivo, samo što...
Šteta što ga nismo vidjeli u EBL-u, bilo bi fan da jesmo iskreno. Bilo bi baš fan da jesmo. O, lepo. Oh, snap back to reality. Brat baca Eminema. Što ne igra EBL-u? Ko zna to? Može da bude milion i jedan razlog.
Verovatno je bio plaćen u podlogama za miš. Pa je odlučio ipak da ne igra.
Ipak neće. What? Aha, okej. What?
A Han sama je jako unclutch igrač.
Ste vidjeli ovo što je...
Što je driver, da.
Da, čovjek je izdriftovao.
Možda je na brzaka teo da uključi skript, ono za Siona.
Moguće, jao, kako je to bilo naporno. Pa Trundle W je super, on trebao se skuca u Trundle W, ne da ga izdrifta nazad.
Znaš da je moguće, mislim moguće uraditi i bez skripte. Ja sam uspevao, ali u practice toolu, ono kao, uz određene zidove možeš da se okreneš po 90 stepeni. Ali jako je teško. Ali sam uspevao da odradim kako treba.
Ne znam, iskreno ja to video nisam. Da nije skripta. Sport game, mislim, CFO vodi 4-400, oni su lagani i dalje. Jedino im gubi Ezreal. A i on ima sustina sad. Sad je ono super, doduše mislim i Jojo ima i tebe, tako da ono.
I also think partially, Yone's a big threat in the side lane, right? And if you do not have your ultimate as Azir, you don't want to be anywhere even near him. And once you use that ultimate, you basically have to base. Every single time, you know, Honku forces that out, he is not going to stay around.
Se pojavi ova grafika, očekujemo fight, okej.
They don't have a good match for Jojo in the side lane, so MKOI are trying to do this kind of 1-4 play where they're trying to make sure, okay, we're not going to get too much on the other side. We're fine for Jojo, we're getting this pressure from him out on that map, and you can see again, he is going to be the one pushing out bot lane, now moving over to try to help with this blue buff, and they're just trying to get as much gold in the pockets of Jojo as they possibly can, working towards that fourth item.
Supa ima 4.
I think 2 more waves of super minions on that bot side in terms of when the inhibitor's going to come back up.
Elio je jako behind, nisam odjednom pao 70 CS behind.
Nek Sinu toliko farma je insane, iskreno. Sin sa 300 CS-a nikad viđen.
Ne, on je na visionu.
Oj, jo, dogo, šta?
Joj.
Lepo. A gledaj Sivir damage,
A gledaj sad Azir damage. Čekaj.
Čekaj, ako može da se pomeri Azir. On ga je bacio u supu! Alvaro ga je bacio u supu ovaj game. Aj, pa ne može. To je moj support u solo kill. Ovo je moj support u solo kill Colora isto. Čovek ali upovo Azira u Sivir.
Pretty dominant performance all round from the LCP's #1 seed. MKOI left
šta reći, a ne zaplakat.
Ali Sivir je toliko jaka bila, ovaj game. Supa je sam mogao dobije game. Čak ima i flash, samo ovaj game da.
A dobro. Šteta što je Alvaro, jer Alvaro je igrao čitav turnir jako dobro.
Ja mislim ćemo vidjeti...
Honku je lud.
A i uzeli su ovoga Azira od Jojo, to je isto big, to je jako big.
Got absolutely everything. They got their cake and they ate it too.
And it's a reminder that Junja, even on Xin, doesn't need to just be ganking people and finding kills for CFO to be able to snowball a lead, right? They got early objectives. I think they got better lane setups. They put MKOI in a position where they try to force a dive topside, and in the meantime, Mirwin's losing multiple plates, multiple waves. So even
ja sam stavio medali džabe, iskreno. Džabe.
Nisam razmišljao uopšte kad sam stavio, vidio sam samo koji protiv CFO-a i bio sam u fazonu dobija koji. Da sam bar malo razmislio. Možda bih stavio CFO, ali navijamo, drži se, ima još da se igra. Može se dobiti.
The idea behind giving up some of these early objectives to your enemy, knowing that you're working towards your item spikes in your fights.
Dobit ćemo replay, mislim. Morat ćemo dobiti replay u nekom trenutku.
Everything and the kitchen sink to the point that they only have one small window in which they need to get back in that early game. Is that a wrong read?
I think that there are situations where that's true, but I think the biggest thing here is that both of your solo lanes end up weaker on side.
So
dying solo is a very big deal, and if your Yone isn't stronger, you don't get pressure first, which means that fight that they're waiting for.
Jel oni sad igraju sa restom ili sa driverom? To je pitanje.
Da, to jeste. I mislim da se... ne mogu čak ni kažem da li se driver bolje pokazao. Ali deluje mi malo bolje.
But my focus was just how they were getting dominated in every individual lane or the 2v2s. So for me, our HyperX reflex replay is just going to be on how dominant we were seeing this in this case.
Okay, neće biti
niko ne bije fakera. Knight može samo da sanja. Da će da ga prebije.
100% at MKOI, they're not respecting item spikes here. Xin is on Sundered Sky. He is effectively unkillable. They learn the...
Ali ovdje Junja koliko se nahilovao.
Da, Sunder i pasivna, bolesno.
Base damage are disgusting. And sadly, while that was terrible...
Šta je ovdje Jojo Pin uradio?
Yeah, delivering Jojo into the turret,
Okay.
and then also just following,
Samo je.
flashing to get the autos off, like Honkyu gets it 30 seconds later.
Jojo je samo bio u fazonu, ok, samo da umrem.
It was just a really horrific early game.
It was, and fun fact, Hayden, who works with our team Molecule, you might know him as, he found out that Chowi actually said
Mirvina su pogodila 2 puna Q.
Da,
Pa nije ni čudo što je umra.
to ne smije
A
se
ima
dogoditi.
flash.
Happy to hear that, but I think he can look up to Driver as well because he played this all phenomenally. And can we just talk about Honkyu? I mean,
Biće dobar matchup, biće dobar matchup. BLG T1 će biti baš dobra partija.
He has a breakout performance. Everybody knows his name, and he's absolutely not going to start now, specifically not versus apparently an LEC mid laner.
I think the thing is, it's not just that he's playing well again, it's that he's playing even better. This man is a force to be reckoned with.
Jojo isn't faker.
Well, and the other thing is like he got so much.
To je velika istina što je Shox rekla, Jojo nije faker. Jojo nije lol koza.
Vidjet će fan. Pa ja sam chill. Ja sam chill.
Those missed TS at the beginning, maybe it got in his head, but game 2 is not going to be the case.
Cameron was on it for too long.
Every single one of them.
I wanted to stop watching it.
Danas treba mrč, emisija mi stigne. Ne znam li stiže danas, vidit ćemo. Možda, možda ne. Ovo je za sljedeći mesec, to je za ovaj mesec. Još za ovaj mesec da mi stigne sad. A u ponedjeljak je gotovo za sve patrone prošlog meseca, tako da sam malo uzbuđen za to. Sutra neki ozbiljan trening me čeka. I sutra je nedelja. Nedelja je uvek, radio, ne radio, nedeljom uvek je cool. Ja generalno volim nedelju i grad je prazan, aj sad je grad pun, ali razumete priču. I generalno je nedelja chill dan. Vidjet ću ili možda stigne kroz nekih sat, dva, to sad Klara rešava. Mrave sve na... Tako je. Sve na Patreonu. Rematch je fun je. Pa nije toliko izbagovano ono dodavanje i to. Mislim, igrao sam solo, a dosta samo se levelujem, stigao sam na 4, češćen level mi fali. I... nemam pojma. Kontrole su okej. Šta će radi u BG-u, čovječ?
Idem ja u BG, za 3 dana, koji je to dan? Ne, 8. je. Ja kastem 8. Au.
Pa nema veze, on će preko dana biti tu, idi ti svakako šta. Nak ima veze.
Hoću ja da vidim speeda.
Baš me zanima koliko će ljudi biti. Baš me zanima koliko će ljudi biti.
Quickly and then getting converged on this one was just beautiful from CFO. So I want to see this again and again. They won't get the advantage, but I think their setup and objectives are quite nice.
Meni se sviđa, meni je rematch bruka. Ja sam 57. 8. level, tako nešto. Tako da, ja se baš naigrao. Imam 40 nešto, 50 sati. Sve zemlje Balkana. Bit. Opa. Joj, baš se pitam kako će biti to.
Ja ću ispratiti na streamu.
A moraš ti da ga dočeka najjači streamer na Balkanu.
Ja ću ispratiti na streamu šta se događa.
A neće će da se trkaš sa njim.
Iskreno vidi, mislim da je malo brži od mene. Ali vidi, možemo da operamo ruke, tu ga dobijam sigurno. Znači tu ga ono odvaljujem. Tako da to je...
Ja bih volao da obaram ruke speedom. Ali samo ne znam, tek sam počeo da treniram ponovo, tako da nisam baš u najboljoj formi.
A dobro vidi, on svako verovatno ne trenira uopšte obaranje ruku, tako da ono.
Ali dobro, i dalje je fizički zver lik, šta radi.
S, dođi speedem.
Možemo da igramo futbol, tu ga sigurno dobijam.
Da.
Možemo sve sem da se trkamo. U većini stvari ga dobijam.
Dobro, to je okej. Ja isto sam ono u fazonu, trka baš nije ugao,
Bio sam brz kad sam bio mlađi, ali nisam više, nažalost. Nisam toliko. Volao bi da probam jedno da im na 100 metara koliko bi bio, ali... Mislim da bi bilo tipa 13 sekundi, ono. Niš posebno kao.
Ja to neko, mislim to mora se tajmuje lepo.
Da, baš mora dobro da se tajmuje.
Nađe se i to negde. Nađe se i to negde. Jel ovo realno da je ovako loši? Pa mislim da je da, realno je stanje. Mislim, Asia Pacific su insane. Ali evo, G2 je dobio GAM, tako da ima i toga. Fatimo, nacionalna poruci kaže ide kuća na BLG. Ajao. Vidi, napeta će biti serija. Ti van nikad ne smiješ otpisati. Ja sam rekao, najti sigurno mehanički najbolji midlaner na MSI-u. Ali nije sve u mehanikama. Znači, realno, Honkyu je prebio Fakera prošli put. I opet su izgubili tu seriju. Tako da... Nezgodno je, ne možeš T1 tek tako da otpišeš. To je fora sa T1-om. Ne možeš ih tek tako otpisati.
I stvar je da Faker jako retko gubi best of 5 protiv Kineza.
To jest.
Od koga je? Izgubio je DDG-a, izgubio je RNG-a jednom. Sad pokušavam da se vratim kad su sve bili na MSI-u. I sve je bilo na MSI-u, nisu izgubili na Worldsu nikad. Od kineskog tima. U best of 5. Tako da... Biće dobra partija, biće napet.
Biće sigurno dobra serija, iskreno.
Zbog Sajna u Fortuni svi krenuli da treniraju. Koja aura? Pa jeste. Mislim, pogledajte Sajnu, ja kažem, moj jedan od najboljih drugova je gledao jedan stream tvoj. I video je kada je neko je da li donirao nešto i kaže kada si pokazao biceps on je bio u fazonu wow koji sleeper build. Kaže uopšte tako ne deluje, ali Sajna kad se zategne, kad flexuje. Mislim kako da to, mi to vidimo ono kao. Mislim sad i van toga što smo kolege, prijatelji i tako to. Mislim kad vidite tako nešto utiče na vas, ono želite i vi da budete takvi.
Samo da kaveramo, ne idem po studiju i flexam tamo kolegama, samo da se razumiju. Jer tako je ovo zvučalo. Kao ulazim desne kolege.
Mi pričamo o Sajnu onako kao, samo po strani onako kao nešto zagleda u biceps, nešto kao moram nešto da vidim, ono kao digne majicu slučajno ja moram da nešto pogledam pločice i tako to.
To se ne događa, samo da znate. Ne, taman posla. To što su mala vrata lajti, to je druga situacija, nećemo sad to.
Da, moramo veća vrata, da. Joj, znaš šta me to podsjetilo? Kad sam bio na praksi u jednoj IT firmi.
Dobro.
I u Novom Sadu. I oni imaju staklena vrata. I ja jednom otišao do WC-a i vraćam se nazad i gledam sad nešto u kancelariju pored u kojoj su bili ono tipa direktori ili šta već, bukvalno pored naše kancelarije tu odmah gde smo mi bili praktikanti. I zakucam se direktno u vrata, kad se to zadrmalo. Samo vidiš, izlazi direktor, sve u kravati, sve ono, i gleda kao šta se dešava. A ja onako, samo se zalupio u vrata slučajno.
To je feels bad.
Rekao, dobro je da ih nisam polomio, ko zna koliko bih morao da platim. Ne daj Bože nikom.
Sad ćemo njima kako support gubi game. U Sivir. I Honkyu kaže hvala. Hvala. Ovo je najbolji asist koji se dogodio ikada. Strašno. Ali dobro, mislim. Alvaro stvarno jako dobro igra, tako da...
As we see the defining moment of game 1, let's get ready for game 2.
Was a big play from Alvaro.
It was, look, if Safe Farm Assist of the Week still existed, just gonna put
a mi je čudno vidjeti medika u sakovu. Redko kad je u sakovu, uvijek je u nečemu, tipa, da li samo košulji ili tako
to je istina, da.
MKOI obviously no subs, but they have switched over to the blue side now with their side selection.
Da, bukvalno, zamisli da je bar bilo prljavo, ali to skroz staklena vrata, razumeš ti, sem kvake, to deluje kao da tu ničega nema. I ja nisam obraćao pažnju jer sam gledao sa strane. I nisam opipao pre nego što sam prišao, nego samo direkt u vrata. Šta ćeš, bogata firma, znaš, imaju za ono neka luda stakla.
Za perače stakala.
Da, imaju zapravo da plati nekog da opere.
Podignemo malo kameru. Mislim smo tu negde, recimo. Otprilike.
Do still have a lot of power picks available. Varus, obviously, Talia, the Vi, Maokai, something Pantheon as well.
Opet driver.
They were all banned.
If they stay all banned, we'll see.
We'll see where we go.
It's always
A
interesting to
BLG,
see
T1, pa i Gen G, Anyone's Legend je bio jako dobar meč.
Jest.
5 gameova. Dobre playe s ove strane. Kin je bio lud samo. Apsolutno bio čudovište.
As far as that is concerned, because sometimes targeted bans could be really powerful, especially as you go to game 4, game 5.
BLG T1 final prefinala. Ne znam. Imaš da si igra, polako.
Well, all of a sudden in game 5 there's already 8 mid laners that
Ja se nadam da će driver uzeti Čogata. Meni se gleda dobar Čogat, iskreno. Ja volim Čogata da igram, hoću gledam dobrog Čogata igrača.
Da si Broken Blade-a.
Rekao sam dobrog Čogata igra.
Kind of see if there's going to be a bit of an evolution of strategy.
Mislim, ovo je sad neki Orn ili nešto, nema šta.
Something we've seen actually in the ERLs in Europe is if you're playing against the Baus, you just play all of his champions in game 1 and then hope he doesn't have anything else. Just take the Galio, the Gragas, or take the Volley.
I to što je Medic upravo rekao, desilo se jednom i ne daj Bože, ono... Jednom su ljudi probali da banuju Bausu sve čempione, da mu pouzimaju sve u prvi game i oni dalje ima milion džempova.
That does make sense. But it's a true statement. It is. It's a very true statement. Jackson Pantheon banned away by MKOI on the blue side.
Don't expect those to be picked in this game now too.
I'm not expecting it at all. I'm gonna be honest.
Pin Vasadoran. A, trebao bi Pin da ga klepuje. Kad pogledaš mehanički, Kinezi su jači od Koreca, pogotovo BLG T1. Mislim da Kina ima edge. Ali... Prvo što top će uvijek biti swapovan. Znači top će uvijek biti swapovan i nebitno je ko je bolji top laner kada nakon 5. levela top laneri ne lenuju jedan protiv drugog. Isto važi onda i za botlane, samo se jure po mapi. I onda da, ok, mid jungle će nešto da radi, ali čak i tu onda više možda bude na rotaciji i na strategiju nego na samu mehanike.
This is interesting because like it really is hard committing you to this style. It hasn't actually been that effective so far at MSI, and it's not a champion that Hongq has played, so I almost feel like you could have gotten the Varus and then maybe grabbed the TF a little bit later on. I feel like this way you're both giving counterpick over, you know, potentially double counterpick because Hongq could take his mid laner now and then you could actually save 5th pick for driver, but also potentially that Varus as well.
Jeste, sakle, čudno. Vidit ćemo. TF za koji dobro. I Junjia dobio Skarnera 2-0. 2-0, izvinite, ne izmišljam ja pravila.
Mislim da nam ispadnu oba europska tima sad.
Credit to MKOI, they would have a really good read. Yeah, it looks
like
the Aurora coming out for CFO. Switch to the Rise at the last moment. Great push on the Rise, obviously, with that spell flux. Can clear out waves really quickly and gives you map pressure. Realm Warp, getting multiple people into a side lane against something like a Twisted Fate who has the Destiny. It's the ability to follow the Twisted Fate that can really help you out.
Now, something I really do want to see, though, from
the mislim da je samo Junjia igra bolestnog Skarnera.
Ne znam šta bi mogli da igraju to, Poppy možda. A ne znam da li želiš Poppy tako rano da uzme. A moraš, mislim, ne mora od 2 imaš Picasso.
Gwen is going to be banned, but we're going to get the least in here from Elyoya, so that is really strong. But obviously there's so many picks that we have seen from Mirwin that I do think fit the bill, but like play towards something like an Ambessa or something along those lines I think would feel really good, because you are a little bit lower in consistent damage and you do want to have a lane that you're really focused on kind of putting ahead.
It's also whether he wants to pick it here or whether he wants to wait for the second rotation. Obviously, CFO could then pick their top laner and ban out a couple of good top laners into it. Looks like it is going to be the Ambessa. Good prediction there.
Evo, chillamo, opušteno danas, čeka nas još jedan dugačak dan, nakon toga sve će biti kraće. Tako da je zadnji dan duple best of petice. Eksplozivan draft sigurno od koja. A CFO fazonom i skelama, ako pote više od 20 minuta CFO dobija.
The Spirit's Refuge, that parry zone, can actually block the gold card, so that is quite nice when they are coming in. It's also a very advantageous matchup in the early levels against Ambessa. I think pre-6 is quite heavily Shen favored. As long as you're actually playing it well, you're pulling the blade through for the empowered autos. I do think it really does go in your favor. The other reason I really like it against TF is not only can you answer when they are coming towards you, but you can actually answer TF plays very effectively. TF is going to try to ult down to bot to dive, well, all of a sudden here's Shen, and now it's going to be a problem.
Šta su pikovali lisi na tako rano? Ja mislim da su vidjeli tog Shena. Ja mislim da je možda mogao da postoji ugao za Nocturna u džungli.
Da. Ne znam ko je u fazonu da vi na gemu 20-25 minuta. Ako ovo ode bilo šta u late, CFO ima default game bukvalno.
Da, pogotovo ako uzmeš nekog scalinga, da carry-a, tipa Zaju, što mogu da urade. Jedino što bi odvojili od Rakana, verovatno. Jer bi Alvaro uzeo Rakana, ali... Znači, tehnički mogu da pikuju Rakana, pa onda da vide da li bi koji teo da igra Zaju bez njega. Jer mislim da Rakan bez Zaje može, a Zaja bez Rakana je ono malo već drugačije.
Profile like of a composition and it's a little bit on the low end. Sometimes those more aggressively tanky builds can become such a problem. You can't actually punch through and finish off Shen, especially if you're auto attack focused, just because of that W.
Pa toliko mu je dosadno da igra protiv MKOI-a, protiv ovih nižerazrednih timova koji nisu T1.
Bukvalno, nakon onog gema ima smisla.
You're falling a little bit down the list. Things like
Zeri
Zaya,
Yumi?
Tristana, it does have an okay Draven as well if they want to be a bit aggressive in that lane.
On igra Shenu u Ambessu, da. Mislim, mogu uvek da flexiju Shenu, to je fora.
To jest,
I really like
to
Jhin
jest.
here. You know, I do think one of the kind of struggles of Jhin is punching through frontline. There's not really any super tank that's going to be drafted here. You know, maybe go towards like a Braum or something, but I don't really expect that. Alvaro, I think, is so good on the playmakers.
Da, ali isto tako Jhin nema šta.
I'll be interesting to see where
Ako je Ambessa na njemu, ona je na
he goes.
njemu i on je mrtav samo.
Which, you know, is up and available.
Dobro, Shen možda baci zonu na Jhina da blokira basic-e. Porazim kafu jednu.
Nico has that luxury of being both an engage champ and something that can really facilitate the poke very well in lane. Obviously, all the tricks with the clone are incredibly strong for actually playing around vision. So
kafa je nabavljena. Nemojte flameujete Marija, dobit ćete izolaciju.
What they are looking for, but I'm just not sure if that is exactly what they want Alvaro on.
Yeah, the things you usually look at are
Da, okej. Caitlyn, Karma, okej.
Pa mislim, gledaj, možda sam ja pričao nečemu drugom. Ne znaš ti šta sam ja mislio kad kažem ako je Ambessa na njemu. Morate da razmišljate iz više aspekata.
As a composition, you've got gold card, you've got Lee Sin kicking people back, you've got the public execution, and that's
oni ne lenuju ovo. Ako na levelu 1-2 ne dobiju kill, to je GG, mislim. Neće moći da lenuju. Bard je bolji. Bard je sigurno bolji ovdje.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be very heavily about the 2v2. You know, I do think in the early 2v2, Karma obviously incredibly strong. You start with your ultimate, you can look for the poke. You know, if you are pushing them in really dominating in the 2v2, then maybe it's
Bard je bolji. I dalje neće moći da lenuju lako, ali Bard je bolji. Na levelu 1 u stvari možeš se biješ. Na levelu 2 već opet dobiješ batine.
Their engage, it's pretty low, you know, it is really some sort of a Lee Sin kick or basically gold card into poke, and I think that's more how they're going to probably play it, is just more go for that rapid fire on Jojo, third item. I mean, standard just roll a lich, rapid fire.
Ne znam, meni se toliko sviđa draft CFO-a. Draft koja je zanimljiv i kao fan je za gledanje. I ako ništa, cijela partija će biti zanimljivija zašto su draftovali to što su draftovali. Jer koji mora pobedi u 20 minuta. Ako se oduži game, a ti imaš TF-a i Lee Sina i grupišete se u team fightu, TF Lee Sin ne rade ništa.
It's really hard to play into that if you're behind, because they're just going to be so tanky, for the whole time.
And the gold card, Skarner presses W.
Exactly, right? And they also have
stvar je što Rale ne vidi Barda često. Razumeš, ja svog main heroja, Viktora, vidim relativno često u pro playu i apsolutno mrzim da ga vidim u pro playu. Jer ja ne mislim da je on uopšte toliko dobar champion da se igra.
To je fair take, to je fair take.
Viktor je najveći save my career pick koji možete da uzmete. Bukvalno nemoguće je failovati na njemu. Čak i kada neko ne uradi puno na Viktoru, vi budete samo u fazonu kao okej, kao Viktor, bacit će laser, bacit će ulti, kao nemoguće je promašiti skoro.
Jojo is running one, as is Kaiwing on this Bard. No real surprises there, both Twisted Fate and the Bard.
A i činjenica je da većina ljudi ga na pro playu sad trenutno ne builduje kako ja mislim da bi trebalo da ga builduju, ali...
When you're thinking about Channel, when you're thinking about Realm Warp, when you're thinking about double teleport, and potentially even a teleport or just Bard roaming around and answering those plays, so it is going to be something
Nije Mare gledao
you really
Crowna.
have to track. You've got to do a great job at monitoring
Što ti misliš? Partija, teška priča.
Respond so much faster than they can in a normal game.
Nisam samo kastovao Crowna.
Bad start to MSI, although against BLG they did have some signs of life in that game 4.
Pa ja mislim da na Viktoru trebaš da ideš damage, ja mislim da njemu najbolji build trenutno Luden. Ili Luden zu Lichbane ili Luden zu Shadowflame. A igra se sa Rom u 2 Hunting Guys. Što nije loše, samo što... Ja mislim da je Viktorov posao da uđe i da one-shotne nekoga. Ako to ne možeš da uradiš, tehnički nisi ništa uradio. Kao jeste control mage, ali control mage koji ne radi damage, ne radi ništa također.
It's hard to not sometimes overthink, especially for players. These Western players go up and you get to play against some of your idols even. You're playing against like a Gen G, and it's hard to think, well, Chobi's going to know what we're doing, or Chobi's going to answer it, or they're going to be able to stop us.
Mislim koja god da.
The CS is concerned with Supa. And just, you can see, he's very slowly pushing this out and will eventually stack
malo kritičan, ali valjda me čujete, ja se nadam. Mare me također valjda čuje, ja se nadam. Mare, da li me čuješ?
Aha, izvinjavam se, isključio sam mikrofon.
Sve je cool, sve. Sve je cool, Neti, malo zabo.
Sve.
Sad je na tebi da nam imaš veliku odgovornost na ovo što se dogodilo ovdje. Šta sam propustio u zadnjih minut?
Propustio si to da je CFO krenuo vrlo dobro i onda da je Med uspio da uzme jedan kill nazad. Tako da CFO igra dobro, ali eto vidiš kao ispiloženo vidiš da se koji vraća.
Ali dobro, ovo je i dalje insane za CFO. Mislim, early event trade-ovi s ovakvom kompozicijom, mislim da su jako dobri za CFO s ovim skillom.
Da. A s time što mi samo daš stream.
Quite a long time, and just now, finally, feels like a couple minutes later, MKOI is sending someone up towards that top side to answer.
Super's going to go up there. Okay. Matched by Alvaro in a moment's time. Love to see that wave and see if it's still frozen by Doggo and by Kaiwing. No, it looks like it's slowly towards the MKOI side. So with the freeze broken, should be okay for Super just to stay back underneath his tower until that wave pushes in, with Alvaro still working his way through the jungle. Honkyu doing a good job against Jojo Pyun here in the mid lane, who's gone for the catalyst.
Honkyu igra bolesno inače. Samo gledajte kako se lik kreće dok igra ovog Ryza, dok igra šta god. Bolesno igra.
Honkyu je baš je dobar.
Predobar je.
Vidi se da mu samo iskustva fali, to je jedino. A mehanike su brutalne. Ojaj.
Junjija tajmira ulti,
settle for the fact that they denied 2 full waves of minion underneath this tower.
Exactly. Like you said, they have this kind of freeze over by their side for so long. Doggo's getting a solo experience. They lost probably 2 waves or even more from that. Then MKOI is able to crash this wave. And while they're crashing the wave, yes, it is just a trade of summoners and things like that. They're looking for JoJo, though. They're going to be TPing in as well with the Bard.
Junja and Hongkyu coming in, and the statue has everything invested to make sure that JoJo's done for. Buried on home soil. JoJo goes down.
Igraju 4D šah.
Assemble 4 members from CFO show up. It's a TP from the bar.
Honk ima 17 godina.
Ista stvar kao sa G2-om. Ako staviš pressure na JoJo i staviš ga behind koji ono sam propadne.
Da.
Isto kao i G2. I nemaju se šta da traže ovdje. A ne, imaju drugi grad. Mislim vidio da imaju jedno iz moja greška.
In the face of CFO. So that's the neutral objective bounty over to MKOI. You also have the first dragon of the game. We're really going to be playing around who gets that first turret, it feels, for the feats of strength.
Yeah, it is looking that way for sure. As Doggo back towards that bottom side. Just kind of chilling here against Mirwin, who is not out to the Eclipse yet. That I feel like is where you really start having to respect what the Abessa can do. It just feels like a completely different champion what it is once it is completed. And Driver is going to be working towards
JoJo je 7 level, Driver je skoro 9.
Really high upfront damage, you know, as well as some really powerful wave clear.
Oh, da, JoJo je previše behind.
One of the real advantages of playing the Titanic is, yeah, you're going to get outscaled by the Abessa, but you just show up and you one-shot the wave for the Titanic, and then you walk away, and you're saying, you know what, I'm never going to fight you, I'm just going to fight the wave, and then it allows you to kind of nullify some of that.
I ono što sam pričao, nisu pikali Kating Karmu i ne dobiju 2 na 2 lane.
If you didn't go for that wave clear build. Next Drake up in a minute and a half. Once again, CFO's vision control really solid.
No, lane swapovi su toliko viable i toliko su efektivni da ako ti ne odgovara lane matchup samo nemoj da laneš. I kao, lagan si.
Doggo just about a level 8 here. You can see Kaiwing just about level 7, so almost a full level advantage for both that bot lane. That is the fallout of what happened up on the top side. As well, Bard obviously getting a little bit of experience from picking up all of the meeps and everything everywhere.
Loves his chimes. There's a good Bard. Everyone always says Bard's hard to play, and I think it's only because of the minigame.
I think it's actually fake news. Bard is fake hard to play. It's I always thought it was going to be really hard, and they start playing a lot of Bard, and you realize how much the queue cheats, and you're like, exactly. But then once you start playing it, you want to keep up the lie, so you can maintain that aura of like, you're right, Bard is really hard to play. I'm just so skilled. It's the only reason I can pull it off. But definitely at the pro level, it is obviously incredibly hard. You can get jumped on, you can get burst down. The ultimate
Dobro, vidi, ako imaš neko ko što je driver, tebi odgovara da je top lane mix side-ovan.
So the timing is incredibly important.
Da, nije ti bitno, pogotovo na Shenu. Kao čak i da je behind ima ult.
Dobro, svi njegovi pikovi su tako. On igra Shena, Siona i Orna. Kao, on želi da bude weak side-ovan.
Get him onto the backline, guys. It's fine. Hongkyu meeting Mirwin down towards this bottom side. Mirwin has about a 10 CS lead over Driver, even though they're not laning against each other anymore. Hongkyu farming up well.
Isto, ademe. Dobro, meni je već otišao pikem na G2.
Really for CFO on Doggo, who's picked up those 2 kills. And so he's about 500 gold ahead. It's just caught out a little bit.
Treba mi da koji dobije.
Super takes a bit of a chunk, but
zato
so
sam sve
does
pogodio.
Junja, down to half HP. Temper Fate coming out. Super decides to flash it with Doggo coming in from the side. Hongkyu flashes
Ti je fult na Raiza i...
Da, super je gotov. Dobar kick, ali ne vredi ništa.
Mirwin dashing onto that backline. Doggo flashes away. Alvaro forced down towards the bottom side. Now Mirwin's in the middle of Junja and Kaiwing.
Kaiwing.
Kaiwing
easily for what?
So Mirwin will take one. Alvaro coming in and has the shields as well with that Inspire. Alvaro now needs to run though.
Kako Mirwin od svih nosi?
Gold card locked in. Hongkyu slowed up and MKOI.
Daj mu da lomi AD carry-a.
Yeah, we saw the Sentinel coming through and
actually got interrupted by a gold card
from JoJo, but then he elected to never teleport. Once JoJo backed off, Shen could have actually TP'd in and tried to join the fight. Decides not to do so, stays up on that top side, and again, because you have no wave clear pre-Titanic...
A Mirwin je juče, prekjuče kad igrao opet igru Insane na Ambassi, onda je sam bacio u late game-u, tako da ja mu nakon tog gema ništa više ne verujem.
And the extra member really could have made a difference. We see at the beginning of the fight, obviously going pretty heavily in the favor of MKOI, putting a lot of damage down there on a Junja, but then a great ulti here from
Samo su izgrifovali ovde. Sad ćete vidjeti.
You know what? I'm going to punish. Super walks back in, they go with the Realm Warp. This is where the gold card is going to interrupt here.
Shen kastuje ulti, a nije u žbunu, je van svake pameti. To je prvo. Drugo su ostali Mirvina da lomi backline.
Da, kad nema Shena, Mirvin... Mislim, nisu još uvijek dovoljno snažni da ga dobiju. Ipak je Ambessa hero 2025, tako da...
Trum?
2024, 2025.
Kiving ima mid play.
Nicely done there by MKOI. Temper Fate again, there's the
shadow dash
for the Thor
coming
out as well. Jojo has to flash away. Will manage to survive. It's a race for the first tower as well as
Ali Bard naporan.
the bot side. Super's going to stay up top. There's one plate on that turret remaining. CFO backing away from mid. And looks like it is going to be MKOI claiming that first tower.
Evo uzima, šta je dole? Kamerman? Da, okej, top. TF je insane dok ne krenu team fightovi, onda poslije ne radi ništa. To je TF.
By doing that, it was really well placed ult, so you either have to walk into it or you
treba ti ono RFC Lichbane ludnica, kaži.
Sjećam se 2020. kad je Bjergsen igrao Twisted Fate-a u polufinalu, u play-offu NALCS-a. Taj je nosio cijelu partiju sa TF-om.
Looked really good in that last fight. He's getting to quite a strong point now. He does have this big advantage after picking up all those kills. Has the Eclipse done, working towards his second item. I want to see Elyoya, Jojo play towards Mirwin, be able to slam home advantages, create that pressure.
Jednom kad krenu grupaciju, onako nema RFC Lichbane, neće ništa raditi na TF.
You make the options really limited and really difficult there for CFO.
See what Driver does to Waves now, though, with that Titanic finish. Has the Bramble Vest as well to deal with Mirwin in the pure 1v1. Rift held up in 7 seconds' time. MKOI trying to set up a little bit of vision around it as Alvaro stepped in by himself. We'll now have the support of Elyoya.
I also really like the first item here for Bard. Kaiwing going straight for the Mikhails. We talked about kind of the limited engage. It really is going to be fishing for gold cards. So now having the Mikhails, I do think is going to be a great answer. It's something that I think is sometimes a little bit overlooked. People kind of just
Kaiwing mora da baci Mikhails na njega
especially when a team is really reliant on one form of engage that is easily answered. Of course, Mikhails a much longer cooldown than gold card is, but really can be a game changer there, especially because Doggo has no cleanse, right? He is playing barrier, and so I think without some sort of Mikhails, it's just kind of point and click on Doggo every time. And be in trouble.
Brži smo od Zela. Šta da kažem samo, bolji smo kažem.
Superiorniji, superiorniji talent tim, u svakom pogledu.
Captain Jacket, or you can even Mikhails yourself with a tiny window just beforehand, because it takes a little bit of time to cast. Driver's going to be able to get the tower on the bottom side. MKOI posturing around this rift tower, down to 3,000 HP. Ginger trying to step in
50-50 smite.
Destiny comes out, Ginger steps forward. There's the stun card, and Elyoya will secure
the
boots for MKOI.
Something really interesting there. So Mirwin was playing off vision that entire time. He was basically sitting in this area right here, trying to hide. And I think what he was hoping was that CFO would fully commit to the fight, and then he would jump in and surprise, I'm already here, be able to turn around.
Chase his driver out of this jungle as well. Ginger will be able to come across. He
and
look at the damage on Elyoya.
Junjia.
And he is gone. CFO engaging perfectly.
Yeah, Junja really finding his opportunity there, and he is so aggressive when he sees
Junjia je majstor na Skarneru.
Driver been pushing down on bot side, trying to eliminate some of that.
I mnogo mi se sviđa, znaš šta mi sviđa, što nisu u jednom gemu blovali sve pikove. Junjia je igrao Xine kad je Driver igrao Siona. I sad kada Junjia dobio Skarnera, onda idu na neke alternativne pikove na drugim mestima. To mi se mnogo sviđa. Nisu u prvom gemu ostali bez svih dobrih pikova. To je u stvari giga insane.
But when Junja is getting really strong, it is going to be that much more difficult to have that
Imamo i mi Mirvinovu
and to be able to actually deal with this front line.
It's also just such a good moment to do it, taking the entire bot side of the jungle away. It's basically a 6-camp swing. You're getting 3 camps and your opponent isn't getting 3 camps. Also gets the Scuttle Crab off the back of it. Weren't able to get any other... Pardon?
Quick maths.
Quick maths, yeah, woo. 1 + 1 is 3, - 2 is 6. No, Anyway, no other neutral objectives to do. I did a little bit. Look, man. Man's not hot.
Mirvin ima 2, Shojin, gotov.
I remember the good old 2017 days.
Ne, ja mislim da je na Mirvinu, Jojo Pion ima samorod. Pa dobro ima i Rai samorod.
A little bit bolder than I remember him, I think.
A little bit bolder?
Yeah, he's lost a little bit more hair than the last time I saw him.
Fair.
Yeah.
Happens to the best of us.
Čiju, isprozivali me kasteri, kaže izgubio kose od mnogo od posljednji put kad smo ga vidjeli. Hvala vam, ono.
To je
Sam mislio da baš tako će...
To je nepotrebno bilo, to je nepotrebno bilo.
Da, baš sve, ono, nisam očekivao to od kolega. Hvala, samo troluje, ja mislim. Okay, živ je. Ja mislim da je ovo fight.
Boga mi.
Mirvin mora da engage.
Double flash.
Ajmo Mirvine. Ulti Mirvine.
Dogo je rifovo, Dogo je previše rifovo stvari.
Čekaj, Supa je isto rifovo malo. Flash je sam tamo. Elioja je rifovo također.
A Dogo ulti? A on juri Supu. Uff!
Not able to actually grab that last kill. Really messy fight though, back and forth. Looked like it was going to be really positive for MKOI, and then CFO, they hit this great Bard ulti, and you're thinking, uh-oh, MKOI is going to get cooked here, but Kaiwing throws out the binding way too early, the Impale is not there, everything missed
teo da proba da ih kolektuje, ali nema dovoljno damage za flashova preko zida uz maj...
Arhivatore, da se osjetiti, da se osjetiti.
The Mantra comes out, trying to heal up, and then they see Mirwin here, kind of on the bottom of the screen, looking to try to turn onto him. You can see Honkyu's going to flash in with the Stand United, trying to set that up, but then Mirwin gets back. And this is where the health bar is getting a little bit low. CFO realized, okay, we need to retreat. Now, this is all about timing. You have to actually watch the spell effects there. Everything too early.
Da, Driver nije dobro timeovao.
The Cosmic Binding, had they hit that, that is probably just 2 instantly dead members from MKOI and an absolute disaster for the EU side. But then Supa, I think, here gets kind of over-aggressive, flashing into the pit. I feel like that was a bit too far. MKOI getting really excited here, trying to get the most as Elioia goes through.
MK se ponadao da okreću full game.
There's the shielding from Junja, everything there to try to keep him alive. And you can see, realizing his mistake.
Because if you slow it down as well, you get the Drake off the back of it. Yeah. Now CFO have that Mountain Dragon, a very minute gold lead for them as well, only 100 gold in it so far. 2 items have been completed on Jojo and on Honkyu. AD carry for Doggo as well has 2 in his pocket.
I don't even know if Jojo had spent his gold prior to that fight, because the last time I saw he was just on Roa, so, you know, and I saw he was up gold. Okay, nice timing there with the Bard ultimate. Can always deny that Rift Herald charge. So Jojo buys a full item on his base with the Lich Bane, and obviously with that rapid fire, that is where things really do change. You know, not that your damage is really ramping up that much, but it just changes the way that you have to play the game, because all of a sudden you really can just walk forward every time gold card is up and you have the rapid fire ready, and you're just fishing for those gold cards. You're looking for poke. But Doggo on the other side is definitely going to be a problem. He has been playing very well.
Ali jako čudno kako vidimo ti se Fate. Imam osjećaj da uopšte ne radi playeve koji bi ti se Fate trebao da uradi. Imam osjećaj da bi recimo neko kao Faker, kao Čovi drugačije skroz igrali ti se Fate-a.
Dobro, to jeste. To je fair.
Ne znam da li je do mene samo ili...
to overload one side, really punish. They couldn't quite do it. Because you can really see it even in the experience advantage, you know, still over a full level ahead here, level 13
ne znam, mislim, CFO ovo želi, oni hoće da odu hyperlate, oni samo scaluju 50 puta bolje. Tako da njima je fine da idu even trade-ovi, samo da partija traje zauvek faktički.
In the early game, and then since then in team fights, been absolutely on the mark.
Funneling into himself.
Yes, he has. Yes, he has. Ishtar's impact once again from Ginger, looking for Alvaro, cancels it. He thought he was going a little bit deeper.
Igra ga Faker, mislim čisto sumnjam da ga ne igra, zato što on smatra da je champion koji svi mid laneri moraju da znaju da igraju.
Around this spot side, obviously with Articana, there's always the possibility you can sneak it away. It's something we've seen CFO like to do at these 2-man
objectives.
Presenting on the rest of the map. Tempered Fate doesn't connect, as you say. Good sidestep there from Alvaro.
Nicely done. Supa showing up mid lane though, and Junja's behind him.
Nije dobro, lep dodge, Supa, lep dodge. Ali nemaju kako.
O, Sherry cancelovo TF-a.
Da, sad je Jojo uradio ono što je radio Driver prošli put.
And in the end, Ginger will manage to get to safety.
Yeah, that's critical though by Supa. Really well done by him. Able to avoid pretty much everything there. Didn't even have his ghost available, and thankfully didn't need it.
U zadnje vreme možda.
Na dobro, ali to je nešto što nije kao da zaboraviš da igraš TF-a. Mislim, nije TF baš dugo nije promenjen također. On je, mislim, relativno jednostavan heroj, tako da...
Artigan already down to 7,000 HP. Honkyu trying to get in here as well. Ginger might be too late to get here. Ishtal's impact going forward, looking for the smite.
No, dobro,
dobro, se tamo bežimo, tamo bežimo. Okej, čekaj, lepo.
MKOI need to retreat out of the curtain calls. Alvaro takes the first shot, Jojo the second and the third. Driver trying to step in, looking for that shadow dash. Mirwin waiting in the bush, seeing if he can find an engage. Driver dashes away with the taunt, and MKOI will back away.
Ovo je grip da bar nije bio blizu Ryza kad je TF stanovao.
They get Junja incredibly low, they push him back to base, they immediately use the HP advantage to get down to the Otacon and be able to start that up. And that is a big advantage there for MKOI. Unfortunately, they have not really had the push, so they don't actually have that many flowers, so they're not amplifying that much. But of course, any you're getting for the rest of the game still going to be bonus, and you do still get that proc on kill, which is going to be potentially game-changing.
We can really help. The CFO, they want 26 petals to only the 16 of MKOI.
Ne znam, meni se Gino build ne sviđa.
How many petals per flower?
It was 3, wasn't it? Didn't you get 3 for the big ones?
Ja ne mogu reći da znam najbolji build, tako da...
Maybe when you pick the flower.
On ide sad na kolektor. Jomurfaca kolektor Infinity je, vidi, užas. Mada, mislim, dobro, je ga nema tanka s druge strane.
Da.
The British man stands up and starts paying attention.
Get a good brew on, we'll be very happy. MKOI trying to cook something special up here. Have about 300 gold.
Ali onda zar opet ne bi bilo kolektora, a i...
Slažem se, da, sigurno, zato ti kažem da mi se ne sviđa build. Ja ne volim Jomu generalno. Mislim, ja ono zbog... Kao ne dajte ništa item, ima tog letalitija Mousepeda. Supa je... čorba.
Supa, da.
Još i flashovo, to je doomed. Da, ovo je doomed. Ovo je nebitno. Ovo je nebitno, ovo je doomed. I sad Jojo mora tankuje sve.
Alvaro able to get out to the side, but Jojo's going to fall for it. Kaiwing chasing his opposite man with the Realm Orb coming out. He sheds into the Shadow Realm. CFO with a clean
ace. Massive for CFO.
GG. GG, za ne? Da.
2-0. Kažem, 25 minuta su imali da igraju s ovim kompozicijama i s ovim scalingom, ne mogu da rade ništa drugo.
And it all was off of these small differences. Alvaro did not have his Mikhails at the start of that fight. It was a couple seconds on cooldown. Supa is not playing, playing cleanse, so...
Nesrećan razvoj događaja.
Ne znam zašto Supa nema cleanse, iskreno.
So let's watch this one more time. It's really all about
stun,
Supa.
snare, stun.
Elects not to flash it. I wonder if they knew that Mikhails was still on cooldown.
Mikhails just had
a couple seconds.
Alvaro nije ovdje, nije cleansovo, ne znam zašto nije bacio Crucible na Alvara. Gle, on je sa Crucible Mirvina ovdje, vidiš?
Da. Možda je Alvaro mislio Mirvin može da nosi ako ga cleansujem, ali... Ja mislim da cleansuješ samo svog AD carry-a, svakako.
Pa da, si cleansuješ...
Bežite samo.
Ili samo tvoj AD carry flasha bar ulti i ne grida, mislim to je isto okej.
Really problematic when you're already behind. Especially on, it's a relatively low damage composition coming out from MKOI. When you're in this spot, you only have a 2-item AD carry. Mirwin almost caught, has the flash.
Respektuješ flashove, što je to.
That are happening on CFO. That's Stand United, obviously one of them. Rise getting shields as well.
Kako će ti ima BLG? Dobro, driveru chill, vrate, nisi Z.
Driver surviving for an absolute age, and we talk about no damage, and there it is. Driver will go down, the curtains open as Junja goes in with the impale.
Jedan za jedan.
Supa na 400 health ostaje ako ga pogodi neće.
Destiny going in as well as Jojo Pyun looks for them, but he goes too deep and has to flash himself. CFO are unrelenting in their pressure here. Honkyu
Ajmo, goodbye. Ele. Mirvin egzostovan, ne može ništa, stvarno, GG.
It's looking like it. Doggo knocks down another one there. They are going to pull back, though. They do have some low health bars. Driver got very aggressive, goes to the taunt flash in the 1v3. Is not able to make anything happen, but he does at least get Mikhail's out. He buys a lot of time for the rest of the team to come over, and CFO with this gold leader just so confident to continue the fight here, posturing so aggressively. We saw very many summoners getting used, and now they're looking for Jojo. There's TP.
Dugo ima tog psa u sebi.
Teleported in with the unsealed spellbook to hit the tempered fate, and CFO are not giving MKOI a moment to breathe.
Ništa.
A Jojo bacio ulti u sljedeći game.
A mislim nije ni league pick, ne mogu da igraju s ovim herojima. Vidi, treba ti ono T1 team fighting da bi imao iole šanse. Baš je teško.
Sljedeći game Jojo uzima LeBlanc, kaže sada ću sljedećim magičnim trikom da pretvorim 2-0 u 3-0. Idemo da gledamo sljedeću seriju.
Zvuči legit.
Come through, and if you do see that, that is concerning for MKOI and their fans, and that is going to be the reality you are facing down.
Moj jungler Lee Sin igra kao da je stvarno slep i uživo. 1-5-3.
And CFO, precipice here of moving us to match point against MKOI.
And really clean as well in both the games. First game, a couple of hiccups in the mid game where MKOI were able to get back, but CFO just really knows the limits of their team compositions. We see them
kad gledam sad ovo, nisam siguran da bi koji dobio FlyQuest također. Mislim da bi uzeli jedan game i to to.
To je fair.
Deluju mi lošije od FlyQuesta.
To je fair.
Tako da, vrlo verovatno da smo... Tako da, vrlo je moguće da smo najlošije regije. Strašno.
Because they're non-stop pushing in these side waves, even building towards, which I'm assuming is going to be a Warmogs, which if he gets there means, well, Poke is not going to do anything anymore. And that is going to be really difficult for them to deal with. It's already so hard for them to actually knock through these front lines.
Svaki put kada pročitam Ledet Sinkin, setim se one su dopere koja čeka da uđe unutra. Koja stoji ispred vrata i Ledet Sinkin.
Because they know, as long as we're putting the pressure on Supa, Jojo's not going to kill your tanks, and Mirwin, it's going to take way too long to really be able to do it by himself.
Gledaj, ali, znaš, stvar je tome što mi se zezamo kao NA, znaš, regija for fun i tako to, ali...
Sad smo mi for fun.
Da, sad smo mi actually for fun regija. Dođemo da se malo zabavimo samo kao. Ništa nismo uradili.
Ne valja. Mislim da druga serija 5 gameova. Mislim da je BLG bolji individualno u laneovima, mislim da je T1 bolji strateški na mapi, tako da samo je pitanje šta će od ta dva pobediti. To je jedino pitanje.
Ja mislim ako ćemo gubiti ovako, pa bolje da... Dajte bre da šaljamo Partizan i Zvezdu da igraju na MSI-u.
Lost Tone s MSI.
Actually, bar ćemo se zabaviti malo više nego ovako sam mi samo bude glupo što gledam.
LCP je Asia Pacific.
Da, mislim da je LCP, ja sam mislio da je PCS.
Ne, bio je PCS i OSE. I PCS i OSE su se spojili u LCP.
Znači to je to.
Da. Bacili su jedan fusion iz Dragon Balla.
Misliš da T1 ima šanse? Da. Mislim da će T1 dobiti.
Ryze ima ult da se rotira gore. Mountain Soul i ovo je GG za koje. A oni moraju flipaju, oni znaju da moraju flipaju. Ali ovi baroni ne vidim game, to je problem.
Ali oni ne mogu da flipaju barona, nemaju damage za to.
Da.
Ja ne znam šta je Elioja radio. Gdje je uopšte bio jungler?
Ja, Honkyu. LeBlanc.
And Honkyu just jumped into the middle of MKOI, survived. Driver TPs into the base. MKOI, they had one last roll of the dice, but it's coming up Snake Eyes. They're not going to be able to do anything there.
Za malo da ga zustavi. Ovo, to je bio game. Da ga zustavio. Honkyu je assassin.
Jel' radi damage-a driveru?
Da, baš ga povređuje.
Daj se krenu jednom, udario ga s ovim light stickom.
A ja.
Polomio mu vrat.
Okay. His bite is worse than his bark. And CFO pushing, Elioya trying to defend, but what can he do against all of CFO?
Mirvin ne najbolji igrač koju.
From glory here for Apex, CFO are flying high.
CFO very nearly took down T1 and now completely unconcerned with what
Ne, ubiše nas. Ovo nije blizu. Ovo baš nije blizu. Mislim da je ovo fast trio, idemo next seriju. Ovo je fast trio, idemo next seriju.
I love the draft. I love the answers here. The early pick TF, so well answered by the mobility that CFO has gone for. The Shen, I think super undervalued pick.
Really treba da uradimo da bismo se vratili.
And it's been so exciting to see them make these adaptations alongside the spell.
Napravimo bolje rostere i onda sljedeće godine se vratimo i da bude 3-2 za nas.
Sljedeće godine bude okej.
Teška priča, ne znam, baš teška priča. Mislim...
Hvala to je glumim Raleta. Inner Rale u meni se probudio.
Thank you. It's nice to be here.
Ne znam, mislim da daj Mirvinu tipa Fiddla na topu.
Yeah, I am also. I mean, unfortunately, our last hope of
To je moj ugao.
I guess Flyquest is still going strong, but I'm very let down by the fact that the 4 European players, sorry, are letting down my little brother Jojo.
That's what I was about to say. In fact, if you were here earlier, you were his good luck.
Oni su bili kao, aha, Cloud9 nije tu, pa ajde da im donesemo i njihove navijače. Pokažemo Vulkana.
Keep him accountable.
But nothing was his fault. I'll say that. It was a team error, and especially CFO being extremely good. So what I want to do, since you missed the game, since you were in the car, most of it, I want you to blind react to a few things. The first thing is a draft, and I'd love to know from your
Nažalost, nisam još uvijek dovoljno napucan da nosim majice bez rukava, ali nema veze. Bitno je samo pucanje,
To je fact.
Boom.
Bard.
Yeah.
That's the one thing that sticks out. I mean, the thing about the Kaelin karma with TF is you should be able to...
Ja sam pitao šta treba da se desi, šta treba da uradi. Gledajte, to što mi jedina nam ostaje da ne struje, da bude cancelovan game, da nas pusti dalje da prođemo. To ne radim, nemam ženu.
It's kind of hard for Kaelin karma to really always be pressing, always be pushing up in the lane when they're playing against globals like that. And yeah, I mean, I would just love to play Bard in a game like this against Kaelin Karma, two targets that you can ult, Semper TF, and you're very comfortable building Mikkel's as well going into TF.
Expert read.
A pretty expert read, although I think what's going to be crushing if we can queue up that first replay is that I would love for you to have been right about the global advantage. It did come through in later stages of the game, but they didn't even have to wait for the globals to be available before it all came crashing down.
The jungle gap.
A Bardovi su bili jako dobri. Mnogo dobro ljudi igraju tog čempiona zapravo. A kad neko igra dobrog Barda, to je baš prenaporno.
And so early on, I think, yeah, that's tough to watch. I didn't see that one.
Yeah.
I kind of wish I didn't, to be honest. Same here, to be honest.
Me too. But unfortunately, I did. And now, yeah, CFO is on match point, and I think you can point out there that everyone did their job correctly, and you will see this from these replays as well, and I think we agree on all that. Raz, they just look so focused, CFO.
Kako Sajna nema?
If you put 1 foot out of order, they're killing your entire team, and I think that's what MKOI is struggling with the most, and it's beautiful to see
majicu. To ne znam da li imaš ili nemaš.
Ja sam skroman.
Ne bih da saznam, ali...
Ja sam skroman dečko bez majice, bez rukava. Šta se desilo s Game broj 2? Ne pričamo o Game broj 2.
Da, ja se pitam isto šta se desilo.
Ne pričam. We don't talk about that. A šta, Džundija je dobio Skarnera i samo su nas preklepovali, mislim. Problem je što je CFO imao late game scaling on, pa dobili su early game. Znači kao to samo ne sme se dogoditi. Vidite samo na sest da proverim nešto.
It wasn't such a touch pick. Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen it now 2 times, you know, yesterday also against from Flycoin against G2 specifically Busio.
Trener CFO-a, Čavi, je bio je to bila sezona 3 ili sezona 4? Je bio banovan zato što je u ranijim, tipa 2012. boostovao. Tako da možda postoji nešto što možemo da izvučemo. Ako vidimo negde da su radili nešto što je protiv pravila Riotovih, možda možemo da stignemo do kraja sledeće partije da izvučemo i da prođemo dalje.
To je fair, to je fair. Iskopamo dirt i onda oni moraju baciti FF.
Bukvalno, znači, ako znate tako nešto da se dešavalo, odmah šaljite Riot. Šaljite sign će to se reći.
The first thing I'll look at is the carries, mobile or not, and then after that
I'll think about
am I able to get through lane without, you know, being massively behind. Because most of the time that's the other condition is like Bard doesn't offer that much in lane. You have to be able to do those kind of plays that I looked at just now.
Ok, on priča o Bardu, dobro, Bard je nebitan, nije tu do kraja serije, tako da lagana priča. Uroše, daću ti link sad, samo sekund. Sa tim da imaju na umu da slike mrča su na Discordu. Znači, slike mrča za ovaj mesec su na Discordu. Slike mrča koje su na Patreon stranici su od prošlog meseca. A ja se nadam da za neki sat, 2 dolazi mrč za ovaj mesec, pa ću da vam pokažem i uživo majice, shorts i ranac. Nema da će sve stići. Ili ako ne, pokazat ću vam šta stigne.
It could be, and I just
tako
think
da vidjet ćemo šta
that
će
CFO has
stići.
been so strong at playing around objectives. Even when they make mistakes, they play out the situation even better. Like a good example is like MKOI in the red side jungle, I thought, had windows,
sve su uzeli, sve smajeve, sve, 10 tureta, ni na, ni human, bilo.
That being said, there has been a shift. MKOI selected blue side. Rest is subbing in, so it's always frustrating going up against this team. You're like, okay, now I'm prepared. Like Mirwin's doing well, and then you have to deal with the roster as well.
We do have Balkan here, and I know you're conflicted because JoJo is on the roster, but you hate EU. So what do you want to say about this next game?
Yeah, it's very conflicting. You have a point there. I do hate EU a lot. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, I just hope for a good series. I hope for a bounce back. I hope that JoJo can bring it back. Game 5 would be very hype. Yeah, I think obviously as we've shown.
Game 5! Alo, momak. Znači treba da se desi da mi dođemo do Game 5.
Ne znam kakve su to optuže od strane mog četa. Ne razumijem čemu je to izazvano, ali ajde. Ajde, nema veze ljudi, nema veze.
A portion of the proceeds to the global revenue pool, directly supporting the leagues and teams in the LoL esports ecosystem. You can subscribe now to unlock the Not Like This Hui in-game emote. And will
Što se res zagreo, pogledaj. A zašto bacuju res tako?
Oni su u fazonu, imaju oba top lanera da dobiju game-ove.
Da, ali to je malo, mislim, ne znam da li me play dobacuju resta, iskreno. Ali ajde, okej, mislim, oni znaju bolje, valjda, šta znam.
Driver ostao bez pikova.
Da, čudno. Ne, on ima tankove, možda igra Čogata, možda igra Uorna, Malfajta. Pa da, ima tankove, mislim, može Gragasa da igra na topu na kraju dana, mislim, nema šta.
Ali mislim da su oni pričali na first standu da je zapravo nebitan champ pool, da oni samo gledaju koji igrač bi kao bolje performao. Ja čak mislim da smo vidjeli da imaju sličan champ pool, obojica zapravo. I na onoj LOL PD i tako to.
Dao je driver intervju protiv Tivana da je on trebao da igra 5. game. Rekao je da je on trebao da bude taj koji je weak side-ovan na Ornu i da mu je mnogo krivo što je Rest morao da bude u toj ulozi. Jer je to trebao da bude on, ali kao imao neki problema pa nije mogao da igra.
A šteta onda, šteta.
Au, koja muzika.
Tum, 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 tum. Ne mogu reći da nisu dobre te stolice, pošto ih imamo u kancelariji, u studiju, ali...
Istina.
Što si ti pričao, ono kao, to su tvrde i kao, sad ti sedi na tome 7, 8, 10 sati.
To je true, to je true. Ja sam običan ono... mesh enjoyer. Samo stavim mikrofon što ovako se čujemo trunku bolje. Mislim, dizajn je brutalan, što je, stvarno imaju ono i Jinx Edition i svašta nešto. To je u stvari insane, tako da...
Mislim, ako ima ljudi koji su fanovi tvrdih stolica, i iskreno su ono prijatne za sedenje.
Dobro da, mislim, dođe kao full fotelje. Jedino što je problem u Srbiji je što ne možeš da ih dovezeš.
Da, što bi morao da daš.
Moraš još na tih 500 još 100 da platiš. Što baš nije najbolji ugao.
Aj, plus imaš druge bolje stolice od toga. Ako ćeš baš da daš toliko novaca. Kao u fazonu. Kao u fazonu imam da dam 70, 80, 90 hiljada za stolicu i kao voljam da naći neka koji su bolje od toga. A ima ih.
Sedim na kuhicu u kojoj iz kuhinje ne ris. To je fair, to je fair, to je fair.
Sedeo sam i ja, ali morao sam da kupim. Bilo mi je pretvrdo, ono, drvena stolica. Stavim jastuk na nju i kao, ali i dalje. Još kad se upari leti pa bude odvratno, mislim. Ovako sad imam u neku kancelarijsku koja ima ovu mrežicu, pa nema šta da se upari.
Isto.
Ja se uparim.
Mreža ugao. Čekaj da upalimo Stitch timer, samo da ja gledam. Ako mi da igrica. Daju. Aje. O, za minut, okej. U stvari ulećemo pravo u draft.
Tum. Vidim da sam dobio neke dropove.
Još da prestanemo štucam i bit će super.
Ja ne znam kako da ti pomognem sa štucanjem. Ne znam jer ti imaš neki dobar trik za to.
Nema ništa. Ima ono vodu na opačke i sve to, ali teška priča. Nema, ovaj game od 20 minuta je manje više bio gotov. Tako da smo lagani. Sudija to radi na random devojke koji si vidio drugi put u životu. Samo što ti kažem.
As we see how CFO have dominated the last two games, the question in your head has to be, do MKOI have anything left in the tank? Because at the moment in the battle of the aquatic, it is the oysters who are swimming happily. And I'm sorry, but MKOI are sleeping with the fishes.
You just couldn't help yourself.
Let's get it out.
Asus izbacivali nimove.
Here he is. There you go. Living on.
David Turley, you know.
Yeah. Well, Brest is going to be subbing in, so maybe that's going to be an opening here for MKOI. I do feel like Driver has been performing a lot better.
Brest dođe, uzme nekog nabadača, iznabada Mirvina, pobede u 15. minutu.
Brest is kind of known as
the
carry guy, so
Koji mi deluje? A nije koji je blue side.
Pa to je baš loše. Jer onda ne može ni Mirvin da counterpika ne može ni Mirvin da counterpika Resta.
Zašto ne igramo ništa između game-ova? Šta ima da igramo? Ovi likovi dobijaju 3-0. Igrali smo puni snage.
Evo ti Switch, zašto ne igramo ništa? Evo ti zašto ne igramo ništa. Do kraja MSI-a. Da vas postavim, imate skin za samo 500 evra u shopu. Za samo 500 evra kupite skin od Uzija, legende Lola. Aha, da. Tako da eto, imate Exalted Morgana koja je samo 250, tako da duplo jeftinija, tako da eto, za samo 250 evra Morgana skin, Exalted Morgana, baš je cool.
Ne znam da li Fakerov bundle ima i dalje.
Ja mislim da nema.
Ako nema, pa dobro, nema već.
Sad je Uzi.
Jer ako možda i dalje ima Fakerov bundle od 500 evra također. Možete i taj da uzmete.
CFO are looking towards the Aurora as an answer, which is something we have seen quite a few times over MSI, and that will be locked in as well.
Yeah, I mean, Aurora has been looking very strong so far. You know, a lot of these players are really showcasing
Yorick immediately.
Wow, Yorick
Yorick Mirvin, zna li Mirvin da igra i reliju?
We'll see what
teška priča.
For Mirvin, because Mirvin is one of the guys that can, like, he can play everything, right? So I would be almost most scared. There it is, finally.
On će uzeti,
This to me,
ali vidi.
Of Yorick, this matchup is unplayable. This is the worst.
Bukvalno je unplayable matchup za Yorika.
2-9.
It is truly horrible. Every time you
2-9 mu je skor.
Aurelia just Q1 shots them all. Stacks up the passive.
2-9 Mirvin.
Ja mislim da je 2-1 za CFO.
Misliš?
Ja mislim, ja ću položiti svoje nade posljednji put u Mirvina.
Sve u Mirvina, a?
U Mirvina sve nade polažem, posljednji put. Ako izgubimo zbog Mirvina i Mirvin izintuje.
Ne znam, vidit ćemo.
Tražit ću da ga dovedu u EBL.
Mirvin, come to EBL, bro.
As soon as Mirwin's jumping onto the backline, Paranoia's popped. The rest of his team can't see him. MKOI tried to mitigate a bit of Aurelia's weaknesses by picking up the Poppy themselves, because obviously Steadfast presence very powerful into a champion that just wants to dash.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see how
Los Ratones.
To me, this game is already almost entirely about top lane. Both of these champions are extremely impressive from ahead and absolutely useless if they are put into the ground. So we have to see drafts, I think.
Mada ko ima dobar draft i mimo Irelije?
Work on their own, you know, that don't necessarily need a lot of jungle attention, that don't necessarily need a lot of help. I would really be thinking about, okay, how can I actually play this out to where, you know, I have strong wave clear, I'm not going to be threatened in the dives, I'm going to be able to just chill on an island here so my jungler can play for top side, because I think that is where this game will be decided.
Za 500 evra imaš godinu dana Patreona, mislim, o čemu mi pričamo, razumete, ono. To je 12 majici u najgorem slučaju, vidi. Znači, GG, ono, bukvalno.
Gledaj, za 500 evra imaš ono doživotnu ljubav od mene, tako da možeš meni dati 500 evra, bukvalno. Ja ću te ono, reklamirat ću tebe lično, gde god idem, bit ću u fazonu, random devojkama na ulici, bit ću, ovaj je, brate, najjači lik da vam 500 evra, bukvalno.
To ti priča.
And I mean, Nautilus is still up and available, obviously one of the really common pairings.
Provaljuš ti ima neka crtica na sred ekrana koja se pojavljuje s vremena na vreme? A sad nema, sad se ne vidi.
Kako nisi? U stvari mislim da sam video jednom ili dva puta. A mislim sam kao da je to samo bug, onako, u spektatoru.
Da čisto provjeram da li na mom monitoru samo ili i kod tebe.
Ako je kod tebe, onda...
My expectation would be
unless they really want to cook.
Nah, I mean, Renata also does
the similar thing
with the hostile takeover and the handshake. You can protect your AD carry a little bit if you think you're going to be overcome by the dive that comes out from...
Kaže Legend Mašinusa na postupku kvarimo. Čitam ono, Biće dress up, znači kad dođe mrč, onda moram da kastujem u majici. Moram umrčno kastujem.
You need
To je
some
plan.
sort of a go button, right? You need to be able to actually lock these people up, apply CC so that the killer instinct can even be used.
U jednoj danas, u drugoj sutra,
Otherwise, what is
verovatno.
your CC? You're waiting
Iza
for a
top lane.
fear tether to proc the plasma so that Kai'Sa can go into the back line? It just wouldn't make sense. So it's going to be very interesting. Two teams playing two very different styles.
Uzeli su Zaju, ali nisu perovali sa Real. Sa Rakanom.
Sa Rakanom, da, čudno.
Whereas for CFO, it's all about that first punch and, of course, playing through side lane. You know, both MKOI and CFO are going to have eyes on that top lane. Rest and Mirwin. The fate of their teams, I think, really will be on their shoulders here.
Dobro, nešto pojedem, jer ću tako preštati štucam. Tu sam za minut, bufalo.
Chasey on Mad Lions, which is the team that MKOI then became, or came out of, at MSI. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this Aurelia does. A lot of weight on Mirwin's shoulders. Non-subscribers can come back in about 30 seconds, as we will see you then. For now, we'll see the coaches handshaking on the stage and get
Pozdrav, chat, snima kod vas. Tako isti. Preživljavate li ovo vreme?
A few times we have seen this region managed to beat out EU, but all time it's like 9-23 in favor of EU. In series, it's close, but EU comes out on top.
Yeah, absolutely. But you also have to take in consideration 4 of those wins were right at first stand, right? You know, we saw that CFO was able to 2-0 KC and then had a close best of 5. It was 2-3 that they lost, but still overall score 4-3. They actually were winning a lot of games. This team
ja sam Rale.
is
Ne znam
something
šta Rale govori.
different, right? And we have to respect how
Sinergija.
good they have gotten. CFO really is a threat on the international stage. They are
Accelerate.
absolutely proving that. Mirwin, though, this is the kind of game that is make or
Morate
break
mi još
for you.
neke
You
reći
are
dati
known
njegove.
as one of these really impressive carry players who has this deep bag of champions that you can pull from. This is an absolute hard counter in the 1v1. You have the opportunity to take over this game, and I really want to see if he can actually step up with all the pressure on his shoulders and do it. Because Aurelia, it's not just going to be about the 1v1.
Argiovao bi, da. To je odličan mat, to je odličan.
Coming out as well as CFO will just start to retreat. Ghost was used by Super for the chase, so it's a summoner for a summoner. I think this is too late on a recall from Doggo.
Ali ja nemam šta svađam sa vama. Čekaj da me prozivate. Mene ljudi redovno prozivaju u društvu, tako da
Što te prozivaju?
Navikao sam.
Što te prozivaju?
Grupa ljudi koji igra LOL, razumeš, i koji su 10 godina plus zajedno, to je znaju se tako dugo, još od srednje škole i ono kao najbolji smo drugovi, onako uđem na Discord odmah i isprozivam svog najboljeg druga. Bukvalno uđem, on ne mora da bude u kanalu kad ja uđem, ja samo njega isprozivam.
Dobro, ako ti prozivaš to je okej, to je fair, to je fair.
Pa da, mislim jedni druge, tako da znaš, kao čeličio sam se dovoljno kroz čitav život, tako da.
So far this year, unsurprisingly, Smite goes down. Lioya is the one to get that Gromp and should be able to
Nocturne dobija produžen fight, ali nema produžen fight.
Definitely harasses him out, using the bot lane pressure well there, Lioya.
Yeah, really nice invade, just goes Raptors, meets his opponent over at that buff, and Junja had no smite. He'd already used it on the first camp to get that quicker level 2.
Pa to sam čuo, će za te 4 dana biti fazon 18 stepeni manje nego danas. Nice. Taman da poriknemo misli preko 30 godina.
Ja nemam preko 30.
Pazi, jedan dan 40 stepeni, drugi dan 22. Okej vreme. Okej.
To će biti dobro, to će biti dobro. Koliko dugo će trajati to?
Dan. I onda posle opet ide, pa da.
Aj, sad.
Tuga. Kad uvati na koja, ja ti kažem, ozbiljna priča. Rip switch, rip. Ajde, baš ćeš doživjeti moj mrč da dođe do tebe.
Zato nešto stekuje Conqueror, ja mislim čak na novim zombijima malim.
Da.
GG. Okej, never mind.
I Tivan BLG, ljudi.
Idemo, sledeći part, ja možemo odmah dok.
Comes back, able to actually take him out. Lioya going to get supported here as well, as Honky's just going to TP right into this ward.
Making sure that Ginger can get the Scuttle Crab. Nice TP from Honky, doesn't really lose anything because he's just going to walk over to the mid lane once again. Jojo had already TP'd to the mid lane wave, so they knew that they could have the 2v1 advantage right there. Leads for MKOI in the top side and the bot side, but mid and jungle very much in favor of CFO. Partly because Elioya spent a lot of time trying to steal away these camps. We'll have another look at this. Jojo very low on mana, trying to catch the wave quite high.
Kako njega ubio uopšte? Elektriki ti kripovi. Kripovi su ga prekrstili, da.
When you flash through, you can still do the pullback, and of course that damage is
like what?
Finish him off. Jojo just admitting the mistake, but MKOI looking for a dive here. Rest in trouble.
Yeah, slammed into the wall. There's the flawless duet to follow up.
Ne.
Elioya on the
Pa
board.
dobro.
To je baš unlucky.
Što je da
Taj kill za Mirvina i taj lane je gotov.
For Rest already down 600 gold here. Elioya only has taken 4 camps, but has been active.
Nema talija damage.
No flash for Jojo. Has to
Nice dodge, Kai.
Well done.
Lepo, Jojo.
TP coming out from Rest. He's going back down to the bottom lane. With the recall,
Bolje nego niko. To je istina, to je
on the
istina.
top side from Doggo.
Yeah, really nice movement there from Jojo. Sidesteps the W from Rakan. Sidesteps the Q as well coming through from Hongq. That is critical when you've already gone down once. You can't afford to make those mistakes, especially if you're forced to base or even die without teleport. It is so much more punishing that second time. So has to stay alive, and Alvaro is here, and Hongq could be in trouble.
Dobili smo fog u sekundi, da, dobili smo fog u sekundi.
Doesn't have to burn the flash, which I think is really what MKOI were looking for there, just trying to even out that summoner's fog disadvantage. Hongq flashes in though, and Jojo's dead again! That's not optimal, but Hongq is absolutely slapping. Elioya comes in, we'll put the hammer down, get a kill in response, but Hongq in the 1v1 is just destroying Jojo.
He is going crazy already here as Mir went down towards this bot side. With Rest, Super going to be able to kite this out. Hongq making such a difference in this last game, as it feels like he's going to kind of have to.
Kako griduju, kako igraju uopšte. Ovo sad već deluje kao tilt od Jojo.
Try and just get a little bit of extra pressure in the lane, but she's not that tanky right now, only 1,000 HP on her, so with a little bit of help from a friend, Mirwin should be able to take that down pretty sharpish. Has gone Cull as well on this Aurelia, just trying to farm up, as has Super on the Xayah.
Yep, going to be going Cull, and you can see that Rest is going to be going
prvo Days.
Da?
Prvo Days pa Vix i onda ovaj Years koji je najnoviji što izašao.
Je li izašao sad?
Već, ja mislim, izašao i treći deo, da. Tako se gleda, Days, Weeks, pa onda ovaj treći, ja mislim da je Years.
Da,
sad ima na Netflixu ima Vix, a vidio sam ima i Days.
Nisam ovaj najnoviji gledao, ali ja sam više fan Vix nego Days.
A nisi gledao treći, jel tako?
Nisam gledao treći. Tako da ne mogu ništa za treće da kažem, svakako, pošto je tek izašao, ni ne bih ništa rekao bih samo da li je dobar ili ne, ali nisam gledao. Ne mogu preporučiti zasigurno, ali ova prva dva su dobra. Ja više volim drugi, zbog početne scene, jedna od najboljih ikad napravljenih, iskreno, u tim vrstama filmova, tako da.
Junja at the very least did get Ghost Flash out of
izvanredno.
The ultimate cooldown early on is so long on Nocturne, you really want to be able to cash in on that first kill.
Especially when you're doing it against a Xayah and you get her flash out, but she's about to hit level 6. Yeah. It's like, well, I have more tools at my disposal to be safe. I have that Featherstorm now. So even if you come back in with the Paranoia, I can at least delay for the follow-up of the rest of my team. It's the first time in this series we've seen MKOI with a gold lead in the early game. About 1,200 ahead right now.
Ima dosta filmova koje treba pogledati, tako da će redom sve. Što se ovog gejma tiče, ali idemo 3-0, idemo 3-1, to je 2-1, 3-1, dobro, 2-1, to sam teo da kažem.
But it feels like Elioya, has been very active, got some kills, wants to just go back and keep his farm up, because even though he was up in gold, he was quite a few camps down. You can see the KDA for Doggo has yet to die.
Dobro, ovaj game je bio gigafed. Sve insane da 2 gejma nije riknuo, to je stvari insane.
Da.
Baš
insane.
And it is so fun to actually watch him. And Emily was just telling me about an interview
prosek 740 damage u minuti. Da, sad to je već zavisi ti od čempiona koga igra, ali i dalje.
He'd subbed in before in the past on loan for another team, but this is, him earning his trip here and really wants to perform well to show that,
Kung Fu Panda, meni je cool Kung Fu Panda, meni je cool Kung Fu Panda,
I
iskreno.
think there's a lot of people as well who have only watched him in the LPL as the paranoia goes down onto you and there's no flash.
Ne, shutdownovali su ga
I
još
ostavljaju
Draghi
Oriku, da.
Gets the shutdown. And Mirin just a little bit too greedy on his own in the bot side.
Bremblove straši.
Ali Joja nema ga na mapi, ja ne znam gde je lik.
And Junja is a very dependable jungler. So
Dogo mrtav, dogo živ, dogo mrtav, dogo živ, dogo živ. Jako skreće levo desno, tako je mrtav i živ.
Is there to cover.
Još promašio stan, Alvara.
Hasn't invested too much in this right now.
Spamming the emotes, man.
He really is. He's going to be able to walk away. Junja here for the cover as well, so in the end, Super will just be able to chip away at that tower, not quite take the plate, but should clear out this next wave. I was saying about Doggo, I think there'll be a lot of people who only watched him in the LPL, where he underperformed, and think, oh, this guy's not actually all that. But when you watch him in the LCP, he's just so consistently one of the best AD carries in the league, and you've seen him here as well, unkilled in this series, had a great series versus T1.
Doggo je baš insane.
He's just such a good player that we don't get to see enough of.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, mechanically, he's extremely impressive. So definitely a treat to watch here. Has been performing incredibly well against some of the best in the world. I mean, you go up against T1 bot lane, you're laning against Keria and Guma, and you perform well. Like, oh, okay, you're pretty good. I don't think it gets much harder than that. So we'll see if he can kind of continue that. Merwin obviously did go down, but is still significantly ahead in that 1v1 on the top side, working towards that Blade of Rune King. 30 more stacks on the cult. And we'll be in towards that, and Elyoya, with all this early pressure that he's put out, already is on the Sundered Sky, so is going to have quite a bit of damage here. Of course, Poppy, is a tank, but so much upfront damage if you can actually get that wall slam comes out with this build, and that's why it's so popular.
See Rest just trying to avoid every matchup that he can into this Aurelia. He's done pretty well. He's going to push out this wave, and with the Maiden, your wave push is actually relatively quick, especially if you get the Eulogy down and get those extra ghouls. So Rest can just, take this tower back away. There's a possibility of a Weaver's Wall from
Unaskila je Aurelio, tako u nekom
all
trenutku.
the way back to his tower. No gank attempt is made.
Yorika od skilla, to misliš?
Da. So would be a cost to it if they wanted to go for it.
Nemam pojma, iskreno. Ne znam kako ide matchup nakon tipa trećeg itema. Mislim da je do trećeg itema sigurno Irelia jača. Ovo meni jako djeluje kao ogroman overcommit. Možda mogu da dobiju.
The Weirden coming out from Honkyu is going to do a lot of work as well. In the end, neither team
uvek jača. Ne znam kako ubije na full buildu. Mislim, razlog što je toliko jak early je zašto može jako lako da nastaka pasivno i s pasivno da golina. Ali sa full buildom Yori kad ode u split i uzme health breaker, ne znam kako ona prolazi kroz njegove healthe. Aha, okej.
Alvaro is behind Honkyu, but quite low on health. I don't think that's a play that you're going to want to look for, as Honkyu is quite strong here. Does already have his first item done.
One of the most greedy dives, if that ever did materialize. Everyone's on half HP.
Ova ga neće dobiti.
I mean, that is true. That is true.
Kako su zoominovali kameru kao da su znali da će da bude neki jump.
Taking a sigh of relief at the fact they didn't decide to go for that play. Plate falls in the mid lane, but no one's near it, so no one will pick up that extra bit of gold. Leads in the top jungle bot and support role for MKOI, but a sizable chunk of change for Honkyu in mid. 600 gold ahead. The Malignants already...
Znaš šta je kod, što se tiče same Iron divizije, u tome što ima tamo dosta igrača koji ne da nisu nužno loši, nego su recimo ljudi, kako sad da kažem, ali koji imaju određene probleme također. Imaš jako puno ljudi koji su namerno tamo, koji D-rankovani akaunti, koji su namerno tu da bi farmali klipove ili šta već. Ali ima i dosta ljudi koji su, znaš, koji imaju probleme i onda se tamo nalaze jer jednostavno zbog takvih stvari ne mogu da dobiju čak ni prosječnog igrača. To je onako bez šale rečeno. Ozbiljna priča, ne ono kao kod mene u ovom ranku i također ima tih igrača, kao ne baš, mislim. Znaš, ako igraš u Diamondu, Emeraldu i tako dalje. Da, na to mislim, da. što je outsider napisao. Ne znam samo koliko smijem da pričam ovako.
Ovo je bilo giga ranzima, baš je bio 50-50.
Da.
Yeah, and I think MKOI positioning well there. You know, if you get split up, then maybe it's going to become really problematic. But because they stayed as a four-man squad, great, you have these two squads of two, but they're just going to go and attack one side. They're going to heavily commit towards that, and then it would be really difficult for CFO. So I think intelligently do back off, but MKOI grabbed the dragon here, so all tied up as far as that is concerned. It's going to be a Cloud Soul, which can be
znači Relija perma vina, okay.
Relija obviously loving that Nocturne, obviously loving that, you know, a lot of these champions do get a lot of value out of this, even the Xayah as well as the Rakan, the Kaisa, like there's so many champs that just love it in this game.
Rakan is over the moon with a Cloud Soul. It's one of the best souls you can get. Obviously going to be hard for Kaiwing in this game because the Poppy exists and the Unraveled Earth from the Taliyah exists.
Well, you just never use your W, you just get Cloud Soul and press R and run into them.
You never use W or E, you have Q and your R.
Press R, that's two abilities. Just run through them.
Tehnički je u pravu, kad imaš toliko Mousepida ne treba ti ništa za setup. Rakan već dobija Mousepid kad ulta, još kad ultaš sa Cloud Soulom. Ne moraš da se dešaš nikada. Što je totalno legitiman strat. Mislim, ako dođu do sola, ali treba doći do ovog sola, ovaj game će biti baš teško za CFO.
A mislim, ima i ono da dosta Rakan igrača čak uzmeš u reliju. Malo movement speeda još dodatno.
Yeah, and Junja had no ultimate, so you're pretty much never going to look for a fight, you know, in that position. Nocturne without ult in a team fight is just so useless, and Rest's just going to tank up this damage and knock down the tower. It is incredibly low, so we'll be able to finish that off. Nicely done by him.
Pitam se da li Riot zna za Yorick bug što postoji. Mislim, nije. Neće biti u on gameu sigurno, jer protiv Yoricka. Jako...
of his mid laner there from the CFO support.
Yeah, really slick stuff from both of them, honestly. You know, Hongqiu just drops the ult, clears out the wave, runs away from the dives.
Yoriku čak ni wave ne treba.
They're looking for a dive on bot side.
Paranoia onto Mir, and the Fear Tether is going to connect as well as
Boga mi, teška priča. Ok, došao i Dogo, ok.
And we'll take out Mirwin. Meanwhile, it's a dive onto Hongqiu. The tower's not going to stand for much longer. Mirwin gets the kill. Super down towards this bottom side is
dobar flash od Super.
Zamalo je flashovao.
Zamalo je flashovao zid, da.
So Jojo dies at bot. Mirwin gets a kill at top. Super picks up 2 in the end on the bot lane.
Yeah, that is really big. Super going to be able to grab a couple kills. And they're going to drop the Herald mid here now. So you're going to be able to
I top kula i mid kula.
Maybe finish this off as well. It's just the support in the area, so should be able to finish it off. More gold going the way of MKOI. Over 3,000 gold ahead. Going to be able to get a second charge in also. Kaiwing's getting low.
Zamal, what's his smite?
Pops the heal. Does have that unsealed spellbook, but...
Yeah, used spellbook smite to actually try to kill the Herald before it actually crashed, but couldn't quite finish it off.
There's about 14 HP left on it. A 3,000 gold lead now for MKOI. As we have a moment in the action. If you're watching the action of Hold, keep an eye out for exclusive drops just for tuning into MSI. All you need to do is be logged in and watching on lolesports.com.
True. Imate link, inače pinovao sam ga u chatu. Pinovao sam u chatu za LoL Esports. Tako da pinovan link kliknete, gledate preko LoL Esportsa i dobijete dropove.
Most of the players here between worlds from Hongqiu. He's going to look to try and dash away, but can't get to the edge of the ring. Alvo still chasing.
Lep flash. A mislim da je Dani mrtav. Dobar i Supo uzme kill. Ovo dobro delo, ovo dobro izgleda. Samo moraju da pobegnu odavde. Tu je Juju da pomogne.
Paranoia. Jinja goes in onto Super, who doesn't have the feather storm.
Turet.
The dash in is stopped by the steadfast special.
Super ima ulti. Ne, nije stigao da baci. A nema ulti. Ne.
Dogo mora da basicuje, ne može da pustimo jungler umre da ne baci jedan basic.
Nicely done. Are able to knock down that tower there too, and Mirwin now pushing through mid lane here. He's got his second item, and Rest is going to have to be careful, but Kaiwing is in the area.
Yeah, Weaver's wall though.
Mirwin je istrolovao, ja mislim. Ne, nije. Okej, nevermind, Mirwin je samo bog igre. A mislim da je istrolovao, bacio Q na Yoricka. I otišao mu na cooldown. S njim otišao na cooldown, ne znam da li je ulti bacio pre ili posle toga, ali mi tako delovao.
Mirwin really strong at this point, has the hull breaker, so clearly he wants to commit to that side lane. I do think it is smart. You know, we know York wants to.
Ja sam rekao, polažem sve nade u Mirvina. Sve nade u Mirvina da se vraćamo u ovaj game i onda gubimo 3-1. Nije, meni samo delovalo. Jeste bacio Q pre ulti, ali onda ulti bacio pa dobio nas. Okay.
So hard to actually escape from.
Really is. MKOI smiling as they are 5,500 gold ahead in this game 3 of the best of 5. The domination that CFO had in the first 2 games, a not too distant memory, and we've seen MKOI take a few fights in game 1 and game 2.
Da li vraćaš drivera sljedeći game?
Da, 300% da. Ne znam zašto ga izbacili u ovaj game, najskreni.
So we see Mirwin trying to dash forward. Flawless duet doesn't land the stun. TP coming out from Alvo to try and protect. It's going to be a Mirwin looking to take down 2.
Ne, čekaj, Mirwin je mrtav i dalje. Uzu jedan kill, trade-ovo, 1-1.
Alvo tries to retreat. He remounts. Was looking for Honku.
Uzmite kul, oni sad trebaju uzmu kule, ne znam šta rade oni.
Kajving tank koji svako.
Down to Doggo. Meanwhile on the bot side, Elioya, Jojo and Super.
Reš će da umre sad ovdje.
Rest doesn't have the flash, but the stun doesn't connect against the wall. The keeper's verdict though will keep him in place. And Super brings back the daggers to get the kill.
A vezi, Jorik nije faktor ovaj game uopšte. Ništa ne radi. Morao bi MKOI da ga pusti, a mogu uvijek da pošalju Mirvina samo na njega, tako da. Lik je apsolutno useless.
I don't know that they're going to be there in time, and if they are, Junja has no ultimate, so I don't think they can really do anything to stop this whatsoever, especially with the teleport.
A nema ni Elioya ulti.
Mirwin TPing in just gives that extra safety blanket that MKOI needed to make sure that they can secure it. They'll get the Artican. Next rake up in 4 minutes time, but
5000 golda ide. Moraju se paze jer je CFO dobio protiv Tivana fight sa 5000 golda deficita. Ali... Ali ono, treba bi da je njihov game.
Just need to continue buying time for Mirwin in that side lane, play around him. You know, as long as you have someone behind him, there's not really any 2v2 that can be won right now when it's one of them is involving Mirwin. So CFO will need to really overload his side of the map to have any sort of chance. Like, you need a 2v1, you need a 3v2, you need something like that to even have a chance. And at this point, honestly, Mirwin would have a decent chance, even in a 2v3.
Definitely would, especially with the hull breaker and the play of the Ruin King complete. I will say MKOI haven't really set up vision for him on this bottom side at all, so it's quite hard for him to push up because as much as perhaps he could win the 2v1, you don't really always want to take those 2v1s, and especially if your team isn't on position on the other side of the map. So I would like to see Alvaro stepping into that blue side jungle, getting a couple of walls down just to make sure that Mirwin shall receive. I mean, yeah,
gold. Dobio je 1063 golda od killova.
Aha, ja rekao ne, vada da ima 1363 killa na Ireliji. Šta? Kako sam ja lud.
Which makes getting vision a lot more difficult. That's why Alvaro is going so deep for that vision. You need wards in your opponent's jungle, not even just your own, but they're going to go for an age.
Paranoia coming out. The Weaver's wall has been popped. Super trying to join the party here.
Super ima mnogo dobra playerija ovdje, ne znam što radi CFO, da.
Just assassinate too. Honku looking to survive, but he's locked up.
I Elioya ga lepo.
I dogo neće uletiti unutra, da.
Alvaro ga vije sa Ghostom, ima ulti.
Who has the killer instinct and will be able to dash his way away.
Yeah, anticipates the Shattering Strike there to hit him. It actually misses, but he uses the cleanse anyway. So they get that cleanse out, they get the ult out. So critical tools now missing for Doggo. And CFO just trying to overload one side of the map, constantly looking for picks. But MKOI intelligently just saying, you know what? We can group up too, and we have the gold lead here. So when they are running into these even number fights,
CFO malo previše opustio što su dobili 2 gema, bili su fazon, ajde rest, uđe šta će si igra, Jorik može.
I to blind Jorik bez banana i rally. A Mirwin je poznat po tome što može da igra dosta radi.
Igra svašta, da.
It's really hard to see them being able to come back. There's so many good tools that MKOI have.
Možda su mislili da će da uzme Vex.
So as long as MKOI are playing respectful, are making sure that they're getting vision in the right
spot. Ima na sport klubu, ali sport klub imaš u Srbiji, tako da.
Tako da ako imaš vremena da stigneš da izađeš iz Srbije...
Da, odeš do recimo Bosne, lagani sport klub.
Mirwin unlikely to be with the team for the next few moments. We'll just want to continue that side lane threat. The problem is the vision that was now on that blue side has been cleared out by CFO, and you can see Ginger lying in wait thinking, oh, if Mirwin oversteps, perhaps we can take that 2v1. There's a Black Cleaver and Triforce complete and the Bramble Vest, maybe it would be enough.
But this is great. I mean, you know, MKOI, okay, we lost our vision on the bot side, so what are we going to do? We're going to move into the top side and try to reclaim some vision here while we're pressuring up to this side. You don't see any Nocturne there, so guess where he is? He's going to be on the other side of the map, so that's why Mirwin is just farming his own jungle camps. He's still only just now going to start showing on that wave so much longer that he did wait. You know, really playing it safe, has this big advantage, is working towards a wit's end. And it's going to be even more difficult to actually knock down at that point. Just kind of paying some respect over to Hongq as maybe that strongest member over on the other side.
Next Dragon up in 15 seconds time. It would be sole point for MKOI. Elioya going in here, trying to steal away this blue. The Weaver's Wall will separate CFO. Paranoia coming out from Ginger, but he's on the wrong side of dodge, and he'll be taken out, slammed into that Weaver's Wall. Jojo secures the
lepo je koji igra.
Definitivno, definitivno.
Zamisli šta mogu da urade kada ne padnu svaki game behind u early-u.
I think for now, just take the Dragon here. It's already up and available. They have full push on that bot side, and they're just moving around the map really, really well. It feels like Kaiwin is doing.
Istovremeno mislim da je problem što mislim da Res nikad nije trebao da uđe.
But they're always kind of being reactive, right? It's MKOI now that are on the front foot. It's them that are playing much more aggressive with this gold lead, as you want to see them do, and they're working in towards this soul now. A teleport coming out. This is Rakan here.
Yeah.
Just made me a little bit nervous with Alvaro in the area that he was going to immediately TP and get caught.
Very understandable, but Kaiwin wants to switch over to that flash for the next fight, so uses the teleport, gets a little bit of vision. One of the great things about Rakan is how much you can wrap for vision. You can be behind enemy lines, you have enough escape tools to get out. If you really need to, you can pop the quickness, but with the MKOs as well, you just have so much utility in your kit. Elioya stepping forward here. A 3-item Kaiser is nothing to be sniffed at. Nash's, Ginsu's, and the Kraken finished. Hongq going in, the quickness from Kaiwing as well for the charm. Alro's caught out here, Keeper's verdict.
Dobro, šta radi Dogo, bije kripove. Dogo, moraš da utaš unutra, Dogo. Či mora malo na ruke da igraš, imaš flash, imaš ulti. Dogo igra previše safe.
The problem is Dogo wasn't actually hitting anything there, and if Dogo's not hitting, they have no damage. Yorick had already lost ultimate, and without that maiden, you are doing very little damage. Junja ults in, then immediately flashes out. Hongq uses his full round of spells. He hit everything, but it's just not enough to kill them on your own. Their only consistent damage is Doggo at this point. And Doggo knows, I cannot just ult into the middle of their team. I will get instantly CC'd and die. So he couldn't really follow up. He wasn't in a position to do so. And as a result, CFO spend a lot of their big tools here.
Uleće sa ultom, ima dobio shield, baci Q, basic, ako stigne, ima cleanse, dovoljno mu je vremena da baci to. Mora da proba što Sajna kaže. Ne razumem ih. Mislim, razumem priču, ali... Nekad moraš da rizikuješ, gubiš 7000 golda, mislim, nešto moraš da uradiš. Ja imam se da im kradu barem. Nemoj flash, nemoj flash. Vidio sam Kaivinga da će im ukrasti. Kaiving ima smite. Nije stigo da baci samo.
Mislim, Hongq konstantno pokušava da pravi pleve, zato i umire toliko puta, a Dogo nikad nije ni blizu.
And I think they're going to do just that. It doesn't look like there's much that CFO can do about it. It's just Doggo going to try to defend here with Rest, but MKOI are pushing and they are looking for the first win.
Rest ide na odmor.
Rest ide da restuje do kraja MSI-a.
Dobro, Supa i dalje živ, tako da je nebitno.
Jel Xante bio otvoren?
Da.
Baš giga random.
Manoma su AD carry, čini mi se u drugoj rundi.
Mirwin got to be really happy about being able to bust out the Aurelia. The confidence to do it in an elimination game here at MSI was massive.
Sudija, nemoj to sebi da radiš. To kad budemo morali kao kolektiv, onda kao kolektiv skidamo Dotu.
Yes, Mirin. You know, we asked for someone to be the X Factor, and this is a part of him that we haven't been able to show the international
audience. Xante banovan je bio. Zašto mislim da ako će Rest igrati tanka treba da bude Xante?
A nije Xante bio open. Okej, moja greška.
Mislim sad sljedeći game šta, ako je Xante bio banovan, znači Xante, Orn i Chogat verovatno. Za drivera i to je to. Nema šta.
And it's very often the case, we see this more now in Fearless, that there are these niche counter picks to meta champions. But as Finn highlights beautifully here, even if you have these strong moments, Oric overall is still just strong. The reason he's picked is because he's near broken outside of these counter pick situations, and that's why people go for Cho, something that offers more to the team overall. But Mirwin and MKOI, they bet on themselves, and they supported this beautifully.
And I do have to shout out LS as well, because he made some context saying this isn't... Yeah, this is true what Finn says, but because of Elyoya being there when it mattered, because of Mirwin manipulating the waves as he should in those moments, that's actually what gets him there. But it was still, Raz, this is a risk to take, no?
I'm still caught up in this. When did you put this on?
Second the game started.
Okay.
if I'm on camera again, if we only get one game, I'm going out biased and I don't care.
Nešto to meni mnogo on priča na... Problem je kod LS-a, ja ću samo reći da je LS dosta gleda ligu iz perspektive perfektnosti. Ali ništa nije perfektno u ligi. Svaki outplay je neko negde napravio grešku. Znači onaj što je izgubio play je negde napravio grešku. Tako da, znaš...
To je fair take, to je fair.
On dosta to gleda, on dosta gleda i draft. I ja dolazim iz njegove, ono kao, iz njegove perspektive i slažem se sa njegovim idejama za draft. Samo što one su često, gledaju se na to da tim ne napravi ni jednu grešku. Kao, okej, ti sad recimo da ja sad lupim, možeš igrati nešto, ajde da lupim Yumi na topu, kao. Ne možeš igrati Yumi na topu, ali ajde kažem, čisto za primjera radi. A i on kao, možeš igrati Yumi ako sve prođe perfektno. Super, kao, ti ne možeš igrati Yumi na topu, mislim. Nema leba, ono, kao, igraš protiv Zeusa Yumi na topu, kao šta ćeš ti da uradiš?
To je fair take.
To je samo jedna stvar kod LS-a, što on jako tako gleda. Nikad ne uzima taj faktor ljudske greške u njegovu teoriju. Što ja mislim da je pogrešan način gledanja, ali svakako LS je... Da, perfekcionista, ja. Jest, slažem. Nije da nije u pravu, samo što... Ono, mislim, sve će vam, svi ovdje znamo da je Relija unplayable matchup za Yorick. I Yorick, svaki Yorick main će vam reći da je to unplayable matchup.
Vidjet ćemo, mislim da i dalje imaju relativno lak posao u draftu. Vrati drivera, draftuj mu tanka, čak sad mogu da biraju stranu, mogu da rade šta hoće. Mir su baš izrifovali i samo igre za hard scale. I dalje Junji ima tankova koji scaluju jako dobro i dalje mislim da... Šta imaju? Seđu mislim da je otvorena isto, ne? Seđu isto otvorena, imaju dosta stvari koje mogu da rade. Da.
Igrali su Skarnera, Lija.
Honky ima Kasu, ima Sveina. Ima mnogo stvari koje rade. Ne znam da li je Ari otvorena, Ari bi trebali uklone za Jojopjuna. Ali mimo toga relativno je lak posao u draftu. Ja idem na pauzicu 2-3 minuta, draft je za 8 minuta. Mario, ćeš pauzu, hoćeš da chillaš?
Ja sam tu svakako, ja mogu biti malo sa chatom ako hoće da časkaju, ako neće, onda kojih šiša.
Uvek će chat da časka, ništa samo ću sad pitati, ja ću ugasiti svoju kameru, tako da tu sam za 5 minuta, ja prvo se vraćam.
Yeah, and I will say, if they're getting stronger as a team from game to game, I could definitely see JoJo just having a better laning phase in the next one. We just need to see him kind of wake up a little bit. But just watching these team fights, I love it. Like, it just seems like Mirwin, it doesn't matter what's happened in the past games or what happened in the past series, he will still pick his champions, and he will still take what he perceives as the right fights, and he's correct. So I love the confidence.
I will say that for MKOI, right? They usually are pretty clutch, as we see here how Elyoya did in the jungle up versus Junja. They can be very clutch.
Yeah.
And I know it's hard to believe because of the first 2 games we have seen. Now, I will give that same credit to the Flying Oysters, because
kako sam ja? A, malo sam upala, pošto sam počeo da treniram, ali inače sam dobro. Iako izuzmemo da kašljem i dalje nakon mjesec i po dana, skoro 2. A nikako ne mogu da saznam šta mi je. Radio sam bris grla, no kao, testirao sam se neke bakterije, gljivice, šta već, ali je došlo negativno, tako da ne znam. Vadio sam krv, to ćemo vidjeti šta će biti, a ono, nisam siguran. Da li je neka alergija ili nešto, otkud znam.
Casted angles become more real. Maybe that can be the difference. Picks that CFO aren't ready for. But it feels difficult. It feels like we're relying on some of the intangibles, especially
a ne znam ni kad je iskreno. Kojim danima je? Ali svakako mislim da kastujem bar 2 dana od toga. Tako da ne bih baš mogao doći. A ono ne do... Mislim da mi ove godine... Prošle godine mi je line-up zapravo bio dobar da odem, ali nisam otišao i bilo mi žao posle.
Just if you missed this earlier, Chawi did say in an interview that I don't know if this looks, it's probably inspired by Bao specifically in
generalno ili nešto posebno.
And he talked about the idea that deaths can be good, and we saw that in game 1. If you're the Scion, you die, you get XP on the wave, and the enemy
od 10. do 13.
They die, they get nothing.
What's another pick like that?
Probably nothing. I mean, if we want like the
10, 11, 12, 13, da...
You know what I feel? You know what I feel? I feel a mirror.
Čak bih možda i mogao otići.
I know usually it's boring, but maybe it's necessary.
Na COVID, pa uzeo sam ono davno, ali to je zato što sam ja lično morao da uzmem. Možda da nisam morao, možda ne bih, ali ne znam, svakako nisam teo da rizikujem zbog svog ličnog zdravlja, zbog nekih drugih zdravstvenih problema. Koji sam ja? Nisam teo ništa da rizikujem. Da dobijem. A imao sam COVID svakako. I dosta me je dugo držao. Imao sam posljedice posle čak. Vrlo je moguće da mi je čak možda od toga da sam nekako labav na kašalj, izvinjavam se. Da, možda sada da je jednostavno ostalo mi je da sam zato onako malo labila na taj kašalj, da me često hvata. Hvala. Ja sam to kopirao Raleta samo. Meni bi bilo cool da koji reverse sweepuje, zašto mi treba za pick'ems. To je istina. Kajsa, ozbiljna priča, Kajsa. A to neka ostane između nas. Ja držim upaljeno, zato što je i, ono, čisto želim te neki motovi onako relativno cool izgledaju kao. Da, nema puno dropova, ali kao desi se tipa Baron Steel, ako stiluje neko Barona, Zmaja, tako to. Za Silver Scrapes je bilo.
Massive comeback victory there for MKOI as the hopes of Europe rest solely on their shoulders. For CFO,
Mogu se pronavljaju određeni tempovi. A to ti je to. Jednostavno Liga Legendi. Uvijek imaš neke meta heroje koji se stalno vrte. Tek negdje u 5. gameu što mi pričamo, zato što je Fearless, možemo da vidimo ono nešto, baš da neko izvuče nešto što nisi video, ali čak se i to relativno retko dešava.
His landing, especially against Knight, was really impressive. So, I did kind of have high expectations for what he could get done in this series, but has yet to really be able to live up to them. MKOI, though, clearly able to get control in that last game, got a good draft, got some nice counter picks, able to dominate that game. And want to see if they can kind of continue forward from there now that Driver is back in and is going to be looking really tough to knock down. I mean, he has been playing, I think, excellent so far in this series and throughout the whole tournament.
Entirely true there, as they're definitely beating out Mirwin in the 1v1s, but also his team fighting, his presence, his positioning has been wonderful to watch. CFO now on the blue side. They're going to ban out Maokai to kick things off. Gragas removed by MKOI. We're obviously into game 4 of Fearless, so we are losing a lot of those top-tier power picks, but still a few very strong ones available. I'm looking at things like the Vi, the Pantheon,
Varus.
Gwen banned away, the Varus as well, as you say.
Yeah, there are still obviously a lot of picks to work through here. Gwen getting banned away a number of times. They're going to be throwing some of these targeted bans. We can clearly tell that MKOI is very prepared. They are targeting some of these top laners. Last time it was Cassante, as well as Jace that was getting banned out. This time the Gragas is going to be banned out. The Jax is going to be banned out. Sign was already played, so that is his top 3 already gone. Rumble was already played.
Razumeo sam ga Signa already played. Umjesto
Shen was already played.
Sion already played. Bio sam šta? Signa igra, Signa otišao, isključio kameru, otišao da igra tamo. Da zameni Resta. Ušao. Kaže, sad ćemo da ga vidimo. Tamo spavaj, bolje spavat, ne vredi gledat. Ne vredi gubiti Sun zbog Lige Legendi, ne brini se.
And do you really want to blind pick a set? No, you probably don't. But guess what? You're on blue side, so you're going to have to bring something else out, or you are going to have to be in that position.
But because you have focused on the top lane in all of these bans, you leave the Pantheon open, and we've seen just how strong this pick can be, especially teamed up with something like an Ahri if you want that pick potential. Vi coming out from MKOI, they're going to lock in the Kalista, yet to win here at MSI.
Yeah, I'm really not a fan of the Kalista. I don't think that, it's a bad pick by any means, but people have really kind of developed this strategy of basically just playing, okay, someone goes Kalista, we're going to pick Poke, and we're going to outrange you. And the 2v2 all of a sudden becomes very, very difficult. Kalista has gotten a number of nerfs over the last couple of matches.
Nema da ne igra svoje čempove.
Some of the damage, even some of the HP or tankiness and stuff, and survivability. So it's harder to force the all-ins, which really was the way that she kind of came back in some of these matchups where you are outranged. So to me, champions like Ashe become really high priority. I think that Nico becomes really high priority because these are the kind of picks that really make Kalista struggle. And yes, you can still have that team fight impact, but it is very hard when you're getting heavily outranged, and Victor, I think, fits alongside that. If it were me, I would be thinking towards, Nico or even that Ashe.
Pa dobit ćeš ako gledaš. Mislim, dropove ćeš kao dobiti dok gledaš, samo to ti je nebitno za pikovanje. Ovako što nisi pikovao, to samo neke dodatne kao nagrade si mogao da dobiješ još.
Not a pretty experience. Misleveling abilities on the Ornn, building in a
Ja se apsolutno slažem, Ademe. Ja prezirem taj build na Viktoru. Niko mi neće. Niko me neće uveriti da je to bolji build od toga da ideš samo damage. Znači, Roa u 2 Hunting Guys je meni odvratno. Bez obzira koliko je možda matematički bolje.
He can play it in the past, but how many Cassante games have you played, in the last X months? How polished are you on this? This is not usually one of the ones that you are expected to play.
Mislili smo, Chat, ja smo mislili da si otišao da igraš.
Pa nije, znaš šta?
Zato što je Azel rekao Sign already played.
A, da, jesam. Jesam, ali znaš šta je fora? Fora je što u redu 4 sekcije, 2 našeg ugovora, mi imamo po 5 minuta pauzi, tipu si odbio pauzu, ja sam uzeo tvoju pauzu. Tako da, znaš, mislim, šta ono, tako je to. Tako je, nisam ja kriv. Nisam napisao pravila, ja ih samo čitam. poenta. To je prava istina. Tako da, hvala dragi kolega na produženoj pauzi. Šta su radili? Drivera su vratili, dali su mu tenka, proročanstvo.
Prva 3 bana za koji?
Pa dobro, fair. Ne znam zašto Jax. Zašto Jax za drivera? To je možda malo upitno jedino. Realno Mirvin možda igra Mafajta u Jaxa.
Ja mislim da Mirvin i sad može da igra Mafajta.
A u Xantea mislim da je...
Viktor... Malo je manje igrivo, ali ja mislim da je overall ok, jer je Viktor nebitno malo pit, nećemo ništa uraditi svako.
Mogu Renekton, ne komituju, šta? Ako su već komitovali na early to mid, nek idu early to mid. Nema šta, ja sam 300% ok sve.
Koji piku Viktora? Koji piku Viktora?
Aso?
Šta je ostalo? Aso? Ali to im ne ide sa kompom.
To je true.
Nema nikakav early game. Wow, Aphelios. Ok, Aphelios trash, ovo je baš stari kombo. Sindra? Sindra u Viktora radi? A si je pikovan tako da to nemaju. Veigar mi je jedino drugo. Ok, fair.
Slažem se da im ne ide u komp.
Meni samo to, ne ide mu komp. Mislim da je Asol preslab early to mid. Bog na nebu, driver na tanku. Odličan.
So it is kind of interesting, you know, sometimes people will talk about drafts like that and they'll say, well, that's your late game insurance, right? Like that's your win condition in the late game. And I do think that can be true, but Asol I do think is going to struggle to get involved early, and where you have, you know, this Vi, this Callista, this Renekton that want to fight early and often. Asol kind of wants to sit back and farm and be able to stack up Stardust.
Vidjet ćemo. Da guess da niko neće igrati oko mida i Viktor i Asol hoće samo da skelaju. Što je malo awkward za junglere, pošto hoće da igraju oko bota ili oko topa. Ne možeš igrati mid top, mid bot, nego moraš full commitovati na jednu stranu mape.
It does feel a little bit disconnected from what the rest of the draft does. That being said, you can still fly in when the rest of your team is diving, you know, drop the ult aggressively, try to play it in that style, and we'll see if you can make that happen.
Veliko gaćama.
Right, and that can be really powerful in team fights. And then if
you delovalo.
Sve je moguće, više mi ništa ne čudi.
Sve je moguće, da, ne bi me čudilo.
For MKOI, still 2 games to go if they want to make a date with anyone's legend. For CFO, all it takes is one. All it takes is one. A slew of JoJo fans in the audience here in his homeland.
Šta, najbolji tim MSI-a?
Ili najbolji tim za Evropu.
Najbolji tim od MSI-a.
Ikad ili najbolji tim?
Sad. Ne, sad. Znači ovaj je MSI, best MSI tim u trenutnoj formi. Ajmo ovako, ajmo top to bot. Ajmo top.
Keen.
Ja bi rekao Bean.
Ti bi rekao Bean.
Doran sigurno ne.
To jeste, da, Doran ne. Broken Blade ne. Mirvin možda, ako baš iznese.
Driver, a dobro, ne možemo 2 da stavimo za samo.
Da, ne možemo. Ko je bio onaj top laner Furije? Gigo.
Gigo je bio dobar. Gigo? Gigo je bio dobar, to je true story.
Gigo se bre nabadao sa Binom.
Ja bi rekao Bin, ti bi rekao Keen, ja? Nek bude tako, ajde.
Da, tu smo B i K menjamo samo.
Jungle, ja bi rekao Canyon, uvek.
koji ima još Owner, ali Owner mi nije bio bolji od Canyona, da.
Levi Džundžija. Vidi, igraju.
Levi, da, Levi. I Levi i Džundžija, da, jest, imaju oni priču, ali Canyon... A sad to nešto meni... Genji nije delovalo toliko, onako, dominantno, bez obzira što su pobedili dve serije. Pa deluju mi dobro, ali mi ne deluju toliko dobro kao... Ne deluju mi kao da ih je nemoguće pobediti. Ali da, verovatno...
Zavisi...
Ne znam da li gledamo formu, kao da li ako gledamo formu, zato što ne možemo da igramo... Oće Džožopin umreti.
Zavisi zašto praviš ekipu, to je druga stvar. Da li gledamo samo mehanički najtalentovaniji u svom rolu, ili gledamo da ekipa ima sinergiju i smisla. To je pitanje.
Da, i mislim, recimo, da li gledamo... Zato što, mislim, Džundžija je igrao dobro. I sad ti možeš reći, ok, Džundžija je jako dobro igrao u njihovim gameovima. Da li onda vredi kao da se stavi on iznad Canyona? To je ono što meni nije sigurno, jer Canyon je bolji igrač od Džundžije, svakako. Recimo, ja kažem samo Džundžiju dajem kao primjer, može biti i Tarzan, ono. Može biti Tarzan, može biti Beichwan, Owner također, kao mogu biti oni u pitanju, ali nisi siguran. Ali Canyon, ja mislim da bih rekao Canyon i ja.
Mislim, je više problema na midu, jer ako napraviš tim gde staviš individualno najtalentovanije i staviš Knighta na midu, ti bukvalno nemaš tim, ti imaš 5 solo igrača. Bean, Canyon i Knight u istoj ekipi sa carryom na botu, ti bukvalno nemaš ko da vodi tu ekipu. To je problem. Zato kažem, pitanje da li gledaš mehanički talentovane ili gledaš da ima smisla. Tebi treba neko da ih vodi.
Jer mislim, ja bih dao... Ja bih neironično stavio Honkyu na mid čak. Ja mislim da je lik izvanredan i mislim da je u poređenju sa svojim timom igrao bolje nego Knight sa svojim timom. Ili Chovi. Čak mislim da Chovi nije igrao toliko dobro. Ali... Dobro, Fakera ne mogu da stavim, ali onda opet Faker je Faker kao. Da je jako teško, mnogo je lakše bilo vama za EVL nekako.
Jest.
Ovo je baš teško. A dobro, šta bi ti rekao? Ti rekao kao Knighta na midu?
Zavisi, ako je mehanički u najboljoj formi, nema samo Knight. Da. Ako samo gledamo kao pure mechanics na midu, trenutno Knight sigurno. Ali kažem, kao tim ne bi imali smisla. Ne, Canyon u džungli, 300%. Ne, Canyon u džungli 300%.
Bez obzira na sinergiju i ostalo. Da, mislim, onda je kao okej, onda ne bi...
Bean, Knight, Canyon, Carry-a i... Nijedan AD Carry nije bio on insane trenutno, iskreno. Neću lagati.
Da, niko nije ono kao stand out. Kao svi su imali dobre partije, svi su imali loše partije.
Da.
Kao ono, i Masu je igrao jako dobro. U određenim gameovima. Supa isto je i ono, mislim, igrao dosta dobro i on. Bez obzira što je imao neke stinkere tu i tamo.
True.
And Supa has the upgraded boots. Doggo still has yet to base though. He stayed around for a really long time. I think they were trying to...
Ajde, ja ću reći ovako, ja ću reći Keen, slažem se sa Canyonom, i reći ću Honkyu na midu. Mislim da je Honkyu jako dobar. Mislim da zaslužuje kao recognition, bar donekle, zato što igra tako dobro. Jedan igrač po ekipi, to nije loše, to bi moglo da bude. Adi carry. Ade
Yeah, it's not going to
carry.
do that much damage early on, so you can just use it also for
Ali
Stardust.
složili bismo se i carry-a za support, tako?
Da.
Which is obviously that permanent scaling on all of your abilities, so is quite powerful.
Ade carry.
And it does help you just push out that wave. It's one of these things that you see in a lot of control range matchups, whether it is, you know, the Orianna using Shockwave,
Kad je Asus playable. Zavisi u što igraš. Mislim, ovdje ti je veliki problem je Felios koji te puca na... Imaš 400 Stardusta, on će te puca i dalje. To je fora.
Istina, Shanks je igrao dosta dobro juče.
Ljudi, došli nam je oni treći kast. Good stuff. Eto, Rale kuca srčno u chatu, ne očekuje ovaj Miko Shanksa, pa ja rekao da Shanksujem kolegu našeg dragog.
More towards that spellcaster style build here, where it is a lot of that burst damage. You can see a lot of different builds these days for Aphelios. Sometimes people are just going more auto attack.
Backstab, Aphelios nije fair carry.
Astral flight out from Jojo,
Mnogo
flashes
stigo
first,
s ovim.
then gets the astral flight, gets himself to safety. Always a risk.
Aurelian Soul early game je odvratan. Još Honkyu već ima upgradeovani laser.
Grubs up. Jojo's ultimate still yet to come off cooldown. Arcane Storm used by Honkyu to clear out the wave in mid. Yoyo's going for it.
Koji commit.
Jojo's going to stun him up. The handshake coming out as well as Honkyu has a couple of spears in his back and Super needs the rend. He finds it. Alvaro survives the last tower shot and MKOI on the board.
Wow, to je prošlo, okej, fair.
He said, no, it's fine. I can just clear this out. Meanwhile, though, Doggo
ima dva plate-a, ima kilo plate-ovima.
They're denying that CS. So, honestly, not that bad for CFO, but of course, Honkyu going to be unhappy that he did go down there. Cost him his flash as well.
When trading with Driver, but it's a Cassante. He should just be able to walk this one out. Still has the all-out as well, if necessary. Mirwin just slices and dices back towards the wave. Falling Star coming out as Doggo with the Severum.
Dobro, Doggo Adi carry si, relax, chill.
Crescendum combination. Just trying to
force Jojo low,
but doesn't really get too much damage out. Does still have the Moonlight Vigil, which when you use it with that red gun gives you a big health explosion. If you use it with the white, obviously you get a huge amount of chakrams that can do quite a lot of work.
Ja mislim da je fair, mislim da mu daje bolje early game, early to mid game nego Rayla i Seraph Leandri, to treba dosta vremena.
Doggo just trying to push out this wave, and we'll be getting out of there with the lantern. So was looking for a bit of poke, couldn't quite find it. Jojo did go for the early lost chapter here, so
Rale,
it's going to be Blackfire Torch. You know, Blackfire Torch Leandries can be relatively popular. You could go for a late tier, but I'm not kind of expecting that at this point. And we'll just be going
Rale,
for
jedino, stvari problem je malo. Rale ima više iskustva u kastovanju od mene, ali ja sam stariji od njega. Tako da ko komeo tu treba da daje respekt.
He took the fight, Ruthless Predator for the stun across
Ode.
the wall. Alioya can come and join it, gets the knock up on the driver.
Ništa. On je samo odlučio da preferira agresiju otprilike. On će ladno preživjeti, da, nice.
Adver je samo bolji, zašto smo ubacivali resta onda uopšte?
Dobro pitanje.
Zašto mu nismo banovali Cassante onda?
Pa džabe ne igra previše stvari on. Što god da su on banovali ima pik.
Jackson
Random, turbo random. Mirvin igra Malfighta, igra legit stvari koje rade u Jacksu. Tako da ne znam šta rade iskreno. Legit ne znam šta rade.
Lepo je, čekaj, što je najgore Mirvin je lepo odigrao, samo što...
MKOI have turned it around, they're going to get this kill, but in comes the bot lane. Driver going aggressive even with that Pathmaker. And then you can see the root there from Doggo coming in with the Gravitum, flashes forward, finishes off, grabs the kill. Gonna be really happy about it. Doggo has just been so incredible for the team.
Koliko sam ja stariji od Raleta? 3 godine, ja mislim. Nisam siguran da li je Rale napunio 23. Ima Rale 23, sajna.
Što mene pitaš za godine? Ja ne znam koliko ja imam godina.
A pa dobro, to je pošteno, ali...
Ja sam odavno prestao da brojim godine. Ja sam pre 20 prestao da brojim godine.
unable to press forward any further.
They're not, and then their recalls got delayed again. So look where Supa is. He's still not recalled. He's back by that tier 2 tower. So guess what Doggo's doing? He is farming plates. He is denying minions. This has been a theme throughout the series. Their ability to push in these waves, to play with pressure, to deny experience and resources from MKOI pretty consistently throughout. And as a result, it's plus 20 CS, it's plus a kill, it's all 1,000 gold almost here for Doggo. And he's going to get this first tower here quite easily, you have to think. They're up 2K.
Mata voli da te malo proziva za godine.
Da, ne, mislim da samo ljubomoran što nije mod. A Rale jeste. I onda ga to boli, znaš, i onda mora nekako da ovaj...
Okej.
hasn't given them anything, and now you're really reliant on Jojo getting
3000 golda lead, a oni imaju early game kompija Ace-ova. GG. Honkyu je moj brat! Honkyu je najbolji mid laner izbildovo Luden.
Alpha opener.
Kakva zevero od igrača, po je moj omiljeni, najomiljeniji mid laner sada.
Good stuff.
I do definitely give the kind of scaling advantage in the support role to MKOI. I do think that Renata can be really powerful, can be a game changer, but we'll see what they can get done. Doggo has just been incredible throughout this series. Hadn't died in either of their wins. Of course, obviously did lose that last game, but again, looking really comfortable and off to a great start.
Now we're going to start pushing through this mid lane. Already 5 plates gone on the bottom side as CFO secured the first tower of the game.
Ja mislim, Fincher, da je otprilike 17 minuta. Otprilike 17 minuta između dve serije. Pa ja.
Doggo just absolutely gliding on this Aphelios right now.
Yeah, he is feeling really confident at this point. Kalista has been struggling so far at MSI. 0-6 now at MSI. We'll see if we can get the first win here for Supa. He's going to need to do it. Pick up that first win for Kalista at MSI, or their team's time here is over. Jojo, you can see with that upgraded ultimate, and that is where you really want to fight. It is going to be Blackfire Torch that he does
mid lane, main, drugi rol mi je support, isključivo Rakan, a mogu igrati druge supportove.
Probably going to try to save it here for that next dragon and maybe try to make a big impact there. One of the things you can do is really put the pressure on the Aesol and try to force them to use that ultimate.
Ništa ne komentarišem sudija. Osim da si stariji od mene. Ali nema veze.
Elioja. Zašto je bacio Aurelion solo ulti?
From Doggo and Kaiwing, really, that forced Jojo to pop that ultimate.
And that's exactly what I was talking about. If you can put pressure on the Aesol and force them to use it when it's not a team fight, you lose so much power. That ultimate is ridiculous.
Stefane, pinovano je u chatu gore.
Da, ne znam ni jedno ni drugo da igra, da, istina.
So Doggo and Kaiwing, I really want to see how they were able to actually force that out, but still, good play from MKOI. Yes, they couldn't find the Q flash to follow it up, but they did get a kill on the top side.
Znam te gde živiš, samo ću to da kažem. Prijatelju moj. No mislim da ne mogu da dobijem čoveka koji je tipa 3 mene ima u sebi, tako da... Ali... Samo ću to reći. Teške reči. Teške reči za tako, za čoveka koji ima tako malo kilograma. To je vrlo velika istina.
On ti se zamerio se Jojo pinu nešto, ne znam što se događa.
Da. Baš vole da se kidaju.
Also cancels the channel, so it is going to be able to interrupt that Aesol Q. One of the things that is kind of nice about those interactions, but still, they get the flash off of him. They're putting pressure on Honkyu. This is the way that MKOI have said, this is how we're going to come back in the game. Force the Victor out to the side lanes, obviously not a very mobile champion, and then prey on him with that buy. That is your ability to try to pick someone off, to constantly create opportunities.
3000 goda lead, jako mi puno deluje. Ne znam da li mogu da igraju uopšte.
Pa mislim, to je sad su pikali Asola, da, bukvalno. Kao ki ništa dobija, to je Asol u Hyperlate-u.
Da. A misliš što je... Asol ima solidan stack, samo je pitanje da li može baš da nastekuje puno.
Jel ne vidite pinovanu poruku u chatu, ljudi? Piše gledaj za dropove i 2 tačke blink. Trebalo bi da vidite.
Ocean Soul for Cassante, well, you're probably going to lose the game, but at the same time, if you show up this far behind with no empowered Ace ult, it is really, really tough.
Vidite, okej. To je ko hoće dropove, gledajte preko tog linka, to mi je bolje.
Ne, go je GG. Super i Alvaro su otišli na Dogo, a Elio je otišao na Honkyu, ja mislim.
O, promašio Junjija. O, promašio.
Super je živ! Alvaro je živ, ne, nije živ još uvijek.
I Honkyu je mrtav.
Čekaj, Mirvin.
A CFO
to možda dobro. Dobili su mid lane turret, ali...
I mean, that is huge. They're able to get a lot of kills there. They get both the summoners off of Doggo and get the kill.
Super i Alvaro su preživjeli jedva, ali pogledaj kako je fight loš bio. Elioja ide na Honkyu, a Super ide na Doggo.
I can close the gap, I'll do it myself. Throws in Alvaro, goes over, the bailout is there to protect him. And Supa able to survive on the side, and then Alvaro...
Jojo, vidio je vatru, nikog pogodio nije.
Ej, Junjija je VFO 2 kula.
To avoid the Comet Spear from Junjia. That would have executed him absolutely. And then Alvaro, well, surely you're going to get him. No, because Mirwin arrives, comes in with his flash, able to peel as well. That is really big. They get the kills. The bot lane both survive with a sliver of health. And now MKOI back with a new lease on life, but they will still be losing the dragon, and that looming threat is still there. Doggo has the IE now as well, and he is right back to pushing.
Ne, slažem se da je Doggo bitniji, ali podelili su se. Elioja je na kraju umro. Pomalo bespotrebno. Dobar, Jojo.
The mid lane tier 2 very low here for MKOI. They've already lost the tier 2 on the bottom side alongside Soul Point, and even though MKOI have just won that last fight, the gold lead extends to 3.4k for CFO.
Yeah, just the pressure on the map has been relentless for them. Every time they get ahead, they really are playing the map well, moving around, pressuring these towers, denying resources, stealing away jungle camps. You know, Driver even being able to get up towards that top lane and defend the tier 1. Use the all-out a bit early, though. You definitely wanted to save that interrupt before the Astral Flight to try to interrupt that. I think his thought process was, you know, I could immune the ulti with my all-out, and then maybe get the Q3 to try to interrupt there. But Jojo does get away, and is critically close to that 200 stacks. You have to think having that empowered ultimate pretty soon again, and does have a second item now. So he does have the Rylai's in, has hit level 13, so Jojo definitely the hope here. And MKOI gonna need him to step up in this big moment to try to turn things around, right this ship somewhat.
It's taking on a lot of water right now. Good thing for MKOI is they have a little bit of time before that Ocean Soul rears its
se stakova u 20. minutu, to nije loše, iskreno. Gledajući koliko gube.
Honkyu farming up on the side lanes. Game hasn't really been about him. He has had a really good series, but he's doing what he needs to do. Staying relatively even with Jojo is about 500 gold ahead just because of the passive gold that CFO have picked up across the map.
Okay, never mind. Honkyu nije moj brat. Ide zonju tog jajtu. Uj. Mislim, mora, ali... Baš ne volim kad moraš zonju da builduješ drugi.
And I think in a game like this, getting an early Seekers actually makes quite some sense because they know, hey, if we win this next fight, that could be game deciding, but MKOI don't want to give them the opportunity here. They're starting this out.
Zašto random startujemo atakana? To okrenemo se.
Ako Xanti ima W, on soka prvih 3 sekunde ovog fajta, ako klikne W samo, da.
Jojo ima veliki ult, to može biti ogromno, može biti dobro. Nisu izgubili puno health od atakana.
Driver stepping up again into Alvaro. No flash as well for Super as they put the spears into the Articon once again. A Comet Spear from Junjia looking for the steal. Driver going in. The skies descend. Really a game changer in a fight like this, but Alvaro's already down to half HP. Look how far Doggo is back from the team. That's the safety of his tower there. Astral Flight forward.
Good
trying to get onto Honkyu. Gets the
knock. Prerano je taj ult, ja mislim bio. Prerano je taj ult bio.
Dobar Alvaro ult.
Dobra Ravaro, da.
Ali za onih Viktorov ulti, gle.
Ne.
Au, Honkyu grid.
Aj, dolazi Junjia.
On će dumne, ne, ovo je reset. A jao, Dogo ult.
Afilios ult.
Samo Mirvina moraju da ubiju nekako i to je to.
Evo, ubio je.
A, ovaj game, 3-0. To je 3-1.
MKOI tried to force it here. They bet their game on a battle over the Otacon with the empowered Asol ultimate, but they cannot make it work. They lose multiple members here. 3 fall down. They lose the Otacon, and CFO will even be able to reset in time. Let's watch this one more time. As Junja goes in here, he flashes out the hostile takeover.
Ja mislim da jako rano bio Aurelian.
Mirwin constantly looking for an angle to flank here, but he's kind of separated from the rest of the team. Can't really find a way. And then Honkyu flashes forward. Alvaro is incredibly low. So
ne boji se ničega. Ne boji se da grifuje. Ali ima Seekers pa ga...
Until Doggo gets in range, nails the ulti, knocks down a double, and then Mirwin is isolated in a 1v3. That's an easy kill to add in as well. CFO in full control of this game. MKOI are going to have to fight again in a minute here.
Ja ne vidim kako oni dobiju sljedeći fight.
Da, pogotovo nema više Sky's Descent. Nema više velikog Aurelionovog ultija, tako da ja ne znam kako one dobijaju.
How do you get on the backline? How do you get on Doggo? He was untouched in the previous fight, still has his cleanse and his flash and his threat and a Mikhail's and a Pantheon and a Cassante in front of him. He'll take the tier 2 tower in the mid lane. They push Mirwin back. Driver just clearing out waves down towards this bottom side, and now CFO retreat towards the dragon.
Vincon je Jojo 900 stakova, 1000 stakova.
Da, otprilike.
Da se executuje na tipa 40% healtha, ono.
But it's going to be all down to this driver trying to threaten the flanking position here. But MKOI may just get pincered. Driver could just all out onto Super.
Znaju gdje je Mirvin.
Does have that up, but no flash for him. Mirwin forced away towards the top side. CFO take control over the dragon. Elioya goes in, only onto Kai Wing. Doggo still on touch. Mirwin looking for the flank position. The falling star comes down. The hostile taker is going to
Ode Jojo na avanturu.
Ode Jojo, goodbye.
Junji je živ.
Elioya je uzeo zmaja.
A, Junji je mora da izleti out.
Cleaning up the fight and looking for the Grand Starfall to make it the ace. Comet Spear just wide. Ginger can't see over the wall. Mirwin with a slice and dice. Kaiwing with a lantern flash and Mirwin.
Probao je Mirwin, ali...
Iskreno i respekt za Kaiwinga. Ne znam, smo vidjeli u 25 minuta da je Trash ovoliko koristan.
Da.
Cijel game konstantno radi nešto. To je respekt, iskreno. To je respekt.
5-0 here. They're going to crack the base as well. CFO are looking incredibly strong, but that smite from Elioya.
Jojo jednostavno, ne. To im jedini mi je on Vincona, a on jednostavno nije dovoljno snažan.
They go in here. Elioya goes forward. It's a great stun that comes across from the ulti from Jojo, but then he gets pulled over the wall by Driver. He's isolated. He's knocked down immediately by the Cassante, and it becomes a fight on two sides. Elioya, last seconds of the bailout, steals away with the smite. Had he gone down again, it would have been absolutely over. Still, it is a dire situation, but there is at least some hope still here for MKOI. And then Mirwin sidestepping as much as he possibly can, but CFO chasing him down. Flash Flay easy enough with the lantern to grab that last kill.
I was so sure in the moment the CFO had managed to get the soul there last second from Elioya with the smite through the bailout, but still.
Da, not like this meme, to sam I ja sad trenutno. 300 stakova, Aurelion Sol ima samo 2 itema. Nije ni blizu treći.
I mean, Doggo is just a monster. This guy is the problem. You have to kill Doggo. That is the only way you're going to be able to win a fight. This guy is ridiculously strong, and this is the last time APAC, now LCP, actually won an EUNA or Chinese or Korean team in a best of 5. Taking down one of those teams in a series like this would be massive for them. And CFO looking to try to do just that, looking for this upset.
Ja rekao da će valjda I ovaj da ga pogodi.
First stand, not a fluke.
Da.
This team is here to play. This team is here to play with the best.
Elioya da ga je knockbackovao, umro bi samo.
Flank position from CFO again, but they've done this so well in the games where they've had a lead. Just deny vision out of this top side jungle. Make sure that around the Baron MKOI are in total darkness. Skies Ascend available to Jojo. Has 300
Ima opet veliki ulti, trebamo 16, a neće ga dobiti. Šta je ovo bilo?
Jojo nema let. Cancelovo mu je sa ultijem Honky.
Great guns to fight. For the moment, not going to be able to go any further on it.
And with no
ultimate,
they're going to go straight to the Baron here.
Osim ako li Elioja nekako ne ukrade, ali ja mislim da će oni samo izgubiti game ako on ukrade i umre.
Get back in, find a way to win a fight without their key ultimates.
Jojo showing on the bot wave as well. Would have to teleport up here. They're going to go for the battle. Elioja trying to go the
long way to
look for a steal. There it goes, the smite secures it. Junja will get
Nema 10k gold, ovo je samo kraj serije, bukvalno.
3 minutes on the clock now. 2 minutes into that, the Ocean Drake comes up once again.
Absolutely. I mean, Jojo just desperately trying to push on this bot side, seeing if he can get some gold back, but there's no way he's going to be able to actually finish off this tower. He knows it. He has to just go back to base. They have to try to go bounty hunting, try to find some way to pick up some gold to try to pull this back, but you're 9,000 gold behind. And again, the biggest problem is that it's so isolated on Doggo. This guy is miles ahead of where Supa is, and they know it. It's really the key member. All you have to do as CFO
Uvijek moramo
is
biti
protect this guy,
pozitivni, to što
make
Mata
sure
kaže.
that he can stand
Nema veze,
and
čak i da ispadnemo rano na Worldsu, samo više vremena da se spremimo za first stand. Skroz pošteno razmišljanje.
You've got the Lantern as well coming out from Kybing alongside that Mikhails and Redemption. For MKOI yet to pick up a tower in this game. That's part of the reason they're so far behind. They just haven't really got any of that standing gold off the map. Whereas Doggo has just had it injected right into his veins. Jojo trying to farm up towards his third item, has the Fates Dashes and Haunting Guys. So the entries just cresting over the horizon if he can get that little bit of extra gold. But CFO are denying everything out of the MKOI jungle.
And the vision is such a problem. You know, you look at the mini-map here, you have Elioja trying to go for this deep kind of flank angle.
Ja mislim da imamo dva na
Worldsu,
ne?
in this whole section for MKOI. So even after they're able to actually have this spawn, how do they get over there? How do they actually try to defend?
Izgubili neki.
Pa ne bi trebalo, mislim da je 2 fair. Osim ako ne pobedimo MSI, onda imamo 3.
Jojo will hold the wave for now, Breath of Light as well, to try and clear out some of these bound up minions. Driver in the mid lane is on that inhibitor. And MKOI aren't trying to defend there! Who's just wipes them! The redemption coming down! Immediately MKOI have to back away.
Inferno multi sa kritova. Samo ih tresnuo za 3000 health, ono skoro.
Just absolutely absurd from the CFO AD carry, now knocking on the Nexus. CFO just a single kill away, you have to feel from this best of victory.
Driver jako dobro zoomuje. To je radio i sa Žužukinom. 350 stakova, još 650 stakova imaju ih tamo, tačno da ih žele.
Jojo goes in with the astral flight. Mikhails away on Honku as he flashes. The Nexus tower down to half HP. Doggo still just waiting for Elioja. The Nexus tower, they can't clear the minions quickly enough, so it's going to fall. All out comes out. There's the falling star. Hostile takeover coming across the side as well as Driver is down. Junja runs to fight his teammates.
Really nicely done there by MKOI. They do actually Elioja though going to get spotted. He's got to be careful. They're just going to ult in with the Pantheon for the Dragon. They're going straight for the soul. Elioja has got to get over here and find some way to actually steal this, and Junja knows it, so he's not giving him time.
Ma da, bre, nestaje, neće...
Taman post.
Ne može da trepne kad zmaj, ono, nestao zmaj.
Doggo is playing so far back there, and the reason is he knows it doesn't matter if Vi ults me. If no one can follow up, I'm in no danger. So he was just kind of marking the Vi, not allowing him to come in for any sort of a play.
That was the MasterCard priceless moment of the game as CFO secure the Ocean Soul. They have a teleport on Driver, none on Honku. There's a ward in the base and pings towards the Nexus. Doggo now, 4 items. Rapid fire cannon with Gravitum is a very sticky situation to find yourself playing against.
I mean, there's not even any Nexus towers, right? You know, you could just
Swift imaš 4 itema, Felios, čak I da Supa ima cijelo jakšu I dalje mu je nebitno, mislim.
Junja ima Guardian. Jojo ima 3 itema, ali to nije Rabadon Void, ono, Blackfire Torch, nego Blackfire Torch Liandriz. Rylaiz ima tipa 300 AP-a. Mislim nije do AP-a, ali nužno, ali i dalje. Pita se koliko stakova ima na ultiju. To je jedino što ne vidimo. A ima veliki ulti, okej. Ne, Alvaro se uspaničio,
Ovo je baš vist. A, ubiće Feles. O, Dogo, bravo, to je GG, on je preživeo. On je preživeo.
GG, ode mi Pikems.
Ode i meni, toliko od Evrope. Ode ti Pikems od Evrope. Koliko smo loši, svi su nas nalupali. Bukvalno su nas svi. Asia, Pacific, Kina, Korea, Kina, Korea, Amerika, svi su nas nalupali, ovi MSI.
Nismo jedino od Brazila izgubili.
I to je napeto.
Bilo jedva. Mogli smo da izgubimo i od njih.
Postali smo joke regija. Postali smo joke regija. Imaš ga, Mat, imaš ga, postali smo joke regija.
Incredible performance all round from CFO for MKOI. They will be.
Ne znam, jer imamo da napravimo neki super tim u Evropi, nešto da možemo da izvučemo to. Ne znam, razmišljam i ništa mi ne pada na pamet.
Otvaram Twitter i gledam komentare, to mi je omiljeni deo nakon poraza. Vidim da li na Twitteru neko ima odgovor.
Showed us some really fun games and definitely going to be thinking back to that BLG series, you know, what if that final game, it was very close to them being able to force a game 5. In that game 4, you know, one pick, the Nexus gets taken down.
Ne znam kakav tim možemo da napravimo, čak i da uzmemo najbolje igrače iz Evrope i da ih stavimo u jedan tim. Ne znam ni koga bismo izabrali, šta, Caps na midu.
Kana top, sigurno.
Kana top, da.
Jajk jungle, verovatno. Kalis.
Čak i to mi se baš također ne sviđa.
Ali šta će da radiš, koga imaš? Razorka ili Joju?
Da, Razork mi se isto ne sviđa.
Nećeš s Qman da sigurno.
Da. Šta još ima? Blokada i Izmato, ne? 1-1-3, ne? Baš imamo odvratan pull, šta? Zašto nemamo nikoga? Ne, bukvalno da, bukvalno ideš Jajk, iako mi se Jajk ne sviđa, jedino drugi kao Elioja možda. Ali Jajk mi je ono jedini koji ima ono potencijal da coin flipuje na dobro. Mislim, izgubiš partiju ako coin flipuje loše, ali...
Bar ima šanse pobediš.
Da. Upset Miki na botu. Ja mislim da to play. Ja mislim da je Miki ono... Ha ne znam, ni Supa Alvaro nisu bili loši, tako. Kalist, Targamas se vidio nigde, a Kalist... Ja mislim da je... Ja mislim da je upset Miki bot. Kana, Jajk, Caps, upset Miki. I da, ili što Mata kaže, dovedemo Inspireda.
Ajmo, čujemo intervju. Evo, sakriću nas da vidite intervju lepo.
CFO will advance to the next round again, anyone's legend, and I have Honkyu and Driver with me in the winner interview. Thank you so much for joining me. Congratulations to both of you. First question is for you, Driver. You said in an interview with LCS Profile that you really did not want to play against Mirvan. How did you prep against a player that has such a unique and unpredictable champion pool?
首先，恭喜 CFO 今天能获胜拿下 MKOI 的比赛。首先想问一下 Driver 选手，那么今天对线的是 Merwin 选手，然后之前有在采访里面提醒过，说不太想要去面对他的英雄池，因为他的英雄池比较特殊。那么今天比赛前有没有做出任何比较独特的 准备呢？
对我来说，他的英雄池就是，虽然我不想遇到嘛，可是我觉得他就算选出来，我也能应对嘛，因为他的角色都比较极端，会比较难为团队做出贡献吧。反观我的角色池呢，就是你想要选就能直接选，所以他们必须得ban。我觉得这是我跟他的差别吧，角色池的差别。
The biggest difference between me and Merwin today is that his champion pool is very unique. However, it only has one-dimensional gameplay. Meanwhile, for me, I feel like my champion pool is incredibly versatile and they can ban it, I can just pick something else.
Amazing to have those insights. Hongkyu, I want to ask about Twisted Fate. It doesn't work at all so far at MSI. Is it a bait champion or did no one find a way to play it actually?
下个问题想问 Hongkyu， 现在卡牌目前在 MSI 的比线还没有获胜过，所以你觉得这个英雄是陷阱呢，还是关于 BP 问题？
我觉得这英雄应该不是陷阱吧，我觉得应该是团队需不需要卡牌的英雄。然后我觉得这 ID 也很看选手的 ID， 这英雄。
I don't think TF is a bait pick. It really determines on the ban pick phase and if the composition requires a TF. And I also think the ID does play into this.
Driver, next question for you. We saw that, and you said that you were taking inspiration from Baus when it comes to playing Sion. Is there anything from his gameplay that you've implemented in yours?
那么大家也知道 ，Driver 选手是 The Boss FFS 的粉丝，想问一下，你有没有从他的游戏或者主播直播中有没有拿出任何灵感来今天打比赛给大家显示出来呢？
我觉得他的玩法带给我很多启发吧，就是正确的送投资好赢游戏的方式，就是打比赛也是一样的，你只要送得好就会赢游戏啊。Boss 就是属于那种很会送的人，所以我看他学了很多。
So I think Boss definitely gave me some inspiration going into today's series because some deaths are good deaths, and in competitive series, I feel like that is also very necessary and could be used to our advantage.
Good death only. Hongkyu, you went toe-to-toe against Faker. You had an amazing series today, and you're the youngest player at MSI this time. How do you reflect on your performance so far?
Hongkyu 选手，首先你前几天刚跟 Faker 打出非常激烈的对决，然后今天的表现也是非常出色的。作为 MSI 今年最年轻的选手，你对自己在 LCP 还有 MSI 的状态如何？怎么评价
？LCP 的状态就是应该打得不太好吧，但是来到了 MSI， 就是对手都非常的强劲，所以得就多花1倍的努力，然后还有专注度去打这场比赛吧。
I actually don't think my performance in the LCP was the best. However, coming into MSI, the opponents are much more competitive, and I'm going to try twice as hard to perform for you guys.
Looking forward to what's next. Now, Driver, I cannot let you go without a celebration. We did not get any celebration for you, so would you give us one now?
Driver 选手可不可以给我们表演一下他的经典舞蹈，来鼓励一下，鼓励一下。
Absolutely amazing. Hongkyu, Driver, 谢谢, congratulations. Kitty, thank you so much for the translation. That's all for us here. We'll be right back for the second series, BLG versus T1.
Dobili nas Hongkyu i njegovi dance moves. Da, inače on je... Driver je u stvari poznat po tome da voli randomne džuska, no joke. Da, on tako i tamo isto u njihove ligi, isto random igra kad pobedi. Tako da... Ne znam, to moj gas. Čekaj, puštamo nevjerovatne reklame. Možete gledati ovo, svi. Hvala puno, ja isto. Da.
System updated. We will dance together. The future of money is here. Feels good.
Još jedna, da.
Hunter in the dark. future of night shots. Oppo Find XX series. Powerful camera, powerful AI.
I'm not afraid of the challenge. The challenge should fear me. I'm not afraid of the battle. The battle should fear me. The only time is now. Jump into the unknown. I won't give up till victory is mine. I'm coming for it. I'm coming for it. I fought for this. I crawled for this. I died for this. I'm coming for it. Yeah, yeah. I'm coming for it. I'll take the wind of glory on mine. I want it all. I've got this fire burning inside. I want it all. The world will know I'm do or die. I want it all. I've got this fire burning inside. I want it all. Only time is now. Jump into the unknown. I won't give up till victory is mine. I'm coming for it. I'm coming for it. I fought for this. I crawled for this. I died for this. I'm coming for it. Yeah, yeah. I'm coming for it. When it's all you've got and it's all you want, you don't back down, you don't ever stop, you climb to the top, let the whole world know just how far you'll go.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight in the dark and light.
And there's just one more question I need to ask, and I'll ask you both. Up next is BLG, a really exciting matchup for us as fans, and they have nightmares of what happened at the World Championship. So for you both, what would you like to say to BLG? Faker first, perhaps.
PLG와 또 만나게 될 줄 몰랐는데 이렇게 또 만나게 돼서 너무 재밌을 것 같고 오늘만큼 힘든 경기는 내일은 안 나올 거라고 생각하고 있습니다.
Well, Gumayushi, would you like to add anything, or is that enough?
작년 월드의 악몽이 떠오르게 해드리겠습니다.
Make them relive that nightmare here today in the rematch of World's Finals. It's T1 versus BLG.
Mislim da je bezbedno da se vratimo. Ja mislim da je sad bezbedno da se vratimo, slučajno ne prekrijemo nešto, ne znam ja. I kad ne možeš biti previše bezbedan, mi smo tu. I stvari gledamo giga dobru seriju. Vreme.
Bravo, Sajna, snimak tebe.
Evo, spreman da gledam jako dobru seriju, najjaču seriju. Samo se nadam da neće biti... U stvari ovdje ne želim da bude 3-0, iskreno. Kao legitimno ne želim 3-0.
Mislim da neće biti 3-0.
Čekajte ljudi, moram da vam remakam. Sad ću da vam remakam poll. Stanite. Ide anketa.
Sad će da vam rematchuje post. Šta?
What?
Ne možeš to Sajna sad, moraš da sačekaš neki drugi dan.
Evo ga, stavio sam. Stavio sam. Faker vs. Knight. 12-2.
Ti mi 12 naprema 12.
To je insane.
Performance in that game 5 on
To je insane, to je insane.
the Galio. I can still see it in my mind being the difference maker in the most recent Worlds Finals. And whenever these two go up
Razumijem
against
šta je
each other,
12 naprema 12.
12 to 12 game score, I think is just incredible.
Mislim da je to kao partija.
Kao u score, aha, u partijama. Okej. Ja rekao, u trofejima, gledam, nemoguće je nešto mi se ne poklapa ovde.
I think really stellar.
Reckless World Champion.
Has been one of the strong points.
Tipa tabela za
BLG was struggling at times. To me, he was really stepping up and being a point of strength.
I mean, that's the thing. Today's series is going to be the one that settles it in this matchup. And thinking about what Faker has been able to showcase so far at MSI and what Knight has been able to do for his team, how do we feel like this one would...
Ide u 5. Ja se nadam, Zero. Ja se nadam.
I mean...
I'm a little bit worried for Faker's laning.
I think in terms of like, I don't know if we want to split a prediction.
Ovo što su pokazali sada za Knighta i Fakera, čak moram da pošaljem meme. Ali mislim da se već video. Evo ti. Ovo.
The big difference maker there, I thought he had a bit of a rough season in terms of
Šta ćeš tako ti to bude?
a bit of trouble getting acclimated to the team.
Yeah.
But
Wow.
now
He's a changed man
great. Yeah, he
Whoa,
destroyed my
what?
team. Thank you for that. Wait, oh no, it's Azale with the 2K
Okay.
fans again.
Nisam ne znao da ima oko dobre statove, iskreno.
I honestly just love Doran as a player. He's such a nice guy. I feel like he has been good regionally for so long in the LCK, but has these moments
Mislim da ljudi zaboravljaju činjenicu da je Doran zapravo dobar igrač.
But I feel like he is on the precipice of a breakthrough, and I felt like that last Worlds, I really do feel like this is going to be the time for him. He has stepped up in the clutch when
Mislim, on je igrao za Griffin, dok su još bili onaj stari tim, Tarzan, Chovy, Viper Legends, Viper Legends, da.
Mislim, Tivan je hteo Zevsa, ali eto, završili su s Doranom i sad ono, radiš najbolje što možeš s tim što imaš, mislim.
Da, na kraju su uzeli Zevsovog tatu, tako da.
Vidi, Zevs nije na MSI-u, tako da... Ono.
Da, mislim.
Iskreno, ovo je full profi, još su nacrtali ovako lepo. Jer kapiram da nisu imali previše vremena.
What do we think of the player? Because this new
Gledaj, ja ne bih mogao da nacrtam tako da svaka čast. Mislim da bi ljudi prepoznali samo da je u pitanju neka osoba, da je u pitanju čovek kad bih nacrtao nešto.
Always been that top laner willing to slam these counter picks. We did see that at some points, like I particularly remember him slamming the Camille into, I believe, Flanders and Bethan.
Iga Gigabin.
Gigabin u fazonu. Ovo samo još jedan dan na poslu. Čovjek, znaš na koga me podsjeća?
Na koga?
Na Dairusa.
Ima malo. Ima malo tu hladnoću.
Da, Dairus je bio takav.
Ima smisla, iskreno, ima smisla.
And I brought, I had production make me a very handy
How better to determine than by tracking it on the binometer.
So we have the 4 states of bin.
We have a bin head that we can move from rubbish bin to sin bin, which actually features the hometown Vancouver Canucks against the Calgary Flames.
Sin bin.
Yeah, 5 of them.
Ne znam šta je sin bin.
And then bin, so regular bin, and then giga bin.
Rubbish bin.
So which one did we have so
far? Mislim da je bolje napisati trash bin onda.
Rubbish bin,
ali neće, da.
Between these two, I don't think he's been bad. I also don't think we've seen that kind of classic breakout performance. So I'd kind of put
Što, mislim da jesmo.
Da, mislim da je bilo prva serija.
Da, imao je bin giga momente.
Ambesa ona šta je činio.
Da, Ambesa, baš Ambesa, da. Fanovi šta kažu ti van? 6-7%.
Bilo bi mi tačno čudilo da ne bi.
I don't think T1 has ever lost a fan vote in the history of League of Legends.
Evo Jinx!
Jinx? Jer ovo Jinx iz Arkana, šta?
Ja mislim da jeste Jinx.
Pa ja sam mislio da je Jinx ona plava devojka iz Fortnite-a.
Evo su i znakovi obrigadovima. Evo su mi imali kinda, od dijamanta.
Iskreno mi jako čudno da ima toliko toliko fanova, zato što ipak Vancouver, ipak i Kanada ima mnogo više kineske populacije tamo nego što bih ja mislio korejske.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for the second series of the day here at MSI 2025. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Vedius for this one, and I cannot wait to jump into this head-to-head, a remix.
Captain Flowers. Boga mi dobar caster za prvi game ove serije.
Da. Našli su baš ludog. I Vedius, može. Što da kažemo? Samo respekt za naše kolege.
Dobar setup castera.
Jer Kerija iz Labrovove škole. Žvaka i kafa.
Ali malo se ono, malo je kao puniji sebe. Bar se meni čini, znaš. Prije bio kao ovako je sedeo, znaš šta kao. Znaš, nemam pojma.
A možda je krenuo da trenira.
Je moguće, to zna da ti A Bin je u fazonu.
A zato, Bin? Čovjek nije tu. Prisutan je samo fizički.
Brat Mjue. Brat si ređuje jawline. Dok Kerija tu žvaće žvaku, on zato nije usta otvorio što Mjue konstantno.
Many appearances at the World Championship
and
MSI.
The support matchup is one that I am especially looking for.
Kerija versus On. I feel like that. I mean, Keria's ceiling is just. It's unrivaled with what he's able to do on support. He seems to have a champion, Ocean. You can't really predict what he's going to bring out. Some picks
Šta Fiki radi s mišem, instalira skripte.
I think we can safely say.
Da.
There are certain champions that he's just able to have
Rakan
such
pušta
a huge impact
zato što da ne bi zbog arteritisa.
Stages that we have seen this tournament have just been
Da manje mora da zglob pomera. Koji je tu miš, ja se pitam jako.
Ne znam, ali svi ga koriste. I ceo med je koristi, isti taj crveni miš.
Baš se pitam, ajde ću možda pogledam, da li možda mogu da pronađem.
Ovo je Superlight plavi, ali ne znam koji je crveni.
Kaže Viper V3. Razer.
Moguće.
Bukvalno ima stranica Faker Edition.
Svi koriste Faker Edition, pa da. Kaže na timu imam kupili smo isti, eto više.
A ja ne mogu da nađem Zovijeve miševe više sa kablom. Ja ne volim wireless, ali oni više ne proizvode sa kablom.
A vidi, sad je...
A bez kabla košta 150 evra miš.
Pa znam ja.
A mislim...
Koji ti treba, koji tražiš?
Tipa EC2, EC3, ja mislim nebitno ti.
Intangible, that is the word that I'm looking for, and that is the beauty of T1, why they are such a fan favorite, why they're so widely decorated. The ability to just find that way to turn games around has always been a joy to watch. As you can see, we are currently experiencing a slight
game. Kolega nađe odmah sve.
Da.
Just a little bit more. We do have
a
hardware delay
link, pa možda vidiš tu još neki. Ima sve s kablovima. I FK1 i FK2 i ja za 12 i U2 i sve ima. Šta god hoćeš.
Da.
Jel ovo finale? Nije, a možda će biti.
It's Gen G waiting up there in that next winner's bracket match for whoever wins this one. MSI is a real battlefield, Vedius.
And I know a lot of LCK fans are hungry for that match because they were denied it domestically.
Dobar je, Night je ozbiljan igrač.
We got to see it a bunch during the regular season.
Da li ima neki kinesko mogu igrati top 4 u Koreji? Pa da. Te ne, hajde. Pogledaj ga, vidi ga koliki je.
It's just a matter of revenge for them, right? They're always the bridesmaid. They always come so
Bin je insane, Night je insane. Ima Kineza dobrih. Da, konačno ozbiljan LoL, ljudi.
They're a team that comes so close, yet they cannot quite.
Tako to ide, konačno ozbiljan LoL.
We'll see if they're able to do it, and as we get close to the draft, we can think about some of those high priority picks. Champions like Talia, Annie in particular. I very much expect that to be a contested mid lane champion between these two players. We've seen both of them blind pick it, and I will say that there hasn't been a very comfortable response to the Annie matchup, just because she feels so safe in lane, and because of how reliable she feels in the team fights.
And alongside those high-priority mid-lane champions, we've been seeing so much priority on Varus in the bottom lane. The power of the champion both in the laning phase, as well as the incredible burst and range that he has as the game goes on for the team fights. We know that both of these AD carries are very adept mechanically and can carry a game on their backs with just their individual performances. Locking in a power pick like that in the bottom lane.
To sam ja Matu pričao, da nije BLG bio toliko dobar tokom regularnog dijela. Mislim u Kini to jest, nisu bili toliko dobri. Anyone's Legend je bio definitivno bolji kao od njih.
But Beishuan really has just slotted in nicely. It's kind of amazing how BLG always find these junglers that just provide them exactly what they need to get across the finish line and function as a team. I feel like that he's having a very solid tournament and his priority around making sure that Knight is comfortable in the lane, focusing on setting up his bot lane for success, putting Alkanon in a winning.
Ja dobro, i BLG je realno bolji na International nego što je bolji na u svojoj regiji.
Bilo je, da, samo da ne dođe test. To mi je bilo samo da ne dođe test. Ja mislim da su one takve prevare od tima da je to strašno.
Dobro, malo su čokeri, što yes, malo su čokeri. Malo su čokeri.
Jackie Love je živio od stare slave, čovjek.
Malo su čokeri, to jest.
Jedino da je test tu, možda bismo ih dobili. To je jedino. Možda bi čokovali protiv nas. Pa bismo ih možda dobili, to je jedino zašto je loš.
Čekam da krene draft, pa da slikam za stvari.
Kaže, periferalni problemi.
He was instrumental in their win against CFO. His Jace performance in particular just dominated against Rest. And I feel like his Rumble as well was really impactful in the series.
Okay, ali i Mirvin je izdominirao Resta, tako da.
Stood out especially in their road to qualify for MSI. So the top lane matchup is another one to keep our eyes on. And like, it feels like no matter where you put your eyes in this matchup, there's always going to be something exciting to watch. The question is going to be which role ends up being the most important. Like, that's the beauty of this matchup. You never quite know which role is going to be the series defining
krećemo još malo. Faker ima da ping unplayable.
And I like the fact that you mentioned the journey that T1 had to get here, but we'll talk about that a little bit later, because ladies and gentlemen, we are finally getting into Trade Select Tower by Oprema. Here for game number 1, the rematch of the 2024 World Finals. Best of 5 starting off here.
Slobodno.
BLG on that blue side will be the Varus that I mentioned, that power pick in the bottom lane, while T1, they're looking right at Ben. They're banning the Gwen first.
You have to respect that champion for Bin specifically. It's something he can have a monster performance on. It did struggle when playing against Koi. Choosing to run the Ignite is where he ended up getting chain ganked a lot, but still, T1 respecting, they don't want to have to deal with it. The Azir, not an uncommon ban for BLG. Not something that Knight has a huge priority on himself. And of course, against the GOAT, it's a champion that you really can't afford to give it.
It's one of those champions that I feel like is just such a staple of.
Kad bi trebao Fly igrati, sad ću ti reći, čekaj.
You already said it. It's the GOAT. It's Faker. You don't want to be giving something like that over for free if you're not willing to pick it yourself. The Vi will be the next ban here for T1. Pretty much a staple jungler this entire year everywhere.
Ne sutra u 2, nego prekosutra u 2. Igra FlyQuest.
And now the TF. So this is one that continues to be very debated among the community.
A ja navijam za T1, ljudi, ja volim T1. Ja sam T1 T1 fan. Ja sam T1 fan, što je yes. Šta rajem? Da. Dobro, bar sam odan svoje ekipe, nisam cava. Ja navijam za T1 i kad su najbolji i kad nisu. Uvek navijam za ekipu za koju navijam.
Osim ako igraju protiv Evrope.
Ma i tad navijam za T1, kakva crna Evropa. Za koga da navijam? Za Oscara? Da, neka hvala. Neka hvala.
Za Izmu. Ne bi navijao. Za Humonda ne bi navijao.
Nije uzeo Jacksa, a Dora ima 505, ima se igra.
A tek je prva partija.
Going for a little bit more team fighting, a little bit more mid control and solid wave clear. Of course, on the Orion, you've got to be super careful. Does potentially open up for a jump possibility.
Znaš tako, idem već na 2 sekunde, bukvalno. Hoću gledam partiju na miru.
You could also go towards something like the Wukong. Bear in mind though, that with the Pantheon locked in, that means there's no Trundle, which means that champions like Sion massively rise in priority. We've seen this pick just dominate in MSI. It feels like there are very few champions that
I Giga Bin je igrao Giga Siona i nije iskoristio pasiv. Da li je to najoptimalan način da se igra Sion, da ne iskoristiš njegov pasiv? Šta vi mislite? Popi. Ja mislim da je ovo 1-0 za BLG.
Is the Yorick
What?
So a little bit more split push power.
What?
You can already see that T1 with the Pantheon and the Yorick rather have tools to play through the side, try and punish this Sion who's going to be looking to try and safely farm up. But BLG have already started to craft this effective front-to-back team fight style
tako kažu navijači ovdje.
BLG need a little bit more DPS, so I imagine T1, if they're going to look to try and ban, maybe they get rid of some of that long-range tools. They've already decided to target the Karma. That does weaken the potential of a Caitlyn.
Kaže Kerija ovako, ne Kerija guma.
But I do wonder if they look to get rid of something like the Caitlyn if they want to have that long-range damage threshold coming in from the backside. Alternatively, they could consider the Misfortune, a very effective LPL team-fighting AD carry that fits nicely into a composition like this that's looking for the front-to-back.
Okay, clock runs down on BLG's next ban, so they will decide to take the Lucian off the table, thinking, all right, if they've already locked in the entire top side, that leaves them open to potentially grab one of these spicy bot lane duos. Lucian's one of the ones that can play very aggressively. They're going to want to deny that from Gumayushi and Keria, especially when you see the Karma banned away. That tells you that you're trying to ban away anything that would be the long-range, take over the lane, oppressive poke style, which is typically something that can shut down these aggro bot lanes. So BLG is going to respond, getting rid of the Lucian, as On's Rakan is banned out by T1.
These bans do suggest that T1 might be looking at either an Alistair or even a Braum. If they want something a little bit more defensive,
vidjet ćemo da li može ili ne.
into the Braum. But also I think T1 can save their support for the last pick. I expect the AD carry to come through now, try and give Keria
Sion bot i Relia top.
matchup, but also allow Keria the freedom to kind of round out this composition.
Ne bi bilo loše. Sion jungle, idemo. Može i to. Ne znam koliko je dobar Sion jungle, ne znam da li je uopšte playable, ali bacimo ga na...
and they're going to pair it alongside the Renata. Another champion that we really haven't seen have a lot of success so far at MSI. It feels like Kalista really does struggle to get through so many of the frontliners that we have in the current meta. With Pantheon constantly diving on your face, many AD carries just struggle to play in this current meta.
Right, it can be very difficult to deal with. One good thing, at least for the Kalista, there is not a
BLG rekao vina
tank on the side of T1.
Ubrzo.
And Yorick, both bruisers. Yes, they can be difficult to deal with, but it's not like trying to punch through a Scion or.
Pa da Nikođin bi trebali da rade u... Mislim da rade, u smislu da mogu da laneju.
So Jin Nico versus Kalista Renata here in the bottom lane.
A ja samo se pitam, ko će ubiti posle Siona Poppy? Yorick?
Pa Yorick možda splita u teoriji, mislim. Svako će Kalista dosta opasti ako se partija baš razvuče.
Jer Yorick... A da, ti to što kažeš. Ne moraju možda ni da fajte, nego da igraju na split.
Mislim, T1, realno gledano, mehanički su lošiji. Kao, Mislim da na ruke Bejčun je bolestan, ja ne znam, znači ne znam gdje su ga našli, bolestan je, mnogo je dobar. Knight je u najboljoj formi na ovom MSI-u, Bean je Bean, što jes. Mislim da vi šta radiš Kaster, ljudi, znači pustite me da hodam u mestu. Znači složili smo se da nemam traku, da me radi malo na šizofreniju i onda ja tako volim da hodam u mestu, evo ga golub. Eto, vidite, golub na ekranu i kaster koji hoda, razumem problem. Možda i njihovi kasteri hodaju, Medic can deliver a ball, ne. Ne može.
We can feel it here at the caster desk. Yes, sir. The crowd is feeling good. We're getting ready for game one of this best of 5. A rematch.
Ne može.
Over the last few years that has gone back and
ne može da je shield, došao na ti je minion. Kao Tibers, recimo.
As the reigning world champion.
Doran. Ovo je kill.
Knight ga juri. Knight je brži, on ima phase. I ovo je kill. Knight može se flasha.
Ovo je trolo je. Još je uzo level 1.
Znaš da neće gubi. Znaš što Knight nije teo da nastavi da ga juri?
Mislim da ga
That was cheeky.
Seeing if maybe he could catch Doran window shopper
there. To je level 1 TP.
Thought that he could get the finish, but he does not. That means we get a trade summon.
Trči, ne mora TP-a. Može trči.
Ne mora, dobro je, da, ne mora, ali nema pot također. Ima level 1
You'll see him actually pathing towards his Raptors, likely going to start there. As Owen's going to start on.
Zanima me bot, ja bih gledao samo bot, mislim dobro, to je malo je pohlepno s moje strane jer sam AD carry, ali bih gledao samo botlane matchup da vidim kako se igra ovo, da naučim nešto. Jer ovo će baš biti ono perma nabadanje u glavu, takav je matchup.
Bio sam informaciju da startuješ na Yoriku level 1 kad gubiš trade-ove pred levela 3. Tako da.
Pa li gubiš trade-ove u Sijanu?
Nemam pojma iskreno. Meni iskreno ne delo da bi trebao, ali... Ja mislim da je uzo Cage zato što je morao da pobegne od Knighta.
Koliko je ovo napet lane.
Da ga je Cage-ovao na kraju.
Faker earning the finals MVP, having a standout performance in that series. When we come to this MSI, Faker did struggle in his first matchup against Tonkyu. He was put on the back foot in multiple games of that series, and I feel like Knight really has been a standout for the side of BLG. One of the core components of what helped BLG even qualify for this MSI. And already we see
dobar je, Jorikov skin je dobar.
Da, W, izvinjam. Uzo je zid, da. Navikao sam da je... Navikao sam igrao Veigara, pa sam onda govorim konstantno a ne W. Izvinjam se, moja greška. Ali shvatili ste na što mislim, ne uzeo zid, level 1.
Ovo je nehumano stresno, ovaj botlane. On mora da bude giga on point sa E-ovima. Elk mora se pazi jer on uvek svakim basicom Elk komituje negde. Jer je Kalista. Znači ili komituje da kajtuje back, ali onda ako bufferuje guma attack basic, ti si primio basic i ne možeš da tradaš nazad. Doran je fine. Doran je malo petovo ka njemu, ne znam zašto.
Poješće ga ovi minioni.
Da, ali damage...
Zapravo je dobio taj trade.
Da, ali damage ne stika na Poppy, to je loš trade. Poppy će da ode uradi krabu i bit će full health. Taj damage ne znači ništa za njih. A health koji je izgubio možda ga košta. Faker je bio dobar na Orijani juče.
Faker uz solo kill.
Da, dobar je bio. U Tristanu je baš lepo igrao. CFO.
Oriana je jedan od čempiona sa najmanjim armorom na... Bila je pre durability patcha, ja mislim da je bila čempion sa najmanjim base armorom u igri.
Da, to ti je...
Imala je 17 base armora.
A to je zbog EA. Ne može da ima, da...
Bilo je užasno jer... Ono tipa dođe ti bilo koji AD čempion na level 2 skoči na tebi ti si kao ok, ja sam.
Ali ako uzmeš E na levelu 2 imaš imaš veći armor kad je lopta na tebi nego ostali heroji sa većim base armorom, ako to ima smisla. Riot voli da balansira, isto kao što i Trash imalo base armor.
Vole da balansiraju, ali... Problem kod svih tih stvari meni uvijek bio kao ti... Wow. Full cool charge. I ono kao ti ako ne uzmeš spell za tradovanje, redko koji mage kao imaš priority. To je slična priča što je bila uvek kada razgovaram sa ljudima o Doran Shield Second Wind. Gde je kao, oni su ok, ali ti si mage, kao ti si range hero i tako to. Sve to super, samo što protivnik traduje svoj health da dobije priority u lane-u. Ja moram da trošim manu da bi se tradovao sa njim, inače gubim trade. I onda ne mogu tu manu da trošim na pušovanje wave-a da dobijem ja priority. Tako da, kao, mogu samo da skoče i da se traduju sa tobom bezvezno.
Outsustanuju ti manu kroz health, desi Derelko?
Da, što je kao slična priča. Ti ako ne uzmeš duplo V na level 2, bude ono kao...
Neće, Mare nije Mare tako lako rage baitovan. Što Bejčon blokira zombije da mu skoče na glavu. Goated mehanika.
For the wall slam from the Poppy to actually find the big value there. So Doran's still all right, does have his Maiden of the Mist ready to be summoned, but does not want to summon it up at a time when these swaps are happening, when you could end up in a 1v3 situation.
Ovo je fair, dobra analiza, dragi kolege Kastera. Ako prizove Maidenku ovdje mogu da ubiju. A to baš nije gas. To nije dobro. Mare chill. Confirm, certify chill Mare. Da, mogu potvrditi.
Ga, hoće baš da ga stavi Canon dalje, ima flash? Ne, mora da
ode, ping pong odigraš s njim.
Zašto ga nisu samo swapovali bot? Da mečuju swap šta? On se teleportovao kao... Ne razumijem. Nije mi sigurno.
Gledaj koliko vifaju. Ju koliko vifaju sad ovdje. Gledaj ovo, vifaju bot, vifaju top. Ovo je huge za BLG.
Još će Kerija umreti.
Kerija?
Što se dešava?
Aha, sad je onda.
Junior umreti.
Mora flash.
Guma je tu, možda mogu.
O, Makalista sa Renatom, da.
Ajde, udari ga.
Da.
Udari ga.
Nema guma, ne. Ovo ne može pogodi nikog. Dobra, ajde, bar je ubio Poppy. Ozbiljan start za BLG. Probaj gume da ga odradi na Vision. 3-0 Kalista, jao.
Jel ovo Biomus prvi item? Ne.
Ja se nadam da nije.
Ima ono pero. Ne znam čega se Biomus sad builduje.
I Retrix. Koliko prljavo od Tivana, mislim kao slopi je ono.
Što je najgore, bilo je tako blizu.
Renata Kalista, zato radi toliko dobro, mislim.
Da.
U ovim skrmišima produženi fight i skoro garante ćeš imati dovoljno koplje da nađeš kill.
A Guma je bio... Nije bio siguran koga da gađa.
To sidestep the curtain call. Sadly, Dancing Grenade, more of a targeted ability, can't quite get away from that one as Elk takes a chunk of damage back on live now as our bottom lane duos continue to scrap back and forth topside. Both junglers still hanging around this area as well. These trios of junglers and bottom laners are so aggro in the early stages of this game. It's a very modest gold lead for the side of BLG, but really nothing to write home about. Been happy to just
Shit, gled Dorana, brate, koje batine dobio od Bina.
Nice chunk of damage onto Dor in there as well.
Bin ima Bami Chain West Bramble, Doran ima Phage. I nema Maiden. Sad ima ult, može da je baci.
These teams are violent. They are tied for the highest kills per minute at MSI in 2025. A Clash of Titans is an apt
Polako, Mato, čekaj, polako. Tek je prvi game, polako. Imamo još da gledamo ovu seriju, polako.
A small advantage, but what I will say that surprises me is the goal difference between the AD carries is actually not that big. Guma has actually
Da, zapravo Guma ima ogroman gol, ima ogroman CS diff.
Vidiš, ima CS, ali nema gold, to je fora. CS diff je nebitan ovde. 74 gola razlike nije ništa.
Ali ima 3 kila.
Pa da.
Ima Kalisto, to je jedino.
Baš to, baš to. Još s ovim buildom Jomu u RFC, on Siona tuče tek na 4. itemu.
Ali što idu to? Meni to nije jasno. Ja ne znam, jer ima... To isto kao onaj Shojin build Korki.
Ahead of his opponent, really feeling good about the state of things there. As you already said it, man, it's just the slightest gold lead for BLG.
Faker jako lepo igra zapravo, ovaj lane. Mnogo dobro igra.
Raspoložen.
In about 25 seconds, you can see T1 trying to get this wave pushed out down here in the bottom lane as Beishwan takes control over that bottom side of mid towards the river for BLG.
Getting closer to the second dragon spawn of the game. TP will be used by Knight to return to mid lane. Sundered Sky finished for both junglers as Beishwan.
Da, nije to jedini build, Mato. Kolektor Infinity smo gledali u oko 40% partija. U oko 40% partija.
No Blade of the Ruin King finish just yet, but T1 do not want to give this up without a fight.
Owner jumps in, immediately goes for the night. Carry with a bomb blossom onto 3, but the backup damage is
Ali oni nemaju damage samo. Nemaju damage. Faker!
Da, ali to nisu svi. Fora.
Faker. Klanjamo se. Sam se nije tu Faker bio, samo je stigao na vreme da dođe na kraju.
Samo je došao.
Da. Kako je Owner toliko dugo preživao, šta je bilo on?
Ja ne znam da li je Kerija jednom bacio ulti na Niko, a da nije pogodio sve protivnike koji su prisutni. Ali no joke. Ja ne znam da li je Kerija jednom Niko ulto i failovo. Prošlu seriju kad igrao Niko, ista priča. Svaki ulti minimum 3 men. Jedino kad je pogodio manje od trojice kada nije bilo 3 protivnika tu. Nerealan je Kerija.
Kerija je baš dobar.
No, je plate.
Damage dealt to champions last fight, Bin 1600 damage uradio Doranu.
Vidi. Sve je to damage.
Faker mora da se pazi, ima flash.
Lepo.
Ne, mrtav je.
To je sve jedno, da. Udara wave da proba da je clear, ali ništa.
Za malo je preživeo.
Ovo je serija.
Mislim da je preživeo tu, ja mislim da bi ih tiltovao.
Verovatno, ali ovo je serija. Ovo može se gledati do preko sutra. Ovo može u 6. game da ode, ko što volim ja da kažem. A, da, ovo je lep lol. Mislim, dobro, realno kad pogledaš sad kad je Evropa ispala, svaki dan MSI je sad lep lol. Realno. Ko je displaceovao i...
Da je samo imao mislio da će uspjeti da ga displace, jako je teško boriti taj shockwave. Ovo nije dobro. Klima glavom faker.
Gotovo, znači sad je razgibo je vrat, da, to je to. To je to, ovo je bio faker bez razrađenog vrata, sa srađenim vratom gotovo je za protivnike. BLG nema šanse.
Bin je level 11, faker level 10.
Bin je problem.
Bin je definitivno problem.
Giga Bin je problem.
Guma ima 700 gold lead sada, bez obzira što je Kalista 3-1.
A sad je Jorik dole u taliju. Čekaj nas pusti, malkice, mislim bolje, možda ovako se više vidi. Stavit ću nas ovde.
Bejčon ga je spasio upravo. Neironično, Bejčon ga je sad upravo spasio.
Ali pogledaj Giga Bina. Timo, ne možeš ništa. Ja, on je dalje živ, što je najgore. On je dalje živ. Ok, sad nije živ. Sad nije živ. Sad je i dalje živ. On je živ. Da, on je Giga Bin. On je Giga Bin.
On je Giga Bin samo.
Giga Bin.
Što rade? On i Elk, šta rade oni?
Trolaju. O! Faker je živ i dalje. On se vraća. Najče. Gdje si Korva? Prelepo.
I Doran uzima prvi turet.
Prelepo.
Ali Bejčon je tako loše odigrao, šta Bejčon radi ovdje? Zašto ga je gurnuo odatle?
Ja sam mala miskomunikacija.
Bejčon tiltovo ga faker, ono... Nije ni počela partija.
Prelep. On je, to vi ne znate, to je nova meta. To je Assassin Renata, ljudi.
Faker opet, šta?
Ma on ih vraća, da. Ma gotovo. Ma tata u lola.
Ne, ovo je GG.
Prelep.
Ne možete tako slati igrača na fakera.
Prelep. Ne, Bejčon je bio brutalan dok nije morao da igra u fakera. Sad smo provalili šta je moj problem.
Da.
Sad je u fazonu, počeo se trese pošto igra u fakera, a i realno razgibao je vrat. Tako da ono, mislim, mi smo rekli. Vidi. Vidi kerija. Nemaš. Ja, ode Bejčon sad, ode Bejčon. Razgib vrata diff.
4000 gold lead.
Da, to je ono klasično kad razgibaš vrat. Dorane, molim te, Dorane, znači, molim te. Chill. O!
Doran je probao da ga ubije, šta?
Čekaj, može se nahila na kripa. Čekaj, ima ovaj...
Čekaj, samo radi Doran.
Znaš da bi gubio da ga je krio. Jao, da ga je ku ovdje izvrištao bi. Izvrištao bi da ga ubio ovdje.
Čovjek tankuje turet u facu Knight i za malo ga ubije.
Bukvalno je bio 150 unita off samo da ga ubije. Prelepo. Razumljivo, Horva. Ova je serija koja se gleda. A i malo je ono klevo da nije primio ovaj jedan turn što te ekstra imao je kill ovdje.
The drop of the advantage that T1 has. Doran recognizes that if he just tries to run away, he's going to get chased down by Knight. He flashes forward, gets a
flashovo je ništa, manje više. Flashovo je ništa, bukvalno. Vidi, bukvalno je krenuo da rampuje.
And Knight secures a kill. Doran largely going to be unfazed by that, though, as he should be. With the lead that T1 have, they're still in full control of this game.
Exactly. Doran is the demo man in this game. The side lane turrets have been his targets and he has been achieving those objectives.
A šta će Doran da radi? Mislim, to on je giga behind, igra u Bina, jadan. Nikom nije lako da igra u Bina, razumete? O, evo ga, koristi.
Aj. Sorry.
Pa ulta će Jin, sad igraju na to, mislim, ali Doran je opet mrtav. Doran mora malo iskulira, bacit će game Tivanu.
Mora malo da pazi.
Ali dobro, beš on je također, nije živi. Nema ga Faker, Fakeru što... Dobro. On ide. O, odelka. Nema Elk damage, nema damage. Gigabin, au. Ma da, vidi root. On je pogodio, oni znaju su pogodili Bečuna, ne znaju, nije ni bitno.
Zna owner.
Ne, Kerry je bolestan, ja nemam reči. Kerry je nehuman, bukvalno je nehuman. Strašno se radi čovjek. Iako je on malo overextendov, ali Bečan je rekao čekaj, mogu ja. Da, Bečan je ovdje baš preterao. Faker je flashovo seismic, I guess. Pa I guess je flashovo seismic da preživi. Da. I onda bup. Ode Elk. Kardija, mora malo. Labro već od Kerry, ne znam u čemu. Možda u poznavanju grčke prirode i društva. Eventualno.
T1 are steamrolling. That tangle barb was disgusting to hit them both. T1, 5,5
mislim da je Faker ovdje kao random bez mane.
Ne, da, ova serija je druga dimenzija od prethodne, mislim. Dobar je CFO, okej je Koi, ali vidi, ovo je pravi LOL.
Da li bi rekao da je Koi okej?
Pa mislim, okej, to je okej. Ono, mene bi dobili, razumeš, okej su, nisu skjumond. Teško je Doranu da igra. Pogledaj ga, molim te.
Aj.
Ovo je Nestoroviću mid-season invitational, MSI. 6000 gold leada, Sol za minut 30, Satakana uzmu, rotiraju se na Drake-a, završe game.
Možda teleportuje Knight, hoće da fajtaju.
BLG mora da fajta.
Faker nema shockwave, nema baš mane, ali Kerry-a zamalo.
Guma je iznabado Fakera, ali ko gore radi, ljudi, pomozite Doranu. Ajde, Guma pogodi, nice.
Ne, već on isto umro.
I sad će, pa šta Guma četvrti gleda, ne? O, Faker, ma ko će, vidite, ko će.
Oni još ujaju. Kerry-a?
Faker pušta, evo ja ću. Znaš da će on to da uzme uvijek.
Kerry-a, root.
Au, ok, pretera ga.
Čekaj, šta radi?
On je dobio shockwave opet. On je demon.
Kerry-a.
Čovjek počinje fight i završava ga sa shockwaveom. Čovjek je počeo i završio fight s istim spelom. Dobro.
Ovo nije isti T1 koji smo mi gledali.
Ne, ja ti kažem, T1 International buff, znači to je to. T1 International, druga ekipa. Insane.
Guma snajpuje, Beitron jako lepo ulti, ali Guma ga snajpuje poslije toga.
But BLG just don't have the HP to play with. What surprised me is T1 said we can still fight.
Faker se teleportovao iza njih, došao nijotkuda.
Faker comes in from the angle, he comes through the fog of war to come in from behind BLG, unsuspecting, and Faker makes the magic happen once again.
Još dođao seismic shove, nice flash u Kerry-u.
And T1 with a statement game here to start off the series.
Baker's Oriana is a miracle worker in this game. He has found so many plays, so
Apsolutno insane, apsolutno insane. Bukvalno.
Da, jako dobra je partija, jako dobro igraju.
Flowers of a lead thanks to the Otacon harvesting everything for them. They are so strong. BLG.
Pogledaj build fakera. Pogledaj build fakera. Ludens deadcap. Zna faker priču.
Zna čovjek da se treba buildovati damage.
Da, 8k damage u jednom fightu. I to jedan ultimo je bio two-man, drugi je bio single target.
Doran je permanentno mrtav.
Doran je onaj tag što je Rock Lee nosio na nogama pre fajta sa Garom. On je u fazonu, ovo je previše lako, dajte da nam otežam.
Oni su bežali od tog klona misleći da je pravi fake.
Sad čekaju Barona.
Koliko si bojali?
Čekaju Barona. Imaju 15 sekundi za Baron, nema razloga da ne rade Barona ovdje.
So much of this game has been about Faker, but the quiet carry, Gumayushi with a 3-0-13 scoreline. Faker to the target.
Ovo već možda nije dobro. Faker dodžuje. Shockwave na dvojicu. Ajaj. Dodžuje Kent. Ajaj. Jer zonja na seismik. Faker nije ni flashovao tu.
Here, Genji. Genji je bio prvi. Genji generalno igra bolje nego Tivan u Koreji. Ali na internacionalnom Tivan buff samo radi svoje.
Jer je i dalje ima ulti.
Pogledaj.
Kerija ima ulti i Knight.
Dobro, pa mislim ubit će... Šotat će Knighta za ulti, to je vrt.
Faker je tankovao sve od Bina i dalje nije umro.
Ne može gubiti, to je to. To je to. Ne znam, mogu završiti game ovdje zbog wave-a. Kroz stop možda mogu da završe. A Tivan igrao loše. Tivan nije igrao kao Tivan. Igrali su loše za Tivan, ali to je i dalje bolje nego... Znaš.
involved in 20 of the team's 22 kills, has the Nexus in his eyes and is looking to close things out.
Prelepo. Ne, ljudi, znači ja koji navijam za Tivan, možda nije 3-0. Polako. Ima još da se igra. Ima još da se igra, polako. Ima se igra.
Ovo je samo početak serije.
Da, samo polako. Eto, Faker pije kroz slamčicu, samo da znate. Ne znaju, oni znaju. Znači, oni znaju. Tivan kad dođe na International, to je to. To je to, nema šta.
We're gonna make you guys relive that World's Finals nightmare. No lies were told during that interview.
Not at all, and shout out to the Vancouver crowd. It sounded like World Finals in here.
Insane.
You guys are amazing. Keep that going for the rest of the series. We love you all, but man, T1.
Pauza je, sad ću vam reći, 12 minuta.
An amazing composition that allows you to team fight. It was beautiful done here.
Yeah, and so it looked really good for BLG initially, right? We had that top lane play where we're like, okay,
fore malo da odmorimo, kome treba odmor. Da zgrabite neki snack. Možda neko piće.
Coming in on, again, a classic champ for him. He's been playing this since he came into the LCK in the Oriana, being a massive difference maker already in game one.
I mean, honestly, I was a bit worried for T1 when I saw, this top lane matchup especially. I think it's pretty tough for York to get an advantage there. Bin, he's going to become a brick wall, just getting so much passive HP from the Soul Furnace, from those York ghouls. So I thought it was going to be a bit of a slower game, but T1 had other plans. They're able to find so many advantages around the map. Utilizing the lane owner. They were crushing.
Orion Raze G1. prodan. To nije za trčanje, to je za hodanje. Za trčanje sam prodao, ona je bila ono full profi, ta je bila oko 90k. Da, oko 90.000 je nova bila, a ova za hodanje je oko 50k nova. Za trčanje sam imao ring. Nestoroviću, to je fair, to je fair. Tako se katuje najbolje kad nemaš u kući da glickaš ništa. Faker ima Hall of Fame kao skin i to.
Faker će dobiti statu ispred Riot-ovog headquartersa.
Verovatno već ima.
Da. Čovjek sam nosi ono popularnost ove igre. To je iz Kara je isto pričao, ne znam da li prošle godine, ne znam, Worlds ili šta već. Isto je pričao ono kao šta će biti kad se Faker penzioniše, šta će biti sa igrom, će samo propast.
Samo nestajalo, samo se gase serveri. Iskreno neki ne znam koji je to sistem treninga, tako da ne mogu prokomentarišem. Nisam siguran. Nije jeftino, pa nije. Mislim, sve te stvari, ono, ajde pogotovo za hodanje još i možeš naći na akciji pa malo jeftinije proći. Za trčanje je baš teško naći na akciji i za trčanje kad je na akciji, to ti je popust od recimo sa 90 na 80.000. A recimo za hodanje ja sam ovo našao na 50% popusta, sa 50 na 25. Tako da je mnogo veća razlika. Tako da ono, traka za trčanje je mnogo skupa. Traka za hodanje može se nađe jeftino. Oh my god, šta je sve? A čekaj, ne smijem da pokažem to na streamu. A? Čekaj, pog. Ja sam pokažem na streamu, ali to ne sam pokažem na streamu. To drugo. Au, ljudi, sad bi da vam pokažem nešto, a ne mogu vam pokažem. Ali tu unutra ovo, sve. Vidite koji pog moment, ala. Chat pog moment, dok gledamo replay pog moment. Znači, to ne sam da pokažem.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely.
This is desperation hours for BLG, right? They're going to try to make something happen. But T1 is just playing these fights out so well. Faker is being focused, but he's always cutting back out. Guma, finishing off base one, and then the route truly begins. All of BLG are running. Faker goes back to base, and this becomes this really cool extended sequence where the T1 members that are still healthy are using their health to be able to keep them interested, to be able to keep them around, not allow them to just get back to base. It buys time for Faker to go on this deep angle. Koje mehanike iz ovog ranca? Znači, on se otvara odavde, i onda odavde. Čim je veliki ranac.
Laura.
I onda vamo, i onda se loka.
Imaš, ako hoćeš da vidiš sve ljude koji trenutno rade kao na zvaničnom broadcastu za engleski, imaš MSI Wikipedia page i tamo ćeš negde dole pri dnu naći listu svih talenata koji rade. Bilo da su intervjueri, da su hostovi, da su kasteri. Nesturović, baza. Tako je, istina, izliš napolje i trčiš. Ali to pričamo o igračima koji igraju ligu. Znači, oni ne idu napolje.
Tako ljudi, ovo ja sam vam pokazujem. Pogledam, sviđa mi se. Baš mi se sviđa.
Again, another thing that this allowed, because I agree with you on this Sion Yorick matchup. I actually think he essentially counterpicks himself by locking in the Yorick, but when he was able to get that nice alone time with the side lane turrets as well, that was a huge difference maker for T1.
Damage on kills is always interesting to me to see. This is how much damage actually was contributed. So 9.5k for Faker out of his total damage to damage that resulted in an actual kill. So look at how much as well from Owner. Owner, basically all of the damage he was doing was resulting in kills. He was incredibly effective. The gray damage is essentially the damage that is just dealt in poke and whatnot, like hitting each other in lane, but not actually getting a kill. So I always find this stat really interesting to look at. And you can see how effective Owner was with everything he was doing. Because pretty much anywhere he went this game was resulting in T1 success, T1 kills, T1 objectives. I mean, they were slamming them across the map, and they still found time to get a soul here in like 20-odd minutes.
BLG is going to stay on blue side for the second game, so I feel like
A
they're
istina,
comfortable with
mislim,
their
možeš ti
preparation on this side.
tehnički.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Možeš da budeš,
I mean, I do still think that blue side is
možeš
kind
da
of the
živiš,
honorable side
možeš da
in
budeš
draft,
beskućnik,
especially
nije to
in
problem.
Fearless. However, one thing I would like to see from them, again, this game in particular wasn't about the top laners,
Mislim, mogu
but I
da
would
se
love
žali.
to see Ben on a
Sad ću dođem
classic
ljudi samo da
counter pick where he
obučem
can
majicu.
really try
Brzo.
to smash the matchup, because I
To
think
nije
that
majica,
is something
aha.
we have been missing a little bit lately from this BLG team fighting.
We said it, Gigabin calls to the action here, but it is T1 who strikes first here in the first game of this best of 5. We'll see if BLG can come back in game 2.
Bam, dam, dam, bam, bam, dam, dam, bam, dam. A mislim i u prošloj seriji je Doran, čak i kad je T1 gubio je bio jedan od boljih igrača. Danas, mislim ovo mu je bila loša partija, ali dosta su probali. Oni su ga gankovali tipa 3 puta pre, zato što je potrošio flash na level 1. Oni su toliko su potrošili da ga stave behind na početku, a on je i dalje odradio donekle svoj posao, uzeo 2 tureta, za malo uzeo kill na Knightu, solo kill, to jest. Nije bio najvažniji faktor što su pobedili, ali kao nije bio ni najveći razlog. Oho! Ludnica. I onda moj kolega kaže, ne flexuje konstantno kad smo u studiju.
A mutinac, jesam mutinac, nema veze. Poenta je da je stigo mrč. Jeste vidjeli ranac? Čekam, pokaži mi ranac, ne znam si je ranac. Ja držim mute čisto red radi, tamo je pauzica, tako da chillam.
Idem ja da uzmem neku vočku.
Nije, važi. Dobro. To ćemo korigovati. Ali evo, znači, majica, ovo je M, stigo, ranac, pogledajte ranac što je, znači, ogroman je. Ovdje Rifle, ovaj Reborn logo ćemo morati da mrdnemo. Zato što ovdje ima još jednu pregradu unutra i onda ovo ne izgleda toliko clean koliko bi trebalo. Tako da ovaj Reborn logo samo na ovom rancu će biti ovdje, a na ostalim rancima će biti ovdje, uz ovu ivicu. Zato što ovdje ne može da stoji zbog pregrade. Znači ima ovdje pregradu i ovdje ima, kapirate ovako, možete štekati što hoćete. Gledajte foru, kad sklopite ranac, čekaj da ga sklopim da vidite. Znači kad sklopite ranac, sad nismo namjestili ovaj, ali ovaj gas. Sad nisam ga podigao. Realno je cool. Realno je baš cool. Drugačije je skroz. Fore. Tako da iskreno ranac. Iskreno banger ranac. Gustav, Fantix, nema link, sad ću tamo. Sad ću dam link.
Ja sam ti mid lane. Mislim igram mid lane najviše, ali ako igram i support, a to mi je drugi rol.
Sad ću sekund.
Moram da pustim kolegu da vam objasni sve o merch, mislim o stvarima. Ko da. Da ne trošim glas previše.
Bijela verzija? Bijela verzija? S tim da je bijela L. Tako da bijela je veća malo.
Da li merch daje neki boost na snagu?
Šta kažeš,
Kao koliki boost? Da li merch, da li ti ta majica daje neki boost na snagu?
Da.
Recimo...
10% si jači. 10% si jači i 15% bolje izgledaš. To je naučno dokazano.
Okej, čuli ste?
Da.
Čuli ste, ja mislim da, znači, mnogo dobijete za tu majicu.
Da. Evo, pitat ćemo sudiju. Kako ti ne kažem šta je?
T1 smashed the first game here.
Da sneak pikujemo, da sneak pikujemo kako dobijate, da vam sneak pikujemo nešto za prošli mjesec, leđa, sekund. Ovo je L. Sad sam me malo daleko. Ovo je L majica do duše, jer sam uzeo jednu L i jednu M. Shorts bi vam pokazao na meni je trenutno. Shorts je isto banger, ima džepove, ima 2 napred, 1 pozadi, ono klasika. Hoćete sneak peek za prošli mjesec. Sneak peek za prošli mjesec, pa zašto ne znaju to? Zašto ne znaju?
When these two teams fight against one another, we know the caliber
of
these BLG players. I imagine they will brush that aside and bounce back here in game 2.
Exactly. You go back to the world final.
Ja bi sneak peekovo, ali ja moram da poštujem sudinu reč, nema sneak peeka. To je fair. Tiput se organizuju, sad bi vam pokazao šta je ovdje, ali stigao je mrč kod nas. Su stigli majice za trening, sve je stiglo. Klara izgleda presmešno trenutno. Nemoj. Nemoj Klaro sad. Nemoj. Jesi, jako si cool, izgledaš kod je da mraz. Izgledaš kod je da mraz. Ranac skida, je, ali čudan je skroz. Znači skroz je klip. Ovakav nisam vidio ovaj dizajn nikada, da se kao preklao. Ima ove dvije kao ovo ovdje i onda kad se otvori, bukvalno je ono ogrom. Onda kad se presalije, tu se klipuje tako, mislim ima i ovo kao za državu, koja ima i ovo, ali baš je for. Sam i krivo da prlja majicu, hodam u nju, ali kao šta da radim. To je fora. Sad ćemo Marence, sad ćemo organizujemo, sad je sve stiglo, tako da organizujemo kiflice i GG. Samo da ja nas pomerim gore da vidimo koji smo coach. Ja koji coach Mare. Ne, ček, mora skroz gore. Ne može Big Way da se skloni.
Big Way. Night igra Eni, dobro. Owner Scarnet, pošteno. Čemo da će teti. Moj GOAT igra Viktora, ne.
Lagano, Lađić, organizovat ćemo se. Bitno je da je stiglo. Sve ostalo se reši. Ali zato radimo test verzije. Recimo Ranac moramo da promenimo malkice. Jer ne može tu da stoji logo, mora se pomeri s druge strane. Xin Viktor u Faker Viktor, to će biti interesantno iskreno. To će u stvari biti interesantno.
Baš ne volim da vidim.
Pa vidi, ako bude Ludens Deadcap Viktor.
To da, to mogu poštovati.
Sve je moguće.
Will be on that Zinja like you're talking about, but BLG happy to complete the Annie-Wukong combo. And what's that? The champion that Bin played for the first 3 games in a row in that World Final, the Rumble for Bin. BLG's cooking.
This is quite the wombo combo that
BLG. Wow, šta?
Ovo će biti, da. Klasika, to ima mnogo više smisla.
Things like Braum now rise in priority. You have to imagine that that's likely going to be high on the ban list for T1. Maybe they even want to grab it for themselves. I'll have to wait and see. But the bot lane's available for both sides. We know how deep the AD carry pool is for both of these players. My instincts say that BLG is immediately looking at something like the Misfortune. Just double down on the teamfight style that you're already heading in the direction of. That means that Rel and Leona also offer massive value in this composition, either as a follow-up or as an engaged tool themselves alongside the Wukong.
Zato što oni i dalje mogu da igraju tipa nešto kao Kajsa.
Ko? T1 ili BLG?
BLG. Ne, možda sad u on kompu, ali u seriji i dalje mogu da igraju. Šta je onaj znak?
Faker having the playmaking ability like he'd had on the Orianna, and Doran being on this big go button with the Ornn, there's the pressure on him to find the right angle, find the right time to start these team fights off. Lulu Kajsa banned out by T1.
Moram da testiram mrč u akciji dok hodam. Tako, jednako moram ga perem, tako da.
T1 recognizing the potential backline access and dive.
Sad sam što način giga hajkovan, sad sam u stvari to. Happy caster. Sljedeći mjesec ide majica bez rukava, tako da on. Biće i to. Sljedeći mjesec.
And it's going to be locked in, okay, so T1 going for very much a front-to-back style of composition with Victor and Caitlyn head alongside.
Kerija može da igra Lux.
Ne može niko opet uzmen, sad je fearless draft, što znači da jednom kad pikaš heroja ne možeš ga pikaš do kraja serije.
Lux paired alongside the Caitlyn, but it is a tried and true combo that we've seen this bot lane bring out before. Of course, if they want to play safe, they can also play the
najbolji jungle Canyon.
There's that Ezreal that we were talking about, can match the range in the sense that you can play very safe with the Ezreal.
Vidi, možda i to može se organizuje.
And also a Rel, not a
možda i to može se
champion
organizuje.
designed for peeling, but it is a champion designed for
Brown,
engaging. So
fair,
paired up alongside the
može i
Ezreal,
to.
Bell can play.
A mislim da je BLG mogao da igra Brauma komotno. Bio bi dobar u Ornn, dobar je u Caitlyn, a mislim da im ne treba više engage-a.
These team fights from BLG are absolutely ferocious. Rel, Wukong, and Annie all have the ability to start the fight. Then the other two can follow up.
One Piece Shashir.
You bring the true shot barrage in too. Every single champion contributes to this massive AoE damage dump. And T1
broje se u duši.
Anybody that those 5 abilities overlap on, you are gone. Your screen is black and white for the next little while.
Jesi video da je reliko C9 One Piece sa Dux što su napravili? Iskreno izgleda kao da ću ukrasti dizajn. Šalim se, sviđa mi se, lepa priča, neću lagati.
BLG have faced that pressure before though. Early game, likely towards the top side of the map. Doran was a point where he fell short. They were able to find a lot of successful ganks. If they could put the Rumble in a great position, the mid-game spike
Da, C9.
BLG, Trinity Force on the Wukong, Trinity Force on the Ezreal is a big spike that they're going to want to try and play around.
And in game number 1, you could see the killer instinct from BLG to express, right? When you think back to Elkanon chasing so deep in the top side team fight. When you think back to mid lane, after they get the first,
Bin skinuo jaknu. Naljutio se.
And owner turn it around. BLG is so bloodthirsty in these fights, but they just didn't
Zašto jesmo treneri mi? Ja sam Big Way. A Sajna je Tom.
Tako je. Mi smo koučevi.
Continues to deliver. BLG versus T1, always an exciting matchup. So far in the early game, looks like that we're going to play relatively safe. We're expecting.
Bin je skinuo jaknu, ta jakna teška tipa 40 kg. Sad se oslobodio.
Still have the combat summoner, or not summoner, Keystone there for the Rel on the side of
Bedoni koristim Orion Race G1, nije glasan uopšte, glasnije su mi ove... Glasnije su mi... Kako se zove? Proksice, pošto njima hodam trenutno. A Rago, bela majica, full bela majica. Bukvalno je, znači, samo ima logo ovdje, sad ne mogu nazad pašću, ali čekaj da stavim.
of last year's World Finals and coming so close only to falter there at the finish line. Their Game 1 performance lived up to their words.
Jeste, dobro su napravili, iskreno.
Trash talk, kind of par for the course. Faker throwing out trash talk. That man is one of the most humble esports players that I know. So to hear that from him was a surprise.
Ja sam kako bih rekao, mislim jeste humble, samo što je jako dobro istreniran u PR-u. Faker.
Vidite, Rago, svejedno, ali ajde. Svejedno je, viš da god da možemo budemo ovdje. What the fuck, zašto je brzo ovako? Aha. Letim.
Now, one important difference between Game 2 and Game 1, Doran did not find himself in a nasty 1v2 situation before the minion spawn. He was not forced to
Lazit ću za prošli dobijate sad, faktički ko će možda sutra da se organizujemo. A za ovaj mjesec ide 15. i 30. idu orderi, to je play. Faker? Može. Faker na stream može.
Prvo Speed dolazi mora kod Sajne prvo na stream, da ga Sajna prihvati, da mu dozvoli da dođe u Srbiju, da radi i IRL stream.
Tako je, zato dolazi u Srbiju.
Bukvalno zbog Sajne dolazi. Prvo ga izaziva na trkanje, a onda Sajna njega na obadanje ruku. Da vidimo ko je jači u čemu.
Ne, prvo radimo noge u teretani pa se onda trkamo na 100 metara.
Okej.
To je play. Vidi, tad imam šanse da ga dobijem.
Okej.
Ako nogi ne mogu da mu se pomeraju, onda je to play.
Low on mana. The trade not really turning into much.
Yep. That's the nature of Braum, though. He jumps in the way, you throw up the door, the fireplace, I suppose, on this skin, and immediately negates all of the quick trade that wanted to be accomplished there from the Ezreal.
Šta Faker ima? Pitam se druge rune, nisam video, ne znam da li su pokazali, mislim da su verovatno pokazali na početku partija, ali nisam vidio šta su mu druge rune. Pitam se da li je otišao, verovatno bomb plating, ali pitam se da li je shield bash ili tipa unflinching ili overgrowth. Čak mogu da vidim unflinchinga u slučaju da bude stanovan od any early.
Pa i plating možda vidiš ako. Plating ćeš čak lakše vidjeti.
Plating sigurno. Ali pitam se samo šta mu je druga ova runa.
Overgrowth ne možda vidiš.
Gumayushi using the cleanse there as immediately, as soon as there's distance between Keria and Guma, Elkin on, try to step forward, play a little bit more aggressively.
Čudno je malo novo overlay, ali vidite, svaka promjena Riotova je čudna. I onda se naviknemo, tako da nemam pojma. Ja sam pre dosta hejtovo promjene, onda sam samo provalio da
Kako brzo reaguju igrači, to je strašno. Jesi vidio? Neverovatno.
Nice chunk.
Oh my god. Ja, to je moje pitanje bilo zašto u prošloj seriji nisu dali Gumi Caitlyn prvo.
Što Faker toliko klepuje Knighta.
Ne, ovo je definitivno jedan od...
Napeto.
Make his way back to lane, does have TP for all four of our solo laners as per usual, but
malo nezahvalno, Faker nema mane, ne može ispoštovati wave.
See teleport taken as that second summoner, so an extra TP as the game moves forward. We'll see how well BLG can leverage that for their own macro game advantages. Checking in back on the top side, you can see Doran slightly behind in farm, but honestly as the Ornn gets the bubble, you're fine with that. And just like you predicted earlier, T1 wants to get him down into that bot side of the map here nice and early, but BLG responds.
Mene interesuje, zato što ja nisam siguran šta bih ja uzeo u Annie. Mislim da bih uzeo tipa Overgrowth.
Pa Overgrowth plating, mislim da ball plating moraš da igraš.
On je uzeo unflinching.
I?
Da, to je ono što sam ja rekao, unflinching i ball plating.
A, okej, mora da igra za plating. To i kažemo.
Da, plating sigurno, to znam, ali pitanje je samo šta ova druga bila.
Pa dobra, Ges ako igra row da ne mora da igra overgrowth, onda će imati dovoljno health u late-u svejedno.
Igra row, no. A dobro, mora, ja mislim. Doran onaj brzi combo, ali ja mislim da je jako overcommitovo, on jer nema 6.
Da, i sad je mrtav. Malo je otišao previše hem ovdje.
Da, malo je bacio je flash ulti bespotrebno. Ne znam zašto je to radio.
So a bit of an overforce there from Doran. The BLG find themselves with first blood once more.
Tibbers constantly so annoying with the Molten Shell on it as he continues to harass Faker with that Knight. Going for the early Ionian Boots of Lucidity also makes it so much easier for him to rotate down into
Doran traži pauzu.
Da, Doran bio u fazonu, čekajte ljudi.
Wait a minute.
Čekajte ljudi.
Tivan je pauzirao.
Možda je opet carry-a.
To je sav info koji imamo. Tivan je tražio pauzu. To čekamo.
Unless one side decides to try and cross map, which wouldn't be unreasonable from T1, as we talked about. I think they want to play a much slower early game. When you're running Victor Caitlyn, there's no need to overforce anything. We've definitely seen Caitlyn games kind of just come out the gate swinging, especially when we saw that it was from BLG, the Caitlyn Elise game, where at level 2 they were diving towers, they were roaming around the map, they were snowballing the game incredibly quickly. But this time around, I think that because they want to play more of that front-to-back style, they want to leverage their range, they don't want to try and overforce things, especially against the double Trinity Force spike they've got to be cautious of. If they take a bunch of bad fights early, it just accelerates those spikes on the side of BLG, which means that they can then force you into more dragon fights and they can then continue to compound that lead. So T1 have to showcase that trading in the cross map is a wiser choice for them.
It's a cascading problem. The first mistake only makes the second mistake
that
much easier to manifest, I guess I would say. This type of situation can be very nerve-wracking when you have
dobije Minced info, pa na nekom serveru sam sa Rioterima. Onda oni pišu.
When things can all just come down to that one big team fight. Going back to, again, we're probably going to end up referencing the last time these...
Mislim, ne samo ja, oni pišu svima tu, kao svim broadcasterima.
It was such a high-stakes match. It was such a close match going to the full 5 games in the 2024 World Finals. This was not fearless. It was not the one champion per series limit that we're knowing right now in the 2025 reality. So Bin played this Rumble in all 3 of the first games of that series. In all 3 of the Turbo Stomp games, Bin was Rumble, and in 2 out of 3 of those, BLG were the winners. This is a very iconic champion for Bin. He is very good on this.
Carry je ostao u dresu, to je ozbiljna priča.
Okej, da.
To je to, bilo me vruće.
Da, Carry je isto skinuo jaknu, kaže kidam 20 kilograma tegova. Vreme je da izlomimo ovaj BLG do kraja.
For many Bin followers, this Rumble is definitely a conventional pick. Some will criticize that he isn't like the strongest on Rumble, but then he's had so many good Rumble performances, and I would say that throughout his career, he's definitely had highs and lows on the champion, that's for sure. So far in this game, he has built a very healthy lead over Doran. It does help that Doran did make that mistake in the river as well, as BLG have built themselves up about a 500 gold lead. Elk going to throw the ulti down onto Faker, chip away his HP bar. And this is an important play when you're setting your sights on the grubs. You move that bottom lane into mid, you guarantee that mid wave control, and then it makes it very easy to gain access into the river and contest those grubs. As we mentioned, T1
da, Doran je malo zeznuo s time što je umro.
Not looking to actually fight the grubs, but instead cross map, play more towards the drakes. And I think it's completely fine to get yourself that drake, because when we talk about that kind of powerful mid-game spike on the side of BLG, if you're conceding dragons and grubs and all of these neutral objectives, the problem you find yourself in is that you're forced into a fight when you do not want to take it. So getting that dragon alleviates some of that pressure, but the siege power now makes these grubs
ne mogu da daju Tjornje, ali i dalje.
BLG still with that very modest gold lead. 2 grubs claimed already. That 3rd one now picked up by Beishwan, so the extra pushing power they
Oni hoće da ga dajvuju.
could build itself into a lot
Možda ja ne znam da li
of
imaju
extra
dovoljno
gold if they
damage
can
da
knock
ga...
down a bunch of
U
these
stvari sad
plates.
kad je došao... Ok, došli su svi da ga dajvuju. Nema tu šta. Knock-upovo je dvojicu. Tiber se dalje tankuje. Jao, štet.
Da ga je pogodio, ima kill.
BLG are out to a 2-0 lead.
BLG had to commit a lot of resources to make that kill happen though. Guma and Carrier will happily get these plates
Da beži. Možda je morao odmah da ode, ali... Čak ne znam ni da li smije da TP-uje ovdje. Ne, mislim da bi... Bukvalno ne smije ni da TP-uje, gubi jako puno.
BLG will extend that modest gold lead ever so slightly, but Gumayushi still with a gold advantage over L.
But the problem, Vedius, is you're playing turret race against a team that has all three of the grubs. Yes, Guma and Carrier were there first, but they're doing slower progress. BLG's got more men on the objective, and they're spawning these grubs, doing this true damage over time. At the same time, T1 scrambling to try to defend, buy time for maybe Gumayushi to win this race. The wave is finally cleared out up here in the top side. The last little bit of the
Ne moraju odmah, one želi full camp,
Gumayushi needs to shove another wave down bottom. There's also only a little bit of HP left on that. Both these turrets just at death's door, but neither one fully claimed.
Those extra resistances being gained by the turrets means that the damage was not enough from either side. BLG forced to retreat. They have to send Knights to go and catch that bot wave. Bid now finds himself in mid. I imagine they're going to move him off to a side soon.
Srte nešto za Orna nije strašno su ga stavili kao behind. Njemu kao okej, mislim šta god. 500-600 golda, dok god nije 2000, nije toliki problem.
Potentially fishing for another pick. So far it's only been Doran that has lost his life in this game too. Gumayushi will now make his way towards mid. Keep my eyes on the minimap as often as I can, tracking what Knight is up to. You'll notice he moves back into the fog of war. He's actually moving towards mid lane himself. I was expecting the Ezreal to head towards there, but they've actually put out up towards the top side of the map. They've kept on hovering around the mid lane for a potential play, or even just to cover Knight in the 2 versus 1. Meanwhile, Faker now finds himself in the side lane with that
Ne znam, ovo je samo turbo interesantan game za gledanje. Mislim, T1 gubi samo 400 golda, sad će da iznivelišu to.
Tu je na Faker.
Neće. Moraju da ubiju kulu, pa tek onda mogu se biju i zato nemaju damage-a. Da. Predugo mi je trebalo da ubiju kulu.
Morali su odmah, ja mislim da je Oner otišao prerano odatle. Morali su odmah da udaraju.
The wombo combo is beautifully done by BLG on the bot side of the map. They connect the Rumble ultimate onto Faker. The follow-up from Beishwan meant that there was so much CC on top of the...
Ja mislim da je Oner prerano otišao.
Incredibly fast. T1 is saying, look, finish the tower, maybe we can turn this around. It's a really good ulti from Ona. But the damage is just too high. That little minion survives for absolutely ages, but it doesn't do enough to keep the mid jungle alive from T1. One handed over to Bin, another handed over to
kila, Kula. Kula je baš dugo preživjela, iskreno. Kula je baš dugo preživjela.
3 kills, well, 4 kills, I should say, for BLG.
Yeah, the BLG gold lead now. We're not just talking about it as a number that shows a slight lead.
Bila mala pauza, ništa strašno. T1 je nešto pozirao, ali nisu nam rekli šta je.
For the side of BLG, as we do have an even stated lead on the neutral objectives. T1 with that first Drake, BLG with all 3 grubs. The next Drake spawning in under 60 seconds, as both supports are already starting to play the vision game. Faker does not want to walk too close to On here. It is much easier for the BLG support to engage than for the T1 support to do the same, especially considering Carrier still has 25% of the cooldown remaining on the Glacial Fissure. Knight on the Annie now has his first fully completed item as well with the Malignant. Remember, still has those Ionian Boots of Lucidity as well for the extra move speed, the extra ability to rotate around to these plays and back up the rest of that shield machine that we've been talking about since draft. The power of the AoE, the power of the combo of all of
Mi fora da je bacio flash basic i da basic mu ne bi skinuo shield i on se recalla dok ovi basicuje.
Moving towards this next Drake as it spawns, especially since we just saw Bin hit level 11.
Look at the map control that T1 have. They made sure to push in this bot wave. They've got great vision control around the entrances towards the bot side river, but Bin has already moved down. He's now going to help his team get that mid-wave control against Gumayushi, and they're going to gain access to the river.
Če je fora kad igrate Little Tempo u Wukong, udaranjem klona stakate Little Tempo, tako da često ćete vidjeti da recimo AD Carry udara klona, iako ne moraju, samo da bi dobili stack Little Tempa. Doduše Guma ovdje ima fleet, ali poenta je da kad imate Conqueror Lita šta god, hoćete udarite klona čisto radi... Čak i fleet sve više healuje kad udariš heroja, a klon je heroj. Sramno TP-a top. BLG ima ozbiljan momentum ovdje.
Stavaj TP. Doran?
Doran juri, ali nema nikog dole. Ali on baš juri, on juri, pa juri, čekaj, vidi da juri. On juri čovjek, šta će?
Moj bratić se malo izgubio, ja ne znam šta se dešava.
To feel comfortable in the matchup against the Rumble, you just allow the shield to tank all of the damage as you clear the waves. But Faker now continues.
Šta je ovo, Roa u Bloodletter ili?
Roa u 2 Hunting Guys-a. Leander iz Bloodletter. Verovatno.
Fair. Ovo radi damage-a koja je Ezrealovo Q. Ezrealovo Q-a Kate ulta za isti damage su tradovali.
Jo, jednom sam igrao mid sa Syndrom protiv Vitality Caitlyn. I kao, nije bilo težak lane, nužno. Kao, okej, Syndra sam, nije strašno. Ali na level 6 čovjek igrao, znači pošto igrao Vitality, samo me ultuje i skine mi pola health.
Da.
Ja kao, više ne smijem da priđem lane, ono.
Zato sam ja volao first strike Vitality Kate u LeBlanc. Kad je LeBlanc bila meta. Samo kad god je vidim ulta me skine me pola healtha, jedina stvar koju LeBlanc nema je sustain. I na full healthu je prokan klona i ona izgubi pola healtha i klona i kao nemaš da igra.
Pa, bukvalno ono, kao, ja se pitao što ja sad kao treba da radim. Moram da, ne smijem da rašujem zonju, a kao, punch mi ne vredi zato što će mi skinuti ga sa nečim drugim i kao...
A je Marty ne radi ništa u Kate, da.
Jer zonju ako gubim, samo zonja ispod mene, samo baci trap na zonju i ja sam mrtav posle toga kao. Jako bilo unplayable nakon što je hitovala 6 i dobila prvi Vitality item koji god je bio. Mislim da su u pitanju tad još mitici bili.
On will be spotted. Doran has to respect it. This should give Faker a little bit more confidence in the top lane 1v1.
Carrier gives him a Christmas present over the wall here. BLG knows the T1's not going to get caught out on this one, but the thing that I'm immediately drawn to when I look at the scoreboard, very
Doran je živ.
A couple different directions here, right? 200 over to Owner, 200 over to Knight. Not even that amount back and forth between Gumayushi and On compared to their counterparts. Almost the entire gold lead, Vedius, is the top lane difference between Bin and Doran. So if I'm looking at T1, I'm looking at can they find a fight where Bin's not very effective. And if I'm looking at BLG, I'm saying we've got to get value out of our equalizers. We want to make sure we're continuing to win these fights. The Rift Herald is summoned up mid lane, but the tier 1 turret is still almost fully healthy. Herald's going to chunk about half of it. Now about to die. Owner goes in, immediately drops the Crescent Guard as he engages to make sure that BLG can't immediately burst it down. It buys T1 enough time to clear the Herald out of the way and prevent BLG from strong arming the tier 1 turret. Now Carry and Gumayushi got to be a little bit careful.
Ali Bin samo čeka da ih ulta ovdje pod turetom. Doran mora tu da bude.
Ne znam, a Faker i Honor iz nekog razloga tu menuju topside. A baš ništa ne rade ovdje. Team BLG ima samo bolju kontrolu nad džunglom i zato se ovakve stvari događaju. Nemaju kontrolu nad džunglom. Ne mogu da igraju.
Da, nemaju. To će izgubiti bot lane turret. Ja mislim da je Faker freezovao top. I da su htjeli da drže taj freeze što je duže moguće. Ali Doran je za to vreme nije smeo da bude, da umre. Jer sad mora da ga unfreezuje top. Ja mislim da je bio pametan freeze, zato što Faker ima sad 30 CS-a prednosti, ali...
Da li su izgubili donju stranu mape zato što je Doran ušao u džunglu, a nema vision?
Jedino je sad pitanje da li će Knight umreti. Faker je uzeo drugi level charge. Ne, ima 3 upgrade-a.
I shutdown za Fakera.
Kill za Fakera, da. Pametno.
State is a little bit awkward, but they find the pick that they were looking for. Without Knight, it becomes a lot harder for BLG to contest. BLG instead are setting their sights on the mid-tier
Guma,
one.
mora da pusti turret.
They're gonna pick it up.
Carrier with the Glacial Fissure trying to stop the exit of BLG there, but BLG can get away safely. They don't have to spend any summoner spells doing that. Owner still working on taking this dragon down. And the important thing here, I think, for T1, they got the pick on tonight at a time where they can then stop further stacking towards a soul from BLG without having to do a big team fight.
Doran je 3 levela manji od Bina.
Doran je problem. Gubi 50 kripova.
Nisam ni skontao da je Bin 14 level.
There is that 2-level difference between the two top laners. But I love the play from T1.
Pakao, baš imaju problema. Jedino Faker je ono 600 golda head, evo ga Bloodletter drugi, ali nije otišao double hunting.
Nije otišao double hunting. Onda mislim da će treći Rabadon, iskreno.
To meni zvuči legitimno.
Jer ne može da ide Void, ne može da ide Kriplom. Zonja. Mislim da ako mora da zonja ovaj tim, ja mislim da je mrtav. Jedino da zonja any ulti kao. Ali onda bi baš išao da ne radi nikakav damage.
You know what's stronger than a Trinity Force power spike, Vedius? A Trinity Force power spike with a fully evolved Muramana power spike, which is what Elk just ticked over to as he fully stacked the item. This Ezreal is a monster now.
Elk, 2 itema, Muramana. Mislim, T1 ima 2 Drake ako ništa imaju scale, sve sam pitao će igrati na to da se razvuče partija još 20 minuta. To je pitanje.
Treba im 2 levela Zorna da da Viktoru upgrade. Guma i dalje nema Infinity. Moraju da se pozicioniraju kao tako. Mislim, Faker je dovoljno jak da sam...
Faker working with Carrier to hold good vision control around this Otacon, making it harder for BLG to start this objective off.
We've got the Void Staff fully completed for Knight now too, and he has his flash up. This is a massive playmaking tool for the side of BLG.
Doran rotirao, Doran nema gde da ide. Jako je staro on. On ovdje ne sme da dođe, jer će umreti samo. Ne može da ode na bot jer je Faker tamo, ne može da ode na mid jer je Guma tu.
Da. Dobro, on jeste inside, mislim weak side-ovan je, nema šta, on je zadnji prije u ovoj ekipi, Xin ima veći prije od njega da uzima far. Uzeo je MR, armor, health i fazonu su, ok, to ti je sve što dobijaš ovaj game. Šta reći je ne zaplakati, ja?
Pitam se čak da li ide Jack što drugi item. Mislim da.
Kapiram da.
Ne znam šta bi drugo mogao kao da ono ode u fazonu. Šta može Sunfire, ali to bi bilo malo glupavo.
flower advantage for T1 is actually really huge. They're at plus 15 flowers, despite the fact that Otacon hasn't been claimed by either side. This gives them a lot of extra adaptive force and makes that 2,500 gold lead feel at least 1,000.
Ne znam, ali ne previše. Mislim da...
Da, slažemo, moguće oko 1000 gola manje.
Mislim da tek kada Orn itemi krenu da se forđaju, onda će biti razlika. Recimo sad je već 1000 golda samo zbog Ornovog kajenika.
Da, već imaju jedan, da. Tako da...
Of course, we've been talking a lot about the level advantage that Bin has been able to build, but look at Faker level 15 to the level 13 of Knight. That 10 fully stacks from the Rod of Ages coming in clutch for him. Big. We'll see the resets coming through as the second item is now completed for Bin. Dragon in about 55 seconds time, so BLG, rather than utilizing the Otacon to force the issue, will likely look to contest this Dragon. Now T1 have a choice. They could forego contesting
mislim da T1 drop.
But if they do get it, they would put
Ja mislim da je pametno da puste, ali djeluje mi da hoće da fajtaju. Carry je samo umro.
Ko je shield blokirao, Oner nije primio damage, Oner je bio ispred carry-a. Problem je što kad dropaju Atakana i Drakea, to je problem. Što su obe na istoj strani. I carry-a stoji tu.
Da, carry-a nema loket, ima ulti, ne znam da li to vreme. Knight je na strani, nemaju nikakav vision na njemu.
Oner je ušao, vidi, ovo je smite fight. Faker ulta Atakana smite, to je to. Imaju, sad preživi.
Okej.
Gume živ.
Doran je bog, by the way. Doran je bez visiona bacio ulti na Knighta i ko je tamo još bio na strani?
Au, Oner je mrtav. Ezreal ih outplaya sve tu. Jel umro Oner? Jeste, umro je. Observeri su nas istrobali.
It feels like that this game has just been driven by BLG, but after chipping away at the HP of Carrier, why wouldn't they feel confident to start off the Otacon? Why wouldn't they feel good to try and force the fight? I think the biggest problem
možda oni to žele da kontestuju. Može neko ukrasti to bez problema. A carry ima smite,
BLG though they're responding. Yeah, BLG thinking about this. The Unbreakable gonna stop another true shot barrage. Out jumps in. Carry is still low.
Ja mislim da se žrtvuje neko. Ja mislim da se neko mora žrtvovati. Tu. A ne mora. Wow, okej, ja mislim pogrešno, izvinjavam se.
Ovo je insane od Tivana. Ovo je bukvalno insane. Uzeli su Atakana, uzeli su Drakea.
Dobili fight i pobegli samo jedan da je umro.
Bukvalno insane, da.
Neverovatno.
Sa BLG šta hoće? Ne mogu tempo Barona jer je bukao na red buffu. Ne mogu ni to da rade.
And this gold lead is now very deceptive because when you contrast the itemization, things are even across the board.
I Faker i pide dva hunting guys, samo što išao prvo Vlada da te svala. Video ih je. Video je ona, ja ne znam šta je on gledao, mislim šta on čeka.
Equalizer fires back from Bin to guarantee that T1 doesn't want to chase further. Owner at 40% HP. BLG continuing to step away to the side here.
Kako brzo reaguje sa shieldom na taj true shot. Doran? Da, Doran ide...
However, it's 30 flower petals to 3. That is a 2.1,000 gold lead for T1.
2.1k.
Intangible gold. 2,000 minus 1,500 is plus 500 effective gold for T1.
Šta ćemo s Ornom i itemima?
Da, još 2000 s Ornom i itemima.
Kad se već bacio u matematiku.
Oni bukvalno imaju gold lead. Imaju 3 zmaja još.
Uf, Oner umire zbog Fakera ovdje. Mislim umire, ne znam da li umire, ali kao...
Da. Oh my god!
Sad damage.
Diplomi. Faker!
Ne, ovo je pametno.
Da gubije se, cool.
Ne, ali znaš zbog čega?
Čekaš što duže, da.
Respawn. Delayujemo respawn timer. Ovo da znate, ovo nije BM od Fakera. Ovdje je poenta što ga kasnije ubijete, kasnije se respawnuje. I onda imate mnogo bolji tempo swing na za što god da se bijete. Tako da u stvari IQ 1000 od Fakera da ga ne ubije instant.
Aj, kako bih volao da mi daju replay oko Atakana. Taj fight je bio jako dobar.
Jeste, ali dobit ćemo ovaj gore.
Neće nam dati, da, nećemo dobiti taj.
Mislim, Oner ovdje odigrao za Fakera, bukvalno. Ezreal ultimo nije radio damage, jer imao svoj ult upaljen.
Ja mislim da je okej, ne, iskreno mislim da je skroz okej što je igrao za Fakera.
Da, očigledno.
Mnogo snažan.
Očigledno. Gledao i Noka pod bravom, ulta sa Warnom, basic, prelepo.
Ovo mi je jako klasičan kineski skirmishing.
Prelepo.
Jako dobar team fight.
We think about the entire change in the roster. We think about how controversial it was with T1 swapping out Zeus for Doran.
Ne rade oni Barona. Mora Elk tamo da bude da bi oni radili Barona.
The gold lead now on the screen, very close between the two, but again, remember, a massive amount of additional stats for T1 through the flower petals.
Doran vidi ona.
Information on the backside of the pit here, as T1 are close enough, they don't even have to walk into the river. BLG know they need to get out.
Using the Baron to see if they can force T1 to an awkward situation, but T1 maintain their composure on the flank.
On će da umre ovdje. Mogu samo da mora flash auto, mora njega terminirati.
Kerija baci ulti na Elka i Bina da nema.
Faker mistep ovdje, nema flash. Pa džabe što nema flash, ne mogu ga ubio.
Prejak.
3000 health, Elk je živ. Bar za sad. I sad jure Elka. O, TP. Marko, sad ću ti kažem, nemam pojem. Mislim, ovo je posle 12. 6500. To je sad u ovih... Sad da, 2 partije koliko hodam. 5 km sam prešao. Pa dobro, to mi možda i dosta. Posle ovog gema ću ići svako sa... Straki. Nego to moram merch nov da testiram, razumete, u akciji. Tako da sam morao malo odmah da se išetam da vidim jer izdržava ono... akciju, kapirate. To je bitna stvar.
Knight nema iteme da one-shotuje Fakera i dalje. Još Faker ide zonju treći, ne treba mu void stuff uopšte. Ne void stuff. Rabadon nije uopšte išao. Ne može void stuff buildovat svakako, zbog vlada. Da, Doran Jack što sam ovdje. Okej, nebitno.
Putting a little bit of DPS in there, but they're DPSing very slowly. BLG trying to walk up, seeing what they might be able to find. They're marking Doran there with the pings, but it's a line of cupcakes from Gumayushi, and it's so difficult to fight through for BLG. The Ocean Dragon is the target on one
Kroz Celestial mu lupio 30
full of bullets. Doran is joined up with the rest of the team, and once again...
Ok, Faker baš nećemo tako da igramo.
But it cost Beishuan's life. T1 trying to regroup. They're going to claim the Ocean Soul. But what about the rest of the fight? Doran's down to a corner. Owner jumps in on top.
Sad imaju Ocean Soul, ovo je gotovo.
Doran, okej, Doran.
Na, extended fightove sad nema šanse, pa imaju Ocean Soul, ne mogu da ih izgube više.
Da. Faker tamo otišao da umre, znamo. Ali stigao da baci kao ulti i to je to.
Ne, Kerry bacio shield da pogrešnu stranu.
Da. Ej, to može da ih košta, možda su mogli da uzmu i više da nije umro Kerrya.
On će pokupiti njihov red, pa dobro. Ali opet s ovim soulom, baš mislim da je T1 u predobri poziciji.
A 5000 gold lead, Guma ima LDR, Oner ima Mo. Faker čisto da je završio zonju, ali nije nemoguće onako. Da random ima golda. Sve su bacili na Fakera, mislim... To je kao globalni taunt da sve baciš na Fakera i ne možeš dobiješ fight posle toga.
Ocean Soul je samo prejak s ovim kompom isto. I Ezreal gubi utility kao hero, jer kao tvoj pouk ne radi ništa kad se protivnik healuje ko besan.
And when Faker died, the Chaos Storm was still raging on top of the Dragon, making it difficult for BLG to try to approach and do anything. Beishuan was the one traded, so there's no chance to smite it away, but even if anyone else wants to try to step up to challenge, the Chaos Storm is still there. T1 now with the Soul, with the 4,500 gold lead, with the push here in the top lane, Doran with the call of the Forge God, and it's on! Called straight back into the grave yet again!
Ovo sad može biti ogromno, da. Evo ga, Faker je tu.
Da, nema, ne dobijaju protiv Ocean Soula, ne mogu da igraju. Ovo je 2-0 za T1.
Su bukvalno stajali ono na equalizer Tibersu i nije bilo bitno, kao. Knight flashuje da baci stun na ownera koji je 2 levela iznad njega.
Prelepo.
Mnogo dobro.
Bukvalno prelepo. Deće, de ljudi, chill.
Dećemo.
Chill, samo next game. Nice, Donald T1. Vidite, slamčica je ključ. Slamčica je ključ.
Faker otkoštao vrat i u fazonu je kao... Video sam budućnost.
Ništa, Newton se silazi iz trake. Ide mu last game možda.
BLG looked better, but it still wasn't enough. Lore, analysts, tell us about it.
The crowd goes
wild. Mnogo su dobri. Mnogo su dobri.
Here in this series, and guys, the casters were just saying it. Early advantage for BLG here, but it was not enough for them.
Yeah, I feel like this was like BLG were on a timer essentially, right? Especially when those Ornn items start coming in, and because T1 got the first Drake, and I actually think that's really huge. Like until this match, BLG had really focused on always getting those first Drakes, really focused on Drake stacking in particular, and I feel like especially in this game that actually really helped out T1. It was a huge part of why they were able to
Ne, ja sam rekao da T1 dobija.
Isaac, I thought this was gonna be way closer. I know you and I both said T1.
Osim ako ne misliš na ovaj game, kao.
I mean, that's what I said after the first game, though.
Mislim da sam rekao za ovaj game.
I feel like when T1 looks like this, no one can beat them. It's just
something. Da, možda sam rekao za ovaj game zato što su uzeli Viktora na midu. Pa sam bio kao u fazonu, a dobit će BLG zašto su uzeli Viktora.
But it's just one of these things where when you're playing these scaling
Dobar game.
and you get the early dragons.
Dobar game.
Ja sam mislio BLG dobio, iskreno, kako je Doran krenuo, bio je behind. Baš je bio behind, ali T1 nema, jedan drugi fight i samo insane. Prelepo, nema šta.
Moraju da nam pokažu Atakan fight. Atakan fight je preokrenuo sve, zato su dobili Atakan fight, izgubili samo jednog i uzeli zmaja. Za prošli game sam rekao da BLG dobija. Jesam li? Moguće. Svakako ja navijam za T1. Ono, ako me pitaš za koga kao navijam, ali kao caster nepristrasan sam. Ali T1 fan sam i ja. Ja sam stavio T1 da prolazi na pikemu, tako da, ono...
Because, as I just pointed out, Bin no longer has TP, so he cannot come down and join any sort of Drake fight here. As we play this out, Knight's going to end up dying on the back half of this, and this is going to give T1 Drake. So despite the fact that BLG
9-30 za sljedećeg. Sasa, ja idem AFK, Mare, AFK, ili si tu?
Pa mogu ja otići, ako je na kratko, tamo dok dođemo...
Hoćeš ti ostavim kameru pa se ti unmute kad se vratiš? Ili skinem kameru. Baš, skidamo kameru, ljudi, tu smo za neki 7-8 minuta.
I mean, it's just beautiful map play. Faker is pushing out top side, so you feel like you have to respond to that. You don't want to give the Victor free gold, so he TPs top, and then immediately it's a double TP. It's not even just Faker TPing down a bot to help make that play. Carrier had spellbooked over to TP. All of a sudden, you're getting overloaded on one side of the map. It's T1 really making it beautiful, and then it comes down to this Otacon fight. I think BLG felt that the game was slipping away from them, felt that they needed to force their advantage before they had too much scaling. And when Owner gets the Otacon on the smite, it is heartbreak for BLG. T1 becoming too tanky, too tough to knock down. I mean, we saw it even in some of those final engages where Knight gets in on Faker and they land the full combo. At that point, he's a fully stacked Roa. He has the shield from his Q. He has the Bloodletters. He has so much HP that they couldn't even burst him down, let alone when Carrier and the rest of the team were there to peel and create so much space for their carries.
And even earlier than this, you saw T1 just be able to recognize when they could fight and when they had to seed objectives or seed pressure on the map. And I think that's one of the hallmarks that has remained on this team in terms of their map play is the ability to recognize, okay, we don't need to fight this rumble that's significantly ahead, right? We don't need to fight now. We can give up certain things. And another thing we have to point out, this signature pick for Gumayushi on the Caitlyn.
I mean, he has been incredible on the Caitlyn, and it's kind of reminding me of the El Yoyo quote that we had when they played against BLG, where he was talking about how it's really hard to kind of play almost like nameplates off against these teams. I feel like BLG is having that effect against T1, where they are kind of lacking some of that killer instinct when they had advantages. I think that was one of the things that really blew me away from them throughout the tournament, is that when they created a gold lead, they were first to every single objective. They were taxing resources. They're saying, no, you get no time to scale. You will fight us right now or you'll fall too far behind. And in this game, it was not the same BLG in that way. They felt a little bit more hesitant to fight. They felt like they were more responsive to what T1 was doing, even though they were the ones ahead. I feel like that is a little bit of the Faker effect. That is a little bit of the T1 effect, where it's hard to turn those nameplates off and try to pretend that you're just playing just another guy.
And I want to come back to what Bin told me when we had this first interview at the beginning of the tournament, the fact that their biggest enemy is themselves. And I am wondering, have they been challenged enough in the previous series that they had? Because it really looks like it is the first big challenge that BLG is having here. I'm just wondering, what do they need to throw? What do they need to do to come back and actually bring us a series? Because so far, I haven't seen such a one-sided series since G2 yesterday. So
no. I mean, I big agree with Ben still, right? I said it during that interview. Their biggest challenge is themselves. Like, we saw them really fall apart after one mistake in the top lane in game one. We see them kind of fail to be able to engage. Part of that is just T1's incredible map play, but part of that also is being unable to recognize these windows, like you said, Isaac, to really make their advantages matter early.
Exactly. I just say nameplates off, play exactly to your win conditions. If you're an early game comp, full send it, no fear. You have to go right at T1 because T1 are playing exactly the way that they need to play.
T1, they have the world champion title. They have the advantage in game. They have the crowd support here in Vancouver. So we're going to take a short break here and we'll be back in a couple of minutes to see if BLG can bounce back or if T1 can close it out.
Do it again. Watch me win. then watch me do it again.
Get summer ready at Verizon. All new and existing customers get iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. Yep, iPhone 16 Pro on us. Only with Verizon.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around in the dark and light.
On wants to find some sort of an angle, but all he gets is a face full of bullets. Dorman has joined up with the rest of the team, and once again, they're going to go in. This time they find the shutdown on Faker, but it costs Baishlon's life. T1 trying to regroup. They're going to claim the Ocean Soul, but what about the rest of the fight? Doran's down to a corner. Owner jumps in on top of everybody, and Gumayushi's winning a free fire. 9 and on, both drop, and there's only 2 still standing for BLG. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to lovely Vancouver, Canada, here at MSI 2025. We are in the middle of a World Finals best-of-5 rematch between BLG and T1. Now, Game 1, Vedius, Game 1 was a stomp for T1. Game 2 looked like BLG had figured things out, and they were locked in until T1 roared to life in that bottom side river fight near that dragon and immediately slammed the brakes on the BLG war machine. Now they're up 2-0.
I will say that what we saw while the game was happening was Faker just quietly continuing to farm in the side lane. You know, in that final fight, he was level 18 to 14 of Knight. Gumayushi continuing to ramp up, and Doran finding some fantastic on engages. The wombo combo that we were waiting for from BLG, it just felt like T1 was adamant to not give it to them. And then when they did finally find it, the gold gap was just too much. It wasn't enough damage anymore, and they'd effectively been outscaled. So BLG, regardless of the pressure that they seem to be putting onto T1, it feels like that this team is just not caving under it whatsoever.
And we're still in the upper bracket. Obviously, losing here doesn't mean elimination. But for BLG, after coming so close at the World Final against T1, after having that chip on your shoulder this entire time, getting the chance for a rematch, you don't want it to end with a 3-0. You want to bounce back. The first two games have gone the way of T1. BLG electing to stay on the blue side here for game number 3, as they'll continue to ban out the Azir and the Twisted Fate. They're also going to ban out the Nocturne, keeping that one away from Owner. Over on the other side, T1 still wants nothing to do with Ben's Gwen. They're also going to remove that Misfortune. You talked about it in previous drafts, how BLG likes to draft these big team fighters. They don't want to give Elk the opportunity. Aurora, the last ban for T1 here.
Vi is now open, Flowers. It's something that was banned away by T1 on the red side. With Poppy gone, it rises a lot in value. And without hesitation, BLG is hovering the pick. The question is, what are they going to look to pair it alongside? Perhaps Knight's all-time famous Ahri. We've been seeing the priority on the champion decline over time, but with so many prominent mid laners taken out of the pool, it could very much return to being a priority for Knight specifically. Now T1, how do they want to respond? We've been seeing them prioritize Fake as champion a lot. First game it was the Orianna, second it was the Victor, but this time it will be Gumayushi's Varus. World famous champion for him specifically, and he's going to be able to lock that one in, and they have pick of the litter with how they want to match up into the Vi.
And we remember last game, the Varus was banned out by T1. They didn't want to allow BLG to have that power pick on B1, but I feel like this time they're saying, oh, the Vi's open. You probably really want the Vi. They leave the Varus open. They end up getting it for themselves. The Skarner next to it for Owner to have that front line, have that big, powerful meatball there to lead the way. And how does BLG want to respond to it? What is going to be the answer to the power pick in the bot lane here? Or do you even want
Ok. Vidimo se, čujemo se. Sve gas.
Da.
Dobre. Ajde, Big Way da imaš što ćeš draftuješ sad.
Big Way.
Link za LoL Esports je pinoman u chatu, ja sam dobio breskve. Tako da jedemo breskve i gledamo MSI.
Prijedno.
Hvala.
Šta će Faker uzeti? Silesa?
Kasadin. Silas će biti banovan,
Ne, ali ima sad pik. A ne, čekaj, šta je sad uzeo? Ja gledam stream na YouTube-u, a ne. A ne. Ne, ovo što si mi ti poslao. Što mi ti skeruješ.
Kasadin.
Da, sad stane. A Silas. Galija će vjerojatno banovati. To može isto da uzme.
I onda Kasadin. Ja verujem.
So, we've got top laners for both sides. We've got junglers for both sides. I want to see what this second half of bans looks like here. The Silas banned out by BLG. Faker played this a lot in that last World Finals best of 5 against BLG. They don't want to allow him to have the opportunity to do it here on match point, while T1 instead going to focus those additional dive buddies, those additional engage mechanisms on the support role for On. They'll ban out his Rakan. They'll ban
Mada i Ryze opcija. Moram da dodam Ryze opcije.
Može biti, da. Ono me brine da će biti dosta low range onda u RD. Tam Kench je pametan ban. Definitivno pametan ban protiv Vi, ABS za Varusa. O Poppy je open. Mislim da je Poppy ovdje pikao, ona. Sada ne Poppy. Mislim da pikuju mid i onda Poppy last. A, ne smiju. Uzet će možda BLG pop. Mislim da je Poppy. Ali, ja sam mislim da on onda uzme Poppy.
Pikovane. U prošloj seriji, u prošlom gemu.
Ja da, popi su pikovali, da. Možda ne gledam, moja greška. Već se vidi da mi opada malo koncentracija. Skoro sam zaboravio da su to već igrali.
Kasadin za Faker i GG.
A defensive option. Xayah, of course, one of the biggest weaknesses of this champion is range. It can be difficult for her to try to get in range of possible artillery type champions. If Varus can hit a lot of piercing arrows, particularly with lethality builds, can be a real nightmare for that Xayah. And it looks like our last pick here will be the support Gragas for On.
Galio ili Ryze realno, Kasadin nerealno, ali fan.
Jedino me brine da neće imati dovoljno damage ako uzmu Galija. A pogotovo ovako, pošto će Guma vrlo verovatno igrati Fakerov Ryze.
Again, we go back to that CFO series. Faker was the weak point in that matchup. Hongq really got the better of him, and he wasn't performing in the way that we expect him to. Game 5, he was able to bounce back.
Hongq ga je klepovao na Sveinu.
He has been a monster.
Dobro, ali taj Svein je bio mnogo dobar pick u taj njihov komp što su imali.
He's going to be looking to try and attack these side lanes a little bit more, looking to push in through mid, move towards his side laners, set them up for success, or maybe even provide some split pushing options for his team later into the game.
So let's look at this from the perspective of BLG. BLG are the ones whose backs are against the wall. They must win now. What is the recipe for success now that we see both drafts?
They want to play through mid aggressively. Set up Knight for success. Vi is such an effective champion at working with the Ahri, specifically around their level 6. Get the flash out from Ryze early, get On roaming out onto the map and trying to put pressure on Faker, and then when this Ryze is put behind, then you unlock this Ahri on the map to start making plays throughout the rest of the map.
All right, let's do it. Loading into the rift for the third time today. T1.
Taman završim bresa prvih 5 minuta gema i može se uživa.
Remember that the winner here has a date with Gen G in the upper bracket after. It's gonna be a big one. Can BLG bounce back and show that they've got what it takes, or will T1 run this series over 3-0?
Dobijaju BLG, gube od Gen-G-a i onda ih obrću iz lower bracket finala.
Okej.
To je rekao Faker, tako da znate.
Faker zna nešto što mi ne znamo kao.
T1 gonna go for a counter invade, but they are on top of an early ward from BLG.
Immediate response from T1 to get that very deep vision onto BLG's bot side jungle. BLG gonna path back this way. Faker, he's gonna spot them out.
Faker walks right into the brush. Knight with the level 1 charm finds that on Faker as Keria goes for the head.
Faker je mrtav, Faker je mrtav. Ne, samo ne treba da baci flash.
Put the pressure on. Faker's under pressure from the ignite. He's healing up, but the first blood goes over to BLG.
Ali toliko su komitovali na Fakera, to je flash, to je ignite.
Realizing that On's ignite is the one that's likely to finish that one off. But he ends up
To je bio random uvjet od Fakera, nije imao razloga da bude tu.
Great start for BLG getting that punish, and now the trade in the bot lane. Guma, he expends the barrier, and BLG already off to the races here in game 3.
Yeah, this is a very nice start for BLG. The non-flash
Faker je u fazonu kao nećete nas dobiti svakako, ja ću da vam mintujem
here in the
samo.
bottom lane. Guma also using that barrier like you pointed out, so it's +1 summoner spell in the bot lane 2v2. The advantage for BLG on top of the additional damage that they got.
Guma kustaš nije počeo sa Eom, to je interesantno.
Dying there before the minions even spawn. He's already had to use his teleport to get back to lane and make sure that he doesn't miss EXP. So that typical handshake of mid laners trying to scale towards level 5, level 6. Make their first recall to buy a component item and then return will not be there.
I mean, the good news for Faker is that Knight started with the charm, which means that in terms of the very early mid-wave push, it's going to be entirely in Faker's control. You can see that getting that push, they also have that early ward that they invested onto the Raptors to spot out where Beishuan was starting in the early game. The trade's going to come through. Bit of a trade back from On, going to proc the aftershock. So even though the barrier was expended, Gumayushi leveraging the strength of the Varus to bully out Elk and On in the early laning phase. Knight finds himself underneath his tower in the early game, kind of as we expected by starting with that E. So Faker's been able to build a little bit.
Da, većina supportovana na spellbook sad. Većina supportovana na spellbook.
Big difference in this game that was also present in the last game. On continuing to play with.
I interesantno da je on 2 gema za redom ne ide spellbook. Nije išao ni na Real, ne ide ni na Gragasu. Ide Aftershock je bio na oba.
You already mentioned in draft, the Alistair typically doesn't have as much lane presence as many other supports do. So instead, he's saying, all right, we're just going to rely on Varus, keep the range, keep the push, and he's going to use the spellbook to scale through the game, have more of those options to try to catch BLG off guard.
It's a very fast swap towards the top side of the map coming through from Elk. A lot of farm and experience is going to be lost. The wave state also isn't ideal. It's not like he's catching a wave that was pushed underneath the tower. So he's about half a level now behind Gumayusi. He lost a wave and a half in terms of farm. Faker maintaining control over the mid wave. His owner hovering around. No flash, remember, on Knight.
Doran, ruthless prey.
Bin baituje.
I mean, maybe if Doran just gets really crazy, but right now he's happy to just ward the brush.
Pametan Bin. Pametan Doran.
Steps up, finds a couple of feathers there, but Doran's still just fine as Gumayusi and Keria have now made their way up here for the response swap. Keria using the minion to gain a little bit of extra distance with a headbutt. Wants the pulverize. Doesn't find a whole lot else, but Elk loses a bunch of health to the piercing arrow of Gumayusi, even though they don't get the full lockdown. And now, yeah, Elk going for a recall. This Xayah feels pretty far behind.
This is very bad for Elk. Like, he's been denied so much farm. The wave was pushing towards T1's
Prognoza ovaj game. Ja mislim T1 dobio jer su samo raspoloženi u fajtovima.
Back towards that top tower, but they don't find a successful swap in the sense of getting out of this 2 versus 2. On now in a lot of danger.
Uh-oh. Keria going to stand in the way of it. Immediately flash, pulverize, headbutt to knock the big
Pazi owner. On je mrtav. Kill verovatno Gumi.
Straight through him.
A clean play from Keria.
Mnogo lepo, mnogo lepo.
To give on no window of escape. Oh, this is disaster for Elk. Owner's hovering around. The threat of a dive is real. He recognizes that he's in serious danger. Baseron has to get over here quickly. He desperately needs this farm.
Baseron coming around from the side. It is a 1-level advantage for the vibe, but that's not going to matter.
Jadan Elk.
Samo što sam mogu da okrenu to.
Elk bukvalno ne igra.
Ali, kako su pametno odigrali, ode owner dole, a Keria Guma gore. Keria nema flash, owner ima flash. Teleport bacio Knight, ulti bacio Knight. Stvarno će Faker je mrtav. Ok, Faker malo troluje, ali dobro, ne znam zašto je flashovao.
Faker comes from mid to assist with T1's escape, but he finds himself isolated in the river, and BLG doesn't waste any time punishing that. A much needed kill to alleviate some of this pressure that was coming down onto the top side. Elk, though, still finds himself in a very difficult position, a full level behind Gumayusi, and he's down about 2 waves.
Yeah, and look at how big the wave is, Vettis. It's bouncing straight towards Gumayusi and Keria. Elk Xayah is going to have some work to do to catch back up. But Knight, on his famous Ahri, off to a 1-0-1 start, off to a gold lead against Faker. In both of these past couple of games, BLG has tried to find the plays, tried to find the kills onto the T1 mid laner, and they've just come up short time and time again. If Knight can get fed, if Knight can be the one behind the wheel, they just might.
Ne, Faker je baš odlučio da ne igra.
Faker je baš odlučio da malo trolucka ovaj game. Stvarno nepotrebno.
Knight, when he gets his ultimate back up, that is where I want to see these plays being made. Either threatening a play onto Faker, or at the very least getting that mid push and threatening a dive on the side lane. BLG need to find a way to help get Elk back into this game, because, I mean, he's in a very awkward spot right now.
Yes.
The circumstances in the early laning phase have put him in an awkward position. Doran, though, meanwhile, on the top lane is kind of doing what they do, as they have done throughout this series, just kind of farming back and forth. Doran has built up a bit of a lead, kind of as we would expect in this matchup. Renekton having the advantage in the 1 versus 1. Knight, with the Lost Chapter already completed, is kind of an RE's dream. Getting that first item as quickly as you can really just helps with your wave clear. Really nice mana. Talon and Elk find themselves in a 2 versus 1 here. Guma has to respect this.
Yep, trying to get the distance and does successfully get away before On can find the range that he would need to try to make any sort of a move here. And now the teleport from Keria. There's the use of that Summoner Spellbook like I mentioned earlier, just having the versatility of all the different options. 2-1 for BLG. Dead even game considering the extra disadvantages for Elk based on those minion waves like we were talking about earlier. As we'll see no early objectives just yet. Owner now going to start up the Void Grubs. The first dragon wasn't taken before these, and T1 going to go ahead and get ready to go. Now Faker looks like he's taking a recall now, but he has his teleport ready to join up here in the fight. First grub already over to T1. And it looks like
BLG neće kontestovati, okej.
They don't want this. They would have loved to have fought it, but their AD carry is in no position to fight. Gumayushi being level 6 has that ulti available. That alone could be a difference maker, but without the additional damage of their AD carry, in a 3 versus 3, they would consider taking it. But as you recognized, Faker TP's back into the grub pit. They generate a 4 versus 3 numbers advantage. And so T1 secure the grubs. Now they can swap their top side back towards bot and start playing towards the dragon if they want.
Mislim, gledam skill I dalje donekle playable, ali...
Faker zoning him from the wave. But here we go.
Faker je mrtav.
goes in. There's your cease and desist.
O, fajn je. Nemaju kako da ga cancelaju, da.
Nevjerovatno, nevjerovatno. Umre čovjek 2 puta da im da lažno nadu.
Da.
Defending himself underneath the turret. Doran charging up that Fury bar, though. Finds the empowered Call the Meek for a little bit of extra damage. But remember, once Ambessa unlocks her ultimate, she has the passive vamp on everything. It's much harder to wear him down over time.
A scary situation for Faker to find himself in. This was the play that we were talking about from the draft. This is what I wanted to see BLG doing to get a foothold in this game. They make the play happen, but they don't actually have enough damage to get the kill down onto Faker. The dragon now going to be secured by T1 as well. The objectives are going the way of T1. And it feels like that slowly but surely BLG is losing more and more control over this game 3.
Still very, very close in terms of the gold overall. And one thing that I'm looking at throughout this game
Guma će biti giga jak. Sljedećih 15-20 minuta. Koliko s tim mogu da urade ne znam, ali ono što mene brine je kasnije kada bi im počeo da skače za vrat Gumi, bit ćemo unplayable. Videli smo šta je Mirvin radio, mislim kad je Mirvin to mogo da radiš će raditi Beam. Realno.
His teleport is ready to go. And what I want to see is if BLG can use that TP advantage to find the opportunity to make a big move somewhere.
Going to be difficult, but definitely an option for them. Faker working with Carrier and Ona once again to control the vision, something we've been seeing them do very well throughout this series. Beishuan on the top side, so again, T1 just playing with numbers advantage very well, making it difficult for BLG to contest them or approach. Carrier playing with nothing but confidence. He's going to drop another ward, put some extra pressure down on the Tonight, but the bot lane will return to that. Ooh, ulti.
Yeah, there's your public execution from Ben, but honestly, it doesn't turn into a whole lot at least at the start. Ben gets some
Heroj, uzme Eclipse inače, Heroj na mapi. By far.
Okay, he was, oh yeah, he's sitting in the fog of war. He's hovering around the top side of the map.
Doran does have, however, the Dominus ready to go again. Owner's about to show up too. And as soon as Doran's posturing aggressively like that, just clearing out the wave, BLG knows something's got to be going on here. The wave gets cleared out, Beishuan and Ben back away, and T1 maintains the safety of their top laner.
A wise disengage.
Mislim, i dalje ne bi pisao T1, pokazali su da čak i kad su gubili šta 5000 golda mogu da se fajtuju, da se vrate lagano, tako da... Ovo je ništa, 200 golda... 2 graba i dalje je relativno even game. S tim da Faker jedino malkica ono, malo ga rundowna, ali bože moj, igra Ryze-a, nije bitno. Mislim, Ryze je heroj koji kogod je behind u nekom trenutku, samo će doći dovoljno itema i možda nosi game.
Into Faker himself. It's a feeling that most players will never experience, but that's where we're at here, is On just tries to get a quick snappy trade there onto Keria, but it doesn't amount into a whole lot. Headbutt Pulv trying to turn things around. Doran and Keria in a little bit of trouble.
Doran.
On ima slice and dice. Nije stigo da baci ništa Doran. Pa da ovo je 5-man rotacija BLG-a.
Da, ovo je jako puno prostora daje Fakeru. Knight je dobio kill, što je dobra priča. Za BLG, jer da Knight nije dobio kill, da je dobio kill neko drugi, možda bi bilo ono kao ne baš tako dobro.
Da, Faker uzmeš taj 1 play 2 možda, neće ni drugi način, mislim. Ryze ima problem s damageovanjem tureta u ovom delu partije, jer kako radi damage kulama ili skela od AP ili od AD-a, Ryze nema ni jedno ni drugo na početku partije. I onda baš ne radi damage kulama, a nema ni demolish.
Exactly. He's working towards turning the ring into a book, and that might be the difference maker that they need. Knight does complete his malignance here early on. This item can be very powerful.
Mislim i Knight opada, gledaj, ono nije... Medjay da, Medjay će učiniti da se to možda ne desi, ali mora imati ga nastek, ono.
BLG needs to get their first win in this series, to take us to a game 4, and to keep the fight going against T1. 75 seconds until both the Dragon and the Herald spawn. They're desynced by literally 1 second, which I think Vedius always creates an interesting map state as teams
ja više T1 samo ide na Drakea. Ovu seriju su dosta uspešni sa solovima. Ko je lakše Faker igrati ovo nego Knightu? Knight da pogodi charm i da pogodi full combo, Ryze opet vina to. To je insane.
Roa u 14, dobro, Faker mora da se pazi malo, mislim. Čovjek igra kao da nije Ryze, nego kao da je ne znam šta.
On ide na ruke, on ide na ruke.
BLG though looking for a quick reset. We'll see what their sights become. Okay, alright, Carrier. He's like, this is my ward on and you are forbidden from touching it.
It's even, insult to injury is knocking him over the terrain, so if you want to get back to the wards, you've got to walk the walk of shame back to the ward. As Doran versus Bin, once again, the fight breaks out. Both of these guys are seemingly way too happy to commit their ultis to these fights, but this one ends up being good. They've got the opportunity to take the tier 1 turret. That's going to be the feat of turret for T1, and that's going to be one step closer. All they need is one neutral objective now.
Ja sam bio u fazonu zaboje samo na sekund.
Da,
samo je zaboje na sekund.
Pizza Strength se bukvalno taj zove first turret.
Tito turret.
Šta je kažemo, naš kolega je mnogo elokventan.
Knight stuck on the top side of the map, which means that they are not in a position to contest this objective. A Herald will still do BLG nicely. They can drop it into the mid lane to help them secure that tower.
Umorio se malo, dugačak je dan.
Acting as the gatekeeper once again.
Da, mislim, kastuje 2 gejma.
Nije lako za njih, nije lako za njih.
Ultimately, T1 feel like that even though they are behind in gold, they're in a good position. 2 dragons to their name, the feats of warfare. They've secured the first tower of the game as well on the bot side of the map. But by the way, that was a clean movement. Guma getting that push in mid. He's had it all game long against Elt. And then that fight over that ward, escorting Guma from the mid lane to the bot lane. They caught that wave in bot, and then they secured the objective as well. Oh, top side.
Once again, they're looking to put the work in on
Faker.
Faker, moja koza, ga malo rundownuje ovaj game.
Mora malo su ozbilji, malo se opustio ovu partiju, iskreno.
Da. Naljutio se jer je Knight uzeo njegov skin, pa sad kao ono, ušava na ruke, a Knight ga dobija.
Razumljivo.
Jer ima treći summoner spell bait one tamo. Sad Knight nema ult, to je jedina razlika. Ako Knight je mnogo istrolovao ovo. Ne čak mogu možda ubiti Bina ovdje. Guma je sam, pa zonu kao nek Guma Kerija je sam, kao idem ja. A Fakeru njih troje se teleportuje, okej. Uner.
Kako se bolje fajta T1.
No, oni su samo bolji. Bukvalno su samo bolji.
Kažem ja, jedna je stvar mehanika, individualno sve to stoji, druga je stvar ko je kakva ekipa.
T1 collapse onto him, they get a big shutdown. BLG, though, desperate for something else, think that they've caught out Carrier. Maybe they can even get a play onto Guma. He's safely over the wall. Carrier acting as a bodyguard, and then they forget that TP is available for Faker. The man arrives, T1 are poised to collect these kills, and as desperately as Elk tries to escape, Faker and Ona make the magic happen. Kill
Samo su nehumano bolji.
A samo jako dobro fajtaju. Oh ja! Bukvalno on je taj. Ti si taj Kerija.
But Knight getting caught at the very start. That was your 3-kill Ari, dying to kick off the fight. Now Doran versus Bin once again. Doran popping the dominance to clear out the wave. BLG was trying to overload to go for a dive here. T1 brings up reinforcements. Doran clears the wave out in time that BLG can't act before those reinforcements arrive. And that means BLG back away. They're going to get a consolation prize of a red buff. But what's that, Vedius? Down there in the bot lane, we got a long-range problem as Faker's applying pressure onto the tier 2. He will demand a response from Knight there with the teleport to go answer that. But that's once again the most fed player on BLG being drawn away.
Znači, gledamo šta se događa, Gledamo koliko je T1 samo superioran u svakom mogućem fajtu. Znači, nerealno je.
Ali to je samo koliko oni fajtaju sa samopouzdanjem. Ono nije kao, ja sam ovdje zaglavljen sa tobom, ne, ti si ovdje zaglavljen sa mnom. Ok, ovdje sad Kerija zaglavljen između njih četvoro, pa mu ni Bog ne može pomoći, ali...
O, comeback.
Ovo... Ali ovo samo šansa za BLG da se vrate u game.
A mislim, opet to je bio pik bez... Rise i bez Renektora, tako da... I to je mala situacija što to mogu da urade.
I thought that they'd be in a bit of danger, but when you look at the map state, T1 is playing on 3 lanes. Guma throws out the ultimate to try and help
da, jako pametno, oni su sve komitovali na mid, nije... Dobili su zapravo na kraju, da nisu dobili...
Then on with a fantastic ulti, sets up for the shutdown on tonight. And then Ona's forced to retreat.
Da su našli samo jedan kill, to bi bilo loše za njih.
BLG fight back here in game.
Zaista neverovatno. Zaista neverovatno.
Still with a 2-0 Drake lead, however, and 10 seconds until the third Drake of the game spawns. BLG do not want to give this one away for free. As T1 try to hit him with a couple of skill shots on the way through. Ward over the wall from BLG, going to see the Drake get pulled. T1 do not want to allow it to just sit in the pit, and Beishwan is ready to try to challenge here in the Smite fight. Bin looking for the angle on the side, but Doran's ready to block him. Ward's trying to keep an eye here on the Dragon as On tries to throw a barrel out. T1 still with control of the objective, but Beishwan is in range. We could get a Smite fight. It's going to be secured.
Fokus na Gumu.
On je samo sve bacio.
Doran linta, ali nema veze.
Doran je...
Koliko loše odigrao ovo Doran. Koliko loše odigrao Doran.
Čekaj, Faker, neću umreći.
Umreći zbog toga, umreći zbog toga.
Da, umreći zato što nije ostao u svom ultu, nevjerovatno.
Ja mislim da je Fakeru svanulo što je uradio Doran i odlučio samo da se likvidira.
Da.
A massive team fight win for BLG. Elk reacts beautifully to the flank from Doran, and they turn their attention to the dangerous Crocodile on the top side. Keep your eyes on the left flank. Doran eyes up the AD carry. He has vision on him, but they're aware of that.
Pogled Dorana, gledaj, vidi, i onda mora flasha, i onda slajsa, i onda je stanovo, bio fazon, aj pa je Bejčuana ću ostanem.
Eze, Guma ukrade ovo. Ako Guma ukrade ovo, ja sam bio u fazonu, ok, ovo je samo sed.
A možda može, ima chain ovdje, možda možda spreda, ne možeš ni to.
Bin, neće.
and save the croc. Owner looking for an approach here off to the side. Yes, T1 get back a kill, but that's a massive swing over to BLG. They've got plus a 1,000 real gold lead, but then look at the flowers.
Kako smo nahvalili T1, tako su počeli da greše.
Plus 23 flowers is about a 2,000 gold lead in that stat for BLG. Carry is looking to go in and make the dive, and On's going to be caught by the install impact.
Apsolutno ludi, mislim, oni dive-uju random second tier turret, ono.
To continue providing covering fire and keeping themselves alive. T1 get another kill and have to back away.
T1 can't keep getting away with this. They just keep getting pick after pick. I admire BLG's resilience because even if
Ne znam, malo me brine ako Doran ovako bude igrao protiv Genji-a, neće biti lako Tivanu, iskreno. Doran mora da se uozbilji. Ovo nije dovoljno dobro.
And they're turning things in their favor. You're right, Flowers. T1 finds themselves at soul point, but that Arakan will alleviate a lot of pressure. It will give them much needed stats and put BLG in a much better position as we get closer and closer to that soul fight. Knight at the precipice of completing that death cap will give him so much damage, and we said at the beginning of this game that he needed to step up. Beishwan very low.
Yeah, Beishwan caught up by the rune prison there, wants to vault break his way away, but the realm warp's ready to catch him out.
Čekaj, Faker je samo lud.
And Beishwan at 8 HP walks away.
He face checks into Faker, and Faker ambitiously chases after his target.
Da li Faker ga je chase-o, neverovatno. Čovjek nema trunku straha, ono kao, ne vezi, ja intovam cijelu partiju.
2-4 način, 2-4 rise ikada.
He will smash that tower before Doran can show up, try to stop him. Let's take another look at how close this was.
Svaka čast za Beishwana što je uspio da preživi.
The Sundered Sky giving Beishwan a bit of extra HP. Knight though, sitting there in the fog of war, connects the charm, the ultimate acting as an escape tool, and then he flashes away to safety. Ooh-hoo-hoo! The Flux coming dangerously close to securing that kill.
Two. Producers have told me
as we say in the business, not even close.
Not even close. 2 HP, too many.
That's
what the deal is for Beishwan. All calculated all the time. He gets away from it. And now, the biggest gold differences in this game. Knight ahead over 2,000 versus Faker. He just purchased his Rabadon death cap. This Ahri could decimate a fight if he gets the chance to play it his way.
Once it gets that level 16 as well, that ultimate is going to be on such a low cooldown. He's been fishing for flanks in every single fight. The target selection will be extremely important. Elk has also slowly found his way back into the game. Of course, he's still very far behind Gumayushi, but the experience, dead even. He's still at 2 completed items. And this is getting into a scary situation for T1. Can they find the fights that they have continued to find throughout this series? Or will BLG bring us to a game 4? You can feel the fierceness in BLG's play. Knight is in a position to carry. And he's the player that we will continue to keep our eyes on.
Doran igra loše, što jeste. Stvarno se ne snalazi se najbolje. Razumem onaj game na Ornu, do duša, ajde. Onaj game na Ornu ima više smisla, ali je bio mnogo više weak-sidovan. Ovo je sad, ne znam da li ima izgovor toliko loše da igra, iskreno.
Mislim i Ornu je nalazio play-eve, na kraju kraja, ali u pitanju je Orn kao,
fair.
Nebitno je što se dešava kao u partiji, ali Renegade je već neka malo druga priča. Knight ima Rabadon.
Oni idu Baron Rush na momentu.
Ali
imaju Letality Varusa, to baš nije najbolje za Baron.
Nemaju damage-a za to.
Jel oni flipa?
Oni će to 50-50 ovati, mislim.
Neće valjda. Oni ga flipaju. Au.
Oni su ga flipovali samo, random su flipovali Barona kao u fazonu Bin izintovao i sad će dobiti fight. Carry-a mislim, okej.
Ode, da.
Apsolut. Cinema. Bukvalno, ne, samo su bolji tim.
Prelepo, iskreno prelepo, što jes. Mada je bio i dalje preveliki flip, nije mi se pretjerano svidjelo to, ali možda su računali da je samo Beachon nema dobru seriju. I bili su, mislim možda je onda bio u fazonu ljudi, osjećam se confident 100%, dajte smite fightam protiv njega. Što je, vidi, skroz legitimno, nekada džungleri kolaju, bolji sam, I ti veruješ svom jungleru kada je to rekao. Tako da, fair. I ovo je Baron fight, Soul, T1, ma da, 3-0 T1.
Rise, triple kill takođe.
To sam ja rekao kolege kasteri, da.
But they just cannot find an angle. We look back at this MasterCard priceless moment and we see in this window.
Bukvalno koliko je dobar CFO onda. Jako lepo su tajmovali, jako lepo. Guma u strela u smite.
CFO u finale.
And T1 just turned this into pick after pick after pick. Elk has nothing left. Even with the flash, there's nowhere for him to go.
Finale za CFO, finale za CFO.
And T1
to je...
the fight.
Koma je u fazonu, ja ne znam šta ovi ljudi rade. Kao moja moj legacy je faker. Nevjerovat. Jako, jako lepo, jako lepo.
For his career as T1 now going to get collapsed on, potentially Ben with the TP wants the angle, but Owner's
A to nema veze kad su oni samo one shotom i carry trove.
A nice blade caller from Elk, but is it enough? Doran pops the dominance and Elk's feathers fly. Carry and Gumayushi putting more damage into Knight.
Mogu završi game ovdje. Knight je dobio jedan. Hoće i Dorana, ali mislim da nema. Da, ima njega, mislim. Nema, neće ga Juri.
Faker dominating with the kill on Ben. It's a 2-for-2 trade.
T1 overstep on the bot side and they give an angle for Knight to find the outplay working with Elk. They do massive
malo ga preteruju, sad hoće da završe game, ali u teoriji mogu da čekaju Barona sljedećeg, mogu čekaju sve.
A massive Red Bull Baron power play, but Knight holds the line for now.
Big stop there from BLG. It looked like T1 was looking to maybe end the game.
8-1 ima 700 golda više od Fakera kao.
The TP comes in on the one side. Faker turns his attention onto that. Whereas the moment that the engage comes through from Baseron, he
ali zašto oni i Faker otišli na B, meni neće biti jasno. A ova trojica zašto idu na dole samo?
Now this is too deep. A really good barrel comes through from On. The feathers do in fact fly, do massive damage onto Doran, and carry is low as well. Knight sees that as his opportunity to pick up a single pick. Then he converts it with the charm, and then the flash forward from Elk means that they secure another kill. A shutdown comes through.
Aj! Kerija ga je malo istrovo, jer je skočio je da blokuje charm za Dorana, a Knight imao charm.
A slažem se, da, u Genji ovo možda ih košta. U Genji možda ih košta, pogotovo Dora može košta u Genji. Knight igra prelepo, ali ne znam da li je dovoljno. Jari baš nije heroj koji 1-5 nosi, pogotovo ne u 2,5 bizona.
3 minutes until the Elder spawns. 2 minutes until the Baron is back alive. T1 invading the enemy jungle. They want the red buff, but Baseron secures it with a nice smite there. Will not let Owner get the better of that minor objective as T1 continues setting up vision control wars in enemy territory. Looking to choke BLG out of the rift. Make it scary to walk anywhere into the fog. Make it slow to walk anywhere outside of the base. So that when these neutrals are ready, T1 can once again jump on that. 90 seconds now on the Baron, 1 minute more than that for the
4 itema Rise, ok, 4 itema Ari sa Rabadonom.
To do this, pull him towards one side, jump to the other again, unless you delay. We'll see if T1 wants that delay, since they showed their ability to navigate it earlier, or if they just want to rush the first.
I think BLG still have a way to win the team fights. They really just have to be deliberate in their target selection. You can't have been diving onto the backline while the rest of BLG are focusing down the Baron. Their best team fight was when they turned their attention onto Doran as he tried to threaten Elk. If they can just lock down a single member, they have a lot of single target damage. The feathers can make it very difficult for T1 to chase them. It all comes down to patience. Right now it's T1 with the Mountain Soul, keeping the mid push up. The Baron spawning in 35 seconds. T1 know that they're stronger. They have a lot of poke.
Relativno slabo CS-ovanje ovaj game. Mnogo ljudi nema ni 300. Niko nema ni 300 u stvari.
Dobro, prevelika je fiesta od partije, to je sigurno.
Da, ima jako puno fightova. Nama je tako, čovjek bi sad imao 350, ali bi njegov tim gubio 10.000 golda.
To je efekt, to je efekt, to je efekt.
If they want to win this next fight against the Mountain Soul, T1, keep your eyes on Faker in the Realm Warp. Nice piercing arrow from Gumayushi, On's already lost 60% HP.
Doran lepo isto igra. Mislim, ne mislim generalno, nego kao sad u ovom fightu igra dobro. Ovaj wave pressure je bio dobar, oni radi...
Hoćemo opet uraditi istu furu, pa da li je realno?
Znaš šta mislio možda betio? Znaš šta mislio da je možda fake Rise ulti nazad u žbun? To bi bilo iko milion. Zamislio su fejkovali da su ultali žbun samo. I da su ih dočekali, to bi bilo insane.
Doran im dolazi za leđene, ne znaju gdje je Doran, samo će čamovati Knight. Ode. GG.
Dum.
Može, Doran troluje celu partiju, igra loše, on dođe flashuje na stanove Knighta i oni pobjede game zbog toga.
Što bi se reklo, ako radi...
Da, nemoj menjati.
Tako je.
Doran leveraging the fog of war. Bin, he's trying to get a kill back, but his nexus is exposed and T1's looking to end the game and the series.
The TP coming in.
Lep.
Join back up with the rest of the team.
GG.
Want to conquer their demons, but T1 are there.
V pozitivan iskreno, v pozitivan, prelep. Prelep. Što jes prelep, ovo je bilo insane.
Koza je i dalje prejaka. Neoprana koza. Nema veze, to što je on 1-4-2-4, to ništa ne znači. On samo bolji od ovih.
I Griffova je da bi nam bilo interesantnije. Griffova je da bi nam bilo interesantnije, da, 100%.
Ja mislim da je on namjerno rekao Doranu da igra loše.
Faker is now the first player ever to earn 200 wins at League of Legends Esports International events. The greatest of all time for a reason.
200 pobjeda na internacionalnim takmičenjima.
To jeste insane.
Hvala vam na quick grafici.
Question marks surrounded this team coming into the tournament, and after a shaky performance against CFO, it was not clear who would be the favorites in this match.
Nema šta, prelepo. Nisam očekivao ovo stvarno nisam očekivao.
Faker makes his way to 200 wins.
Jako su lepo igrali. Vrlo, mislim ovaj malo, posljednji game je malo bio fiesta, ali...
Da.
I dalje je bilo jako lepih playeva svakako.
Imaćemo, ja mislim, intervju, samo da vidim sa kim. Ako dobijem... Ne piše, piše da će igrati loser Genjija vs EL-a protiv winera od koje CFO-a, dobro. Znači EL CFO. Ok, da, EL CFO i BLG FlyQuest.
Ok.
I onda Genji T1 očigledno u winnersu Koreja, veća od Kine. Ne izmišljamo mi samo čitamo situaciju, a situacija je takva. Lepo. Ništa.
Ja sa vama vidim 8. Znači za BLG FlyQuest. Takav je, mislim, dogovor bio mene i Rale.
Jel' tako? Znači sad, čekaj, znači imamo sad pauzu 6. Danas je 6.
7. je Rale, 8. sam ja, 9. je Rale. I ja bih rep, možda, čini mi se, actually, samo da vidim razgovor.
Važi, sve laga.
Kako mi je Rale poslao.
Evo ga intervju sa
Fakerom taman. Da ja ne bih rekao nešto pogrešno. Da, 8. sam ja i onda možda budem tu za lower bracket finale.
Baš.
Pošto je Rale radio upper bracket finale.
Fair, ništa, slušamo intervju i to je bilo to od programa za večera, se nas uživali da je bilo lepo. Sutra u 2 nema MSI-a, tek prekustra u 2 gledamo nastavak programa, tako da uživajte intervju i vidimo se sutra na streamu. Ćao!
Ćao!
평소에 비해서 더 연습을 데뷔를 더 많이 한 것 같고 오늘 3대0 나올 줄은 좀 예상 못했던 것 같습니다.
Well, we actually screamed BLG and they were really strong. So we wanted to make sure that we're extra prepared for the matchup. So I was not actually expecting a 3-0 here.
Okay, well, it was a wonderful performance. Now, I know that you had a goal to have a great international performance in your very first international tournament with T1. They did bully you a little, so I'd love to know how you felt about your games overall.
이제 T1에 합류하신 뒤로 첫 국제대회 무대를 밟으신 만큼 좋은 모습을 많이 보여주고 싶다고 하셨습니다. 그런데 이번 시리즈에서는 상대방이 좀 도란 선수를 많이 집중 공략했던 것 같아요. 게임적으로 좀 어땠나요?
일단 제일 기억에 남는 건 1세트 때 이제 1레벨에 사고가 있어서 좀 구도대로 나오지 않았는데 그래도 저희 팀이 너무 슈퍼 플레이로 게임을 뒤집어 놔서 그 1세트가 너무 오늘 승리에 영향이 많이 갔던 것 같습니다.
I want to talk about the first game because there was a little accident early on. So the top lane didn't really go based on the champion matchup, but my teammates, they just came in clutch and made super play, outplay. So they managed to turn the game around, and winning that game number 1 was so influential when it comes to winning the entire series.
Yes, your teammates were there for you, which is how it should be. Now, we often say that for T1, there is magic when they come to an international tournament. I'd love to know, now that you're a part of the team, how does it feel to play with them at this international tournament, and do you feel the same magic?
또 T1의 국제전 하면 정말 다르다. 뭔가 신비롭게 언제나 더 잘하고 정말 무시무시한 파워가 나온다라는 평가가 많은데 이제 T1의 멤버로서 실제로 국제대회 무대를 밟고 계시잖아요. 정말 이런 T1의 매직이 있다고 생각하시나요?
일단 기본적으로 선수들이 좀 이제 새로운 환경에서 적응을 잘 하려고 노력을 많이 하는 것 같아서 뭐 그런 부분도 영향이 있는 것 같고 다들 의지도 강하기 때문에 오늘 3대0 승리할 수 있었던 것 같아요.
I can say for sure that all of the players are very working hard in order to adapt to the new environment. I think that's one of the keys to T1's magic internationally. And also, they're just all working really hard and they're always willing to get the win. So I think that made us get the 3-0 today.
I see it. You work very hard as well, Doran, and you are an exceptional top laner. But we have a little gift for you to improve maybe just one small part of your training.
도란 선수가 또 언제나 노력도 정말 많이 하시고 연습도 많이 하시고 실력도 뛰어나시지만 연습에 더 도움이 되라고 저희가 선물을 하나 준비했습니다. 돌거북. 펫 돌거북입니다. 어떠신가요?
또 이렇게 선물을 준비해 주셔서 너무 감사하고요. 돌거북 위험합니다. 조심하세요.
Thank you so much for this lovely gift. Everyone, frogs are dangerous. Be careful.
Not just Krugs, but we will leave it at that gift. But I, of course, need to ask you, you get the matchup versus Gen G up next. It's not one that we saw in a best of 5 in the LCK, and we've been wanting to see it. So what can you tell us about that match?
이제 다음 상대는 젠지입니다. 많은 분들이 기대하고 있는데요. 이제 LCK 로드 투 MSI에서는 포맷상 이제 만나지 못했잖아요. 이번 매치업 어느 부분이 가장 기대될 수 있을까요?
일단 어제 젠지 경기를 봤는데 기인 선수가 너무 좋은 모습을 많이 보여줘서 이제 탑라이너들 간의 라인전 그게 많이 기대되고 잘 준비해 보겠습니다.
I watched Genji play yesterday and Keen was on fire, so I think the top laning phase will be something to watch for.
Yes, the whole match will. Congratulations once again, Doran.
Thank you so much.
감사합니다 for the interview. One more time for Doran and T1.
Thank you so much, Rox and Jisan, of course, and congratulations to the Krog Lord.